英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC as we continue this third tour, the deciding one of the 2021-2022 season. And we are here in China to see these Div 2 teams battle it out for the promotion into Division 1 for the entire next season. And of course, to try and get themselves towards TI with a high qualification seed. My name's Snare and I'm joined this morning by Dragon Drop and Lizard. The 6 a.m. club is back again, boys. We are out here. It's a good day, Dragon Drop. I can see the sadness in your eyes, that the fact that the sun's not even up yet, fam. How are you feeling this morning?
It is up. It has been up for a couple of hours because it is the middle of summer right now, northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's that's not really the problem. Problem is that it's still 6 a.m. and normally I would get 2 extra hours of sleep before having to go to work, but now I get to work Dota instead. So that's also good though.
Even better than sleep. Like casting Dota, even better than sleep, Lizard. How are you feeling this morning, my G? And also, Lizard, are you prepared again? Because the fact that you're here with me and Dragon Drop means that you have to be the referee to stop us from just becoming the Team Fusion / Podlo fan club.
I guess I'll find a way to fight you guys off somehow, I hope. But Dragon Drop.
Yes.
Let me ask you one question. You say Dota is better than sleep. What if you're dreaming about Dota? What then?
It's mostly a nightmare, I'm sure.
What do you mean nightmare? It's a beautiful dream. Have you never, while playing competitively, I would dream games. Like I would literally dream games in every game that I played in Warcraft and Dota. And you get some
depends
sleep
on what
as
you
well.
dream about, right? Sometimes you dream about being smurfed, and the scoreline is 100-5, and the game won't end because they don't kill any buildings. They're just sitting in front of your fountain, forever.
No, my dreams would always have storylines, like Axe forcing me to work out, Crystal Maiden breaking my heart, things like
that. Honestly, every time I've ever dreamt about Dota, the only time I dream about Dota is, you have those crushing games. That game that you were sort of similar to what we saw yesterday from Team Magma. That second game, that's the kind of game I would dream about. I'd be in my bed being like, weren't we winning this game? What the hell happened? Oh my God, this is terrible. And then you torture yourself about it all day. The next day you wake up just being like, man, why didn't I just activate BKB that time, dog? Come on. Like, I could have gotten that easy MMR.
A few weeks later, after you told everyone about that game, then you check your match history and like, dude, you never played that hero. I was like, what? Oh shit!
You see, that's the difference. That's the difference between you guys and me. Like, you guys don't flame. You're nice in pubs. You're good human beings. Because of that, you have this emotional build-up that spills over into your dreams. I'm telling you have to flame more. You have to be toxic, man. You have to be toxic in pubs.
I'm not sure
telling us the real secrets. This is how you stay sane, man. This is how you keep yourself in the game.
Exactly.
I do not subscribe to that logic, and I would suggest that nobody listen to Lizard.
Lol.
Can't even predict last pick,
Unless he's predicting last picks. On a more serious note, though, boys, we're here this morning for some Dota, for some hype. Lizard, you're here so that we're expecting 3 games, but I'll be honest and say it might not really happen. The 2 teams that we have facing off today are yet again at very different parts of their lives overall as teams. SHENZHEN, this is the 3rd season now that they've been here stuck in Division 2. They don't seem to really have a clear path out of it, having already lost 2 games and still having some very difficult competition coming up. But on the other side for Team Fusion, they're trying to get themselves into Division 1, get that promotion going for themselves. So Lizard, under these conditions, right, have you seen, from what you've seen here, who do you actually rate coming into this one? Given that if Fusion win, they're going to be joining the other 4 teams at 3-1, and if SHENZHEN win, feels bad, right, they'll be joining Team Saiyan at 1-3 instead.
But it's like the way you were setting up the question, it sounded like Fusion is miles ahead, right? And they're winning for sure, no matter what. Like they're the complete favorites. Shenzhen are the underdogs. Meanwhile, the scoreline is 2-1-1-2, right? It's not huge difference, at least on the score line, which for me in Division 2 of DPC CN is enough to say that, yeah, if they could win versus any one of these teams, they can show up and do the same thing. As long as they can win, right? As long as they can hit that throne, hit those tier 4s, buy the proper items, and the game, I believe they can win versus anything. IG can drop a game versus any one of these teams besides perhaps YBB, right? Because
it's a great expert analysis there. If they just kill the throne, then they win the game.
Well, look, it's the proper. It's just standard deduction. YBB has 0 wins, so I expect them not to be able to win any future games. But if you could win before, at least you have a chance of winning again. So
they also lost twice though, and one of them was against Team Cyan, who's also not looking very hard right now, and the other one was against CDC.
You and your damn logic.
Quite hard. Yeah, I mean, you can put it both ways. You know, they won before, sure.
You and your
also
damn
lost
logic.
before. So just goes to show how looking back at history is only of limited importance or limited significance, I suppose.
No,
Speaking of history, though, as we just saw, I was just going to say, speaking of that kind of history, as we see the team introductions happening right now, Team Fusion on the board here, and we didn't see this hero. You still got to see it in your series, Lizard, and I was kind of surprised that we didn't see it at all in the first series of the day. This here, Nature's Prophet, they've played it a couple of times quite successfully for the most part on the side of Team Fusion, and it seems to be becoming the hero in China. I think it's like this in the core role, Nyx Assassin as a support, and Puck in mid. These are the heroes that are feeling like they're slowly gaining their prominence.
What's all this, Lizard? You weren't here around. Lizard, you weren't doing Dota for a while. Lizard this, Lizard that. Dude, I've been doing as much series as you guys have, if not even more. It's just on different days.
But I'm just trying to say, Lizard, that I missed you, bro.
Aww, I love you too, baby. But I don't love the Nature's Prophet that much, even though I, like you, have witnessed a ton of these games, right? Like the hero is extremely popular on that position 1 right now in CN. In other regions like offlane, sometimes even a support, but yeah, as position 1 it's really strong. Why I don't like it is because teams sometimes overdo the farming part of that hero and underdo the fighting part. And I don't even blame them because it's not easy to pull off. The hero is really strong. However, you're a glass cannon in fights, right? So you do need items. If you don't get those items, those early ones, which there's many avenues, right, in which you can go. Drag and drop, will you lead us through some of them? If you want. I'm throwing you
sure.
Here.
I don't know. I've just been looking at the stats, and apparently in Division 2, Nature's Prophet has been picked 6 times with a 16% win rate.
Yikes!
So the strength is relative. You have to utilize the hero correctly. You're absolutely right. So, and one of those paths is to just kind of try and utilize its ultimate properly, and then join fights, join gangs early, just as a +1. Lend your weight that way, get some extra farm, and then afterwards just go down the split pushing route. Always try and play the map. You know, that's a strategy that's very hard to pull off, because if you then mess up and get caught a couple of times, then the entire game plan is ruined essentially, because then you don't offer much else. So it's a high risk, very difficult strategy, but if you do pull it off, you can basically make sure that the enemy team can never really be aggressive on your side of the map without being punished in objectives.
Yeah, and keep in mind that you can't won't let the enemy team approach you, but you also want to allow your teammates approach enemy creeps, right? As you're pushing in the map constantly. So you're basically stuck in your little castle. That triangle, you built it out of clay. you're inside, you're commanding your little treants, go, my little minions.
Yeah, the general sitting in the back and sending out some creeps there. I mean, one of the things that we do get out of this Nature's Prophet, when played correctly, as Didi was outlining there, is that you can end the game extremely quickly. And we saw there, one of the things that Team Fusion has relative to a lot of the other squads, including like teams like IG, is a very high game time, which is kind of peculiar, boys. Not peculiar because, it's good to see them winning, but a lot of the concern that we used to have seeing the God King in previous teams, he used to feel like this AFK farmer just doing his own thing, going to be quite a while before he got involved in any of these fights. But something seems to have changed here, Lizard, since he joined Team Fusion. What do you think happened? Like, is it the team dynamic is different that enables him to get involved in the game faster? Or is there someone in the squad kicking his ass and saying, hey, man, what the hell are you doing? We need you to come fight right now.
I would maybe even suggest, this is my theory, right? Doesn't have to be right. I would maybe suggest that it's Division 2. As a carry, it's much easier to show off and join fights when you're playing versus teams that are not that are on your level or maybe even a bit weaker, which arguably most of these teams are for them, right? Like looking at the names, if nothing else, Fusion should be stronger. There are multiple things coming there. First one is just general confidence. You aren't waiting for that one extra item. You're like, yeah, these plebs, I'm gonna join even without BKB, whatever, right? Which isn't always necessarily the right approach. Second thing is you have more map control, hence you are more confident as well. Your teammates are having more success invading the enemy side as the tempo is controlled by them and it isn't brought upon you, right? Like this is I'm not personally experienced, but I'm very experienced at being in the position where these teams are, right? So I can kind of relate to why a player could start suddenly looking much better than he was before. Like you play versus Secret back in the day, right, when they were unstoppable. They make you look like you're 2K. It doesn't matter how well you play; they make you look so bad.
Yeah.
Then you play versus someone else, and you're crushing.
You just feel good with the different degree of difficulty, I suppose. So
Yeah.
now that definitely makes sense. On the other side, though, we are talking about Team Fusion, and unfortunately, Drag and Drop, we can't do that forever. So we got to get back to work, my friend. SHENZHEN, we've seen them so many times here in this division. One player that I really want to outline from SHENZHEN, right? Because we've been seeing over the course of this Division 2 that outside of a couple teams like Team Fusion and IG, a lot of the squads, including teams that have been winning, like Team Magma, like CDC, which we saw beating IG the other day, a lot of it has come from the offlane, right? In particular, there's a couple of offlane heroes that have been extremely impactful. And SHENZHEN, Dolem this is the one guy on the team where once they brought him in, if he has a good game, and we've seen him have some of these good games, then SHENZHEN does look much better than what we'd normally expect from the squad itself. What do you think they're going to be doing here on the side of SHENZHEN to try and ensure his success? The last couple of days, or last couple of outings rather, they played a lot of Dawnbreaker for him. We saw a Brewmaster here and there in the mix. What do we need to do? What do we need to see from him, and what does the rest of the team need to do to enable him?
It's a really good question. I think Dawnbreaker, as you said, is going to be very contested this in this match because Fusion also been running it for quite a while. So if it's not being banned, it'll be first picked. I'm pretty sure in all of these games. And if it's not Dawnbreaker, then certainly those kind of heroes, they can have a solid lane. Mars would come to mind as a classic example. Just have a solid lane at a 4 position. Like they've been running Snapfire, they've been running Hoodwings, something like that. That is a kill lane that can threaten the enemy safe lane to some extent, or at least make them feel less comfortable going for last hits. And then just go from there, get a quick blink, grab that momentum essentially. Just start setting up elsewhere on the map to try and salvage some other lanes if they don't go as well. Laning phase. Get a good matchup there, and then move on from that.
So, like, just to continue on what Dragon Drop said, like, get a good laning stage would be perfect for them, right? That's how I feel. When you're playing versus a team that's a bit better, usually as well, you want to set up your early game as good as possible, and perhaps get that late game potential carry. So, laning stage, Visage is a hero that they can play. Maybe Visage Marcy, right? Something that's extremely popular across all regions. Snatch something like that, and you should be fine. You could be golden.
Yeah, and then I have seen them play Visage before, I think, on the side of Shenzhen. So certainly something I could see them pulling out. I hope they don't, because I really hate seeing that hero, if I'm honest. But it's strong, and if it wins games, then we can't really say too much about it. Just have to allow them to get that dub. So I know there's one of these heroes that we often see being pulled out when teams are playing like up against stiffer competition. You just want to be able to dominate the lane and then quickly end the game. Don't give the opponent time to recover. And you also don't want to be in that situation that we saw yesterday where you're relying on your opponent to make mistakes. This is just one of those heroes that can force the enemy team into a position where mistakes or no can end the game regardless. So although, Lizard, that actually does bring up the point. This Visage hero, let's talk about it for a second, right? In China, more than any other region, it's picked in supports, not just like in the core roles. It's rarely picked in position 1 in China, for example. Other regions, they do it. Here in China, it's like 3 at most, but often support. I personally don't like it in the support role. What do you feel about that hero when it is played in a less farm-intensive role in the team?
And there's a place as well for him on some, let's say, a 5 or a 4, in which he's just spamming out mangoes and soul assumptions. But in general, it's much better as a core. In general, right? Like as a support, like at best, what you're getting is one small item plus the shard. And can you justify that support position with that? Very unlikely, right? On offlane, you get that Vrit Pact, you get a shard. You're suddenly this hero that has 2 talents for Visage Birds and yourself, minus armor, and the towers and everything is melting. So I would feel like he falls into the category of Beastmasters, Lycans, Nature's Prophet, Brewmaster on the offlane, these kind of offlaners. So can you play a Panda on position 5? Yeah, sure you can. Is it greedy? Yeah, sure it is. Right, so something like that.
It's certainly hella greedy. I hope I don't see it today, honestly. I'd be very happy without it. But like you say, there is a role for it. There is still a place in the game, whether or not I enjoy it, whether or not it's been fully figured out. A hero drag and drop, though, that I very much enjoy. Although, sadly, I doubt we're going to see today. Neither of these teams really play Warlock, bro. I'm very sad. I'm so depressed about this.
They can start, right? The draw.
Yes,
they could. I would not. I would not want to put the fuel on the flames of Snare's enthusiasm. It's my only concern, but
that hero's so good, man. That hero's so fun to watch.
What do you like about Warlocks?
Yeah. Snake can talk about Warlock. Like, we talked about it yesterday. It was like, come on, that hero's so boring. He was like, no, you can press W, and then you press Q on them, and then R, and W again. And then you sit there.
Wait. There are. Let me.
Your carry's being healed. Wow, exciting gameplay. That's what Snare was yesterday. After.
Let me defend my coffee brother over here. I have
bro.
Yeah. I like Warlock is one of better supports to play. Come on, what are you talking about? I mean, it's not amazing. Like there are some better fights, like a Clockwork,
I'm not
Enchantress.
I'm just
no. It's not about strong or not.
Yeah, it's about fun.
You walk around and you're like.
It's so cool, right?
you're just trying. You're just fake pumping that ulti.
Yeah, you're the DJ in the song, man. You're out here.
Let's go.
Lizard, do you remember this last meta, fam? Like, I was trying to tell Dragon Drop yesterday that coming off of a Pugna meta, where I was hating life, having to play Pugna every other game, now I can play Warlock. Oh, things are so much. I don't have to die just to keep my carry player alive, man. Things are so much better. Oh, it's so much more enjoyable. But
for me, if you're playing a 5, and you have big impactful ulti, it's already fun, right? It's already good enough. As a 5 position, that your brain isn't only focused on positioning on wards. You also have to think about positioning, not being caught. There's also scaling potential on the Warlock. Like that hero can carry the games if he gets like some shard axe, right? Like it's ridiculously strong. Meanwhile, let me give you a different contrast. You're playing Help me up here, Snare. Help me
You're
out.
playing some Lich. You're playing some Pugna.
Don't go straight into my soul, man. Don't. There was
but
a
some
meme.
of these like yeah?
there was a Twitch chat meme where they flamed me like, "Here comes Lizard Lich again." You know?
The Lizard Lich. Where's B-Cop at so we can also flame Ancient Apparition, man? I don't know how he enjoys playing that hero.
No,
He
but
just-
Ancient for me is also okay because you get that ulti, right? Like you have this big impact
Once in a while,
ulti in the game. Yeah.
You press R and then, but the worst part about playing Ancient Apparition though is that sometimes you miss it and then you're like, well, actually just get me out of this game. I don't want to participate anymore. You just feel terrible.
Yeah, but
It's
there's
really
a
on you,
potential
though,
to snipe.
right?
Yeah, there's a potential to snipe with that ulti all the time, and it
Ah,
trumps all the
yes.
misses. If you miss, whatever, you know.
I got a 5-man AA blast the other day from across the map. That was amazing.
Oh, that sounds that's fun.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also, you can tell that Lizard and myself
Yeah,
have been
great
spending
job.
too much time on support because of that
Sync
gas,
proof.
that good feeling. Yeah. So of course, before we get into the game though, something I want to talk about Dragon Drop in this game with SHENZHEN, something that we have seen from them and we keep seeing it season on season is the fact that whether or not they finish games, this is a team that tends to have how do I phrase this? They're one of the crazier teams in the sense that once the mid game hits, right, they really want to fight. A lot of these squads want to be able to farm up the map, do other things around it. But SHENZHEN, for better or for worse, it's been for worse in terms of their record so far in the division. But they enjoy the combat aspect of Dota 2, which is fun to watch, of course.
Yeah.
If they're playing up against a more difficult opponent, though, because this is one of their harder games that they're still going to have to go through here, do you think they're going to temper themselves and try to figure out how to be a lot more calm, take the game at a lot more considered of a pace rather than their usual brawly style?
Well, if that's going to be the style it chose, if that's going to be how they want to be playing Dota, then just shifting according to your opponent and because you're afraid might not be the best thing in the world, because then you don't get better at playing that style against stronger teams, right? You're just learning how to play two different kinds of Dota, and that's I can't imagine that to be helpful going forward.
Yeah.
So you just bang your head against the wall, and then you figure out how to do it better in a way that doesn't hurt as much, and then that's how you improve. And that's only happens when you try that style against better teams that punish it, so that you can then learn how to avoid being punished.
And this what Dragon Drop saying can be applied to life, Snare, right? Like don't change yourself for other people, just improve on who you are, and that's it. If you continue changing yourself, you lose yourself, and you lose that identity. And don't let anyone change you, right, Snare?
Well, maybe not anyone. Some people should change, but
a little bit.
Yeah.
If you have really bad traits, like if you're a robber or a bully, maybe let someone change you. But if you like yourself, if you're a nice person, why?
If you're a bully, don't definitely change. And if you're a nature's prophet picker, especially, then you have to change right now. Don't be that person. You can be better than that. You can be better. It actually is interesting. You mentioned something yesterday, Lizard, about how often it is the case that through Dota, life lessons can be learned from the game, and just directly lessons about the game can be applied back into life itself. There's a meme I used to have, me and my friends a couple years ago, that all of life was Dota. Whenever somebody would come to me with an issue in their personal life, would be like, maybe just go get a power rune, and then we'll figure this out for you down the line. But you know what we have here? We don't just have life lessons about Dota, is it? We have a draft of Dota getting started right now. Some heroes get to be picked. Team Fusion versus SHENZHEN, the opening game, which usually is determinative of the rest of the series. Let's see how it's all going to unfold here. For Team Fusion, they need this dub to continue competing for the top of the division. For SHENZHEN, they're probably still not going to get relegated. Usually their slot is just above that relegation zone, but they still need to put a strong foot forward to stay as far away from the brink as humanly possible. Before we get into it, Lizard, any surprise heroes that you want to see being picked up by either of these teams?
Bloodseeker.
And we were just now, we were having a good time commiserating on our shared experiences and support. And you want to see Bloodseeker. What the hell is this? Oh my god!
If you're
All
not in the
right.
game yourself, it looks different. I hate playing against Pudge, but I would love to see a Pudge.
Oh, y'all are killing me here. All right, let's get into it. The draft is ready now. Team Fusion versus Shenzhen. Now, we wanted to see Dawnbreaker earlier on Drag and Drop. You get it for the first pick from Shenzhen. No surprises there. You mentioned that it's going to be a highly contested hero. But in my opinion, this duo here that we're seeing now from Team Fusion so far has been one of the strongest duos in China. The Treant Protector plus DP. It's often been Treant DP or Ember or Razor, one of these heroes. But this particular opener so far is enjoying a north of 80% win rate so far, my G.
That is a big win rate. Yeah, makes sense. It's a lot of sustain, and to a point where it can out-sustain the Dawnbreaker, kind of jumping in and helping. And you can take these more extended fights with the DP still doing damage. Then the question becomes whether Shenzhen actually wants to ban out the Nyx Assassin, or whether Fusion wants to pick it up. I do believe they've got that before, and that would be the counter that we saw the other day that's been really effective at just nullifying Dawnbreaker entirely. The Faceless Void in the first phase is also pretty bold, honestly.
Very bizarre to see the hero. Normally, we see this guy emerging at the very end of drafts, coming in super, super early. No! I'm not surprised. I haven't really seen either of the two teams play it. Maybe Shenzhen has practiced it in scrims and stuff. And if you're going to pick Treant Protector, it does make sense to ban Warlock. Feels bad. Team Fusion would definitely prefer Treant over Warlock, so we're not going to see that hero. But this early Faceless Void, I'm still finding this somewhat peculiar. It's not like it was picked with, say, a Park or a Razor first pick. Dawnbreaker doesn't necessarily furnish you with damage inside the bubble. And usually the teams that we see very reliant on, or rather who can get away with the first two Faceless Void, it's teams like PSG, LGD, or Team Aster, who are extremely confident in their Faceless Void players in Ame and Monet. Kaikyo has played the Faceless Void Lizard, but only 2 games on this patch, only 1 win on the hero. Is this a risk worth taking to open up with the Faceless Void in the first phase?
I don't think so. If they truly value the hero that much, we can't really judge them. But yeah, there is a reason why he's not first phased, like 1-2. We'll see. I believe that it's definitely counterable. Heroes such as, I don't know, some Raid King already come to my mind. You just pick it straight after, right? Yeah, you might suffer in the laning stage, but later on, what's the Void gonna do? Chrono you, it doesn't matter. Plus, you can pick, let's say, you see this Viper ban. Every hero that's like a Viper works really well against him. So let's say Venomancer gets picked up here. This Void doesn't have a lane instantly after. Venomancer crushes him. You just need to be careful not to lose to some Abaddon plus Void or anything like that. So if you could save this pick, pick your other support here and then follow up with the Venomancer, the next one, Void doesn't have a game. And there are some carries that are so broken sometimes that you can first do them pretty much, right? They're that strong in some metas. In this meta, unless you're really comfortable with something, I don't think there's a hero I don't think that there's a position one that deserves to be or should be first stood.
Thank God we are out of the CK meta where every single game he was emerging in the opening 2 because he was that strong, but we do not have that right now. So Team Fusion will have plenty of opportunity to try and deal with this Faceless Void. Taking out the Zeus, which we have seen being picked a little bit more in China. Still a bit flexible on the rolls, but starting to piggy more and more in mid, which gives me an inclination that this might be a mid Death Prophet, if that is the idea of banning out the Zeus. But it's flexible, right? They still have a lot of time to decide exactly where they want to run the hero. I think that's probably why they're taking so much time with this pick. Deciding, should we get the Ponlo hero now? Which they will. All right.
Yeah. There you go.
Lizard, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But the fan club is back. Drag and Drop. Remember when we saw this hype, man? Ponlo Earth Spirit. How hyped are you about that?
I'm always hyped about Earth Spirits. I'm doubly hyped about Ponlo Earth Spirits. Yeah, it's going to be fun already.
Well, I don't need anything else, boys, honestly. I'm happy enough already. I've got Treant, DP, and Earth Spirit. Well, DP I hate a little bit, but it is what it is. On the other side, though, this is interesting here. Is this a 5-position Alchemist? Or is this it has to be, right?
I mean, yeah, I think it is. It could be some Kotal 5, Alchemist mid, that like it was played yesterday. I don't like it that much. Alchemist versus DP does not sound like fun. If DP is mid, that is on Team Fusion. One hero that they could have picked up from SHENZHEN is Alina. That made a lot of sense for me. Like, you're playing into this DP, you'd have Chronosphere to set up, you have Dawnbreaker to save you. But okay, they didn't, and now they get Kunkad. This should be your mid Kunka, and now he has it's like they're expecting Alchemist to be mid, as Kunka kind of crushes him. But it should be Kotl, and you should do fine as Kunka, as you have that X marks the spot later on to catch either the Kotl or the Void. Both of them hate playing against the Kunka.
Oh yeah. And Kotl, the most annoying part about him is, I mean the blasts are really annoying, but it's just him running away so fast whenever you try to get a hold of him. It's really the worst part, and the X will just prevent that from being effective. So I do like this choice. Also puts Death Prophet presumably in the offlane, which if this is an Alchemist 5, together with the Earth Spirits, you can see that lane yielding some kills there as well, potentially.
It's probably DP5, right? DP offlane and Earth Spirit 4 with Alchemist 5 plus Void.
I'm hoping that it is Kunkka mid, because then it also means that they have that setup in the mid lane. It's a very difficult lane to play. Get X'd into the Earth Spirit role, coming in for runes, pretty much a guaranteed kill every single time. And White Album...
I think you're right. Sorry for cutting you off. That's all I wanted to
add. Lol. Also, I was going to just say that White Album, it is one of his more successful heroes. Like, his Kunkka, he's played quite a lot of in the past, so certainly can make quite good use of that. In this game, I'm still wondering exactly what SHENZHEN is setting up for. The more I look at this draft, the more it seems apparent that it has to be a Kotl mid so that he gets some degree of experience. Because if he doesn't go mid, then they literally have no actual damage inside the bubble, which would be a problem for them as this draft unfolds. But we'll see how they try to fix this. Also, I just wanted to say, Lizard, literally every series I've worked with you, you've recommended Lina every game. So I think you love Lina as much as I love Warlock. And let's hope that SHENZHEN have your back here. They do not. They pick up the Monkey King. It's another circle, though, so I'm happy with that.
Well, Crystal Maiden was breaking my heart, Lina was healing it. So I have a lot of love for the hero.
But your ice cold heart.
Yeah, exactly. But she's strong, right? I truly believe, she did fall off. But when you have a setup versus a DP with the Void, it looks solid. Oh, Life Stealer.
Ooh.
Okay.
Last pick,
okay.
The God King. This is actually now in a situation, not only is it last pick Lifestealer, he knew for a fact that he doesn't have to play into a core Monkey King. Knows for a fact that he has to deal with this Faceless Void, but Void's going to take some time before he gets that full damage going for himself. Also is playing with heroes like the Earth Spirit, so he can get in and out of the fights, has a free passage in that regard. Do we like it, though? I'm not super hot on Lifestealer in this meta and in this patch right now. I think there are better carries in the game. Dragon Drop, what do you think? What do you make of this last pick for the Gwen experience, the God King here on Team Fusion?
I mean, it's certainly comfort zone for him, right? I mean, it's one of his heroes, right? He knows how to get the most out of him, and in a game like this, like it's I don't think it's a dream Lifestealer game, but it's not terrible either. If you can get on top of people, you can just chunk them down very easily. Dawnbreaker, of course, also strength hero, so shouldn't have too many issues with that. Always have the rage to fall back on. I think it's fine. I think it's comfortable, and if you stay like an item ahead or so, or half an item, you're gonna have a good time here. Yeah, I don't hate it.
What do you think, Lizard? Are you also feeling that they might be able to get away with a good time and get this God King Lifestealer, as usual that we've seen on this hero of him, get off to a strong start to win this game out?
Perhaps because they're on paper a stronger team, but overall I don't like it. It's I'm yet to be proven wrong with a good Lifestealer game, right? And even in lanes like Dragon Drop mentioned, Dawnbreaker, on paper, he should be fine versus her. In reality, all the games that I have seen and have played, Lifestealer does not win that lane. And he's supposed to be winning. Like, you're not picking him if you're not going to be able to win the lane, right? Like, that hero is You want to win the lane. Most of the time, you go for that. I don't know, like Armlet Basher or Armlet Dezo or something like that, and then you fight. We'll see how much he can do. Always looking forward to learning something new. You know, maybe there's some different item that he's gonna go for, or something like that.
And not only are we looking forward to that, yet another life lesson. Always look forward to learning and something new. And something new on the cards now is Team Fusion versus SHENZHEN, game number 1, where it is in the Division 2, starting off the day with this hype. Let's get into it, boys. The 6 a.m. club is ready for some Dota. Let us rock with this opening game of the series.
Yeah, rocking and rolling, as there is no Spirit on the field. So Ponlo making his way over. Found the rune here, but there's a stun being charged up for the Alchemist, so yeah, impossible to get that one. 2-for-2 trade. Ponlo's getting some hits in. Gets hit himself, that's what I meant to say. Stun being charged. Shouldn't really die here, Fishman coming in.
With good blocks that aren't happening, sadly, yeah.
Yeah.
With good blocks, they could have killed him, I feel like. Maybe.
Another stun here. Okay, jump forward to get it. Never mind. That was commitment there. 3 concoctions. Couple of tower shots. Another concoction. It's the entire mana pool gone. And he stuns himself. Alright, alright. But hey, first blood advantage. There you go.
Yeah, it doesn't always work, but this time it did. At least 2 times it worked with the stun. 3 times actually in Polno. Anyway, I thought that they had him even without that last stun. If he gets body blocked a bit better, but yeah, they knew what they were doing. They had another stun, and this stun is really strong. Like it doesn't get mentioned enough. I feel like it's one of the reasons why the hero is all right on a 5 as well. Is there a big agonyms, by the way, that they can buy in this match?
Dawnbreaker, pretty big.
Yeah, that's true. Probably the best one, right?
Yeah, okay, so
maybe this is some good old Void Battle Fury Axe. Let's go. Crit everyone. Bash everyone, hit everyone.
I mean, Axe and shot combo on Void is gets really annoying for the other team. You just jump in, jump back out, but you get bashed and crit and take tons of damage all the time. So if you get that for free, but yeah, it's still certainly rate that Dawnbreaker one higher. Because certainly against the lifesteal too, all of the mischance.
How do you feel about Lifestealer in a chrono? It's not my favorite hero to be in a chrono. Like you have this built-in BKB, and then you're playing versus one hero that doesn't care about BKBs. He just puts you in. Chill now, my friend.
Yeah,
relax.
Kind of depends though on the kind of damage that they have inside the chrono, right? If it gets a rage off, they don't actually have a ton of damage inside of it until Void himself gets super farmed, right?
Yeah, of course. That's true. And they have also Treant versus that damage, plus the boat versus that damage. There's a ton. Yeah.
So not overly concerned until the late game, I would say.
Fishman, I don't think this is a kill, but I've been wrong before. Let's see. Yeah, it's not a kill. They just try to go on him. I'm concerned about them. They Keiko, he's also fine.
Notice Time Walk's on cooldowns, trying to punish him here. And they're doing so quite heavily. Like, he has a bunch of stick charges and he has Self coming, so he'll be fine.
Okay, what's the best combo they have in Chrono? Dragon Drop.
Illuminate?
Isn't it Acid Spray?
I guess, yeah. But it's just not really a classic Chronosphere combo.
What do you mean? Don't you know how TIs were won? TIX. TIX, the imaginary one. It was Acid Spray and Chrono combination.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
It made everyone corrode. It's my car's worst nightmare.
And then the Alchemist got the last hit and he got plus 3 extra gold.
Dude, those were the days. And the comeback. The Alchemist was played. Don't you know that Alchemist was played by Seb? That's how Owen got popular. He started screaming, Seb! Seb with the acid spray!
I think what? Yeah. It's always a good time.
So tell me, Dragon Drop, would you rather play...
Roll in, Kaiko taking a bunch of damage, undoing a lot of it. They do finish the kill on Fishman.
What were you making jokes about my acid spray, by the way? You see what it does? You see? The first time it got used, instantly a kill.
Well, it is not too bad, you know. -4 armor, that puts Death Prophet at 0. Which is,
what about you, Snare? Are you a acid spray hater or a connoisseur? If you're around.
Lifestealer's fine, man. He's got living armor. There's the tower. He'll be okay. Although he is actually losing this lane, like Liz was saying earlier. Personally, I am a connoisseur. I actually think it's one of his better spells. This and the W. I feel like it's actually very unfortunate that this hero has the E. If not for the E, I think you'd see this hero being played almost exclusively as support, but carry players get greedy. He might even get another kill top.
Get up top, yeah. Fishman got a Spirit Siphon out. 2 of them, in fact. This time that'll be enough to keep him safe.
It just needs to be careful with the almighty acid spray. Acid! Do you trip?
Ran out of mana again, though. As that's a ton of damage, though. No more Spirit Siphons is Verify, and the roll in for Ponlo. Jump forward, Fishman. One more click will do it. Killing spree for Kaiko. Wasn't even acid in that fight. Come on.
It was
Torrent connect as well,
before.
and they get the counter kill. White Album saying enough is enough. I'm gonna salvage this top lane.
Alright, there's Fishman with the tactical feed, dying 3 times so that White Album can come in and end the killing spree. What a player, what a player. That's how you ensure your mid gets off to a good start.
The old Pinata strat, right?
Kotl is rotating bottom. It's not really the best hero to rotate on, though. Like, they need to bait out his rage first. This is... Okay, he still has rage.
They pushed him away from the stun.
Still has rage, doesn't matter. Gonna walk away. But it's not the longest range. It's like level 1. I feel if you baited it out first and then Phoenix shows up, well, never mind. Maybe they can get him anyway, and they will. It looks like.
Oh.
Yep.
Just diving past the tower. Courier dies from XCJ. That's. Yeah, I mean they're just running at him when he's low health. Not exactly comfortable situation. You wanna kind of trade back and forth, heal back up on creeps, but if you never get the chance.
Yeah, they got him. They are rotating heroes bottom though, and he's TPing back in, so perhaps they can defend the tower at least. Meanwhile, Kunkka is.
Won't let us go just yet.
Yeah. Top lane with the Carti. Acid defending the towers. Acid.
We need to be protected.
It's like a jingle right out of the comic book movie, you know?
What's happening down bottom? The tier 1 is gone. Like, SHENZHEN just showed up, and that's it. They just brought the Kotl, and that's it. But White Album trying to do the same top. And he... They're late, though. They're late. Doesn't SHENZHEN just defend top now?
Yeah, I think so.
They're so late. And do you know why they're late?
Because of the acid.
Acid! Defending the towers.
Honestly, I'm very glad to see SHENZHEN playing like this, because this is how you deal with Treant Protector. Never allow him to actually be able to heal these towers back up. And he's not actually that strong at fighting these first like 3-4 levels, so just keep aggressing onto him. But Haras might be aggressed onto as well.
Oh, Illuminate Blast on 3. Everyone's here. The Chronosphere catches a couple. Everyone, mostly his team too, but the damage is being done. 2 heroes down. White Album still standing. Thanks to the boat buff, but that's timing out as well. A couple of slowdowns, but Kaiko doesn't care. Jumps ahead. Beautiful torrent. That might just be enough to keep Kunkka alive, unless Phoenix can angle
XCJ though,
but...
he's caught. Hello.
Wait, okay. Different story here. They're cutting down the trees. Oh man.
Yeah,
They're handling them right now.
You guys were hyping up Team Fusion. You're obviously biased, fanboys. It's fine. It's understandable. It's a team that's freshly stacked up with pretty
Just
good
you wait.
players.
Just you wait.
Mid lane?
Last word has not been spoken just yet, but Punlo is in trouble. Needs some help coming in. The torrent does connect. White Album coming through, and stun being charged up though. There's no boat to work with at the moment, so if you can jive it out.
Every time Acid gets casted, I imagine a guitar solo in my head.
One thing I'm also, check this out, boys. I realized in the top lane, you know when they got those 2 kills onto Ponlo and the Death Prophet? Everyone was inside the chrono, and I realized there's gonna come a point in the game where there's ghosts flying around and Earth Spirit has just triggered Magnetize, and then Faceless Void actually has to be really careful with those chronos at that point because he actually almost lost 2 heroes just because of DP damage and his team couldn't fight back. So down the line, if he gets a chrono like that again, could actually lose his team, the entire team fight. You'll get the kills anyway, but afterwards there's like 2-3 heroes dead on your side, and you can't continue to push afterwards.
Yeah, gotta combo it perhaps with Kotal, who can also heal you guys up, right? So that can be helpful. Look at this cheeky hand wave. Oh, God King didn't accept the handshake.
No.
That's like just bad etiquette in Dota, right? Like you have to. One of the guys that triggers people the best with that is Yatoro. He just moves on a lane and in a dangerous lane where he knows he's gonna get ganked, right? And he just starts doing that. Like, yeah, I see you guys. Even though I don't have words, I know what you're doing. It's like mind games.
Acid defending the mid tower. I mean, it's silly, but I kind of understand why you're into that.
Into Acid?
It's very hype, yeah.
Yeah.
Lifestealer though, like he's been under some pressure in this lane, didn't really win it, but he has recovered quite nicely. He's right up there with Kaiko.
Did he recover, or did the Void just lose himself on the map a little bit? Like his farming patterns are all over the place, and maybe he's a bit more active. Yeah.
I choose to go for the positive interpretation.
Positive, yeah. Because Lifestealer can farm, but can they do anything?
My double. There's the Axe. They found Phoenix. They have a bow. They have a Torrent to follow. They have the Dawnbreak ultimate to contend with. Yeah, can't really fight into that as well as the Monkey King ultimate. He's stunned onto Yasuo. He is catching 2. And that's Lifesteal also down once again. SHENZHEN.
They're just...
5-man reaction.
Like, Snare, I believe, asked what can they do to make this offlaner life better, Dolmay's life as good as possible, right? Well, they don't have to do anything. He's gonna make your life better and easier. Phoenix gets caught, doesn't matter. Solar Guardian straight up in, healing him up, and the Monkey King. Circles on circles on circles. Could they chrono this? I think they can chrono this.
Probably super freaking low. They don't even need the chrono, do they? No, just click and the overgrowth comes in. The chrono just to make sure they can secure this kill. But the Magnetize doing some work here. Lifesteal like clicking away. It's YP going down first here. Ponlo though taking out the damage over time. It's gonna be the win experience.
Okay.
Can't get on top of people here. Maybe Hara kind of slowed down. Doesn't have the ultimate going. Also not an easy kill. They have to leave. Another rage available in a couple of seconds. Infest for now. But XCJ. He's gonna take out right in the back of his head.
Yeah, nice little blast there by the Kotal to move him back into position for the stun in the last second. Also, the creeps of the jungle helping out, that little ghost rate with slowing down the Lifestealer, and like, you don't have a vessel to bring the Lifestealer in the fights. You have Earth Spirit and that's it. You don't even want to infest first. And you're playing versus heroes that are very mobile. Like, you see that again? Does have rage.
They should be fine.
Yeah. Will he?
Bubble up by Hara though, right under the tier 2 tower. This is a little bit too much, certainly with the TPs coming in.
It's too much. They need to chill out a bit. They don't have. They do have Solar Guardian though, so they could fight against that. And they're going into BKBs. Do you guys think? I guess yeah. The BKBs are definitely going to change the way the game is played.
Yeah, I really love the stolen BKB especially. Like we saw yesterday a Dawnbreaker not going first item BKB from the offlane. It didn't look super hot, but this BKB, really great pickup. I guess it's only need the one on him. Like Faceless Void, you'll worry about this later down the line. And for Team Fusion, double BKB is kind of essential. I don't think you can play this game at all. We're already seeing that they can't play the game right now, like pre-BKB.
Yeah.
So they pretty much just sit back until they get the items. And you have to sit back and hope and pray that you don't get caught out by horror with the acid.
Acid.
Yeah. Carl's not going for BKB just yet. He's got the heals almost ready to go though, so it's a bit of defense. Solar Guardian will be missed. He's just trying to TP out. That was never gonna work. He had the boat though to cover it. This is still gonna be a kill. Oh man. That's what
You know why
trying
you're
to
so
be
easy to
cheeky.
right click?
Because
of the acid.
Alright.
But also with the vessel, a ton of heal reduction versus all these heroes that benefit so much from it, right? And all of them are tanky, like Kunkka here is playing into a DP, Treant as well. And they're managing to take down objectives, even though they're playing versus this 3 Kunkka. Now they have Chrono available, no Solar Guardian though, which is a huge deal for their fights, but I believe they can still take down the tier 1 mid.
It's taking them a while, but they tank up for the catapult. They should eventually be able to pull it down, unless Fusion and some are fine fight here. They have Nexus to work with. Also have Pottenlaw kind of off to the side, threatening a Magnetize.
Yeah, fortification actually used by SHENZHEN as well, so they can take down the tower with the catapult. White Album, man, he's
got up. White Album caught again, pre-BKB the boat. They'll protect him for a little bit, but dragged back into the Wukong's command. No help in sight. The tower still went down.
These guys are not messing about with these hand waves. They're definitely using them as much as possible.
Well, it's being left hanging though.
This kill score, boys, 30 to 15. We're talking about on the panel how much SHENZHEN loves to fight, and in this game they're being heavily benefited by it. But speaking of fighting, we mentioned the God King's build on this Lifestealer, him going for the armlet into Basher, which he's doing expectedly, but he's somehow out-farming a Maelstrom Faceless Void. I'm not really sure how this is happening right now. Like, and he was out-farming it even before he finished his armlet. What do you think's going on, boys? Why is Taikyo not finding the farm?
I mean, he's been 5-manning with the rest of his team, right? That's why they've been getting all these kills.
Yeah, it's a
Kind of
good
cuts
point.
both ways. It's only 3k advantage now, which is starting to get better now, especially if they can keep transitioning into more and more objectives. It gets easier for them to actually build a network fleet. But kills alone don't do that, you know, as long as someone's still farming on the other side.
Yeah, he never, like this Void, how many Ancients did he hit? Like, very few,
I've
right?
not seen him.
He's constantly playing in the Radiant jungle, and that's it. He's not really... Look at Gwen, meanwhile, on the other hand. He's finding the best places to farm in, the most profitable ones at least, so he's got that for him. Dolme?
Dawnbreaker, forced out the BKB.
Yeah, but Dawnbreaker is the thing, right? It's not only the Void. Like, you have the Void, sure, but you have a Dawnbreaker with the BKB and almost a Desolator completed, so there are some different heroes on your side that are doing all right. It's just the Void that's struggling, which is surprising. Like, I would expect maybe Void to be ahead of Kotl, and Kotl to be making more space, but... it's okay. I believe their farm is delegated nicely for now.
Yep.
speaking of quality, he's finally going back for the BKB now after getting Yules. So once he gets that, then there's 2 heroes on the team. Don't really care about Ponlo anymore. And because they don't have much right-click damage out on White Album, he just went straight BKB. They actually won't have much teamfight presence at all. They don't have too much damage on Gwen experience. So this smoke kind of has to work. If this goes poorly, then it does feel like they're going to be set a little bit back for the next couple of minutes on the map.
How's their catch? They do have the Kunkka, right? So he's leading the charge.
Bring it to Hara.
Yeah. That's not the hero you wanted to go in. Acid. Low
You
key,
can also
low
gank
key.
the tier 1 tower mid on the back of that, so not a complete waste. Establish some control, but yeah, it's the job of the 5 position to tank these kind of things.
They don't have fortification as well because they used it while taking that tier 1 tower on the mid lane, right? So defending this one is a bit harder for SHENZHEN.
See Kaiko now, who does not have a BKB just yet, so Axe back into the boat. Solar comes through, rooted up, but he's still dying to the exorcism. The Chronos Field all in place. Though for the Whooping Squad to come out, they should be able to walk it off. Here, Dolme gets the kill over on the tree, but taking so much damage here, it's exorcism doing work. And even through the BKB, they get that secondary kill. Looking for more now. Ponlo charging forward. They find the tree with the Monkey King on it. Follow-up stun, White Album clicking, Fishman ready to suck him down, still alive. Just acid! More here, and it's the acid. Acid! One around. White Album is dead, but so is the acid man and his friend. Only one left standing is Phoenix.
Yeah. You know why that happened the way it did?
Yeah.
Because they had no acid man at the beginning.
Yeah, no acid.
Yeah. No, what does the Void have? He has like a Maelstrom and that's about it, right? Like he needs that either a BKB or a Manta. He's going for a Manta, it looks like as well. Yeah. He needs ways of dealing with the silence. I think BKB perhaps is a bit better because of X marks the spot, but Manta is also amazing against Trient. Maybe both even is good for him, one and the other.
Yeah.
But you could definitely see exactly what you two were mentioning. Solar Guardian comes in, he chronos, but it doesn't help him because there's just so much damage over time from all the ghosts, from Trient spells.
Right next to him as well as Phoenix. They found him. We'll roll in from Ponlo, and he is dead.
The Dream is not dead yet, yeah, but it's shaken a little bit.
Yeah. This is so nice to get this kill though, because they're going to connect top as well. Fishman's already pushing in.
What do you think
onto the tier 2 tower.
What do you guys think? Who's getting this Agrims? Hara almost has it completed. Should be the Solar Guardian girl, right?
Yeah. If it's not Dawnbreaker, they're just lost.
Do you guys watch The Boys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the first season, I believe. Yeah.
Is this Starlight in our game? Right?
Yes, yeah.
It looks alike. She's a bit smaller in the series, but it's understandable.
I was gonna say the actress has a lot of work to do to catch up with this body, yeah. needs you and Black's gym regimen to make sure it looks exactly like the Dawnbreaker.
Give it to Monkey King? Are you kidding me?
Okay, so they're gonna have another core, I guess, in this game.
What?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I really expect the Dawnbreaker to get it, but he's building another one. Don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. The thing is, like, they will
just a flex, right? We don't even need to use these Aghanim's because good acid.
Acid. No, the problem is, I expect Fusion now to really start taking over map control. Perhaps going into this triangle, contesting Roshan with Exorcism. They have their BKBs. They have hit their item targets, and it's about time they start doing it. We'll see if they decide to just continue farming as they've been doing so far.
Yep.
There's also Chrono available, something that you could utilize.
Yeah, how do these fights look when SHENZHEN's actually ready? Because the way that started last time around was can avoid being caught all by himself for quite a while.
Yeah.
and he got the chronouts, he still died, but and then the rest of the team kind of filtered in. They all had already committed the Solar Guardian. Then everyone else kind of showing up to try and salvage and then dying off one by one. But if Shenzhen is ready to go and get a good chronosphere with some sort of follow-up,
with some sort of
acid. How do these fights look for Fusion then?
well, Fusion messed up a little bit. They wanted to infest the Kunkka and go in, but they didn't.
Oh, he's out.
They still have Chrono? Okay, never mind. So basically what they were trying to do is Kunkka was TPing in, and God King was approaching him for infest, so they can go in a fight together, but he wasn't fast enough. They still do get the kill, right? It's enough.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to fight right now, though, Dragon Drop. You're asking what do these fights look like with SHENZHEN being fully prepared? It's now that there's double BKB on Kunkka DP, you've suddenly run out of quite a lot of damage. Kaikyo has no physical damage to his name just yet outside of this Yasha. Even the Maelstrom, still some magic damage in that regard. Maybe that's why they put the Aghanims onto this Monkey King. They're like, well, somebody just has to hit them normally. Oh no, they smoked under an Observer Ward. Feels bad to be them, but shout out the support play on the side of Team Fusion for scouting that one out.
And they could still force a triangle into, let's say, a Rosh Pit. I'd love to see that.
Oh, Punlo though, look at him. He's playing Ward himself.
Yeah, they're preparing for this. This could be really good for either one of these two teams, but I expect Fusion to come out on top. They are the ones that know what's happening, right? Let's see. If I was SHENZHEN, I'd just go Rosh. Like, screw this high ground. I have acid for the minus armor.
What item acid also synergizes with well?
With what item?
Dawnbreaker Deso!
No.
Nice.
Nice. Amazing.
We already got the remix going, boys.
There we go, they're running into the Monkey King, who's a core apparently, and now the Torrent connects up to him. Need a little bit of extra follow-up, he is quite tanky. Fisherman drops the axis. Meanwhile, the hotspot point in the back though, that's way more important. Kaiko is dead, so's YAP.
Oh no.
Thor's down for the count, and now with the fresh axis straight into Roshan. Aegis is gonna be in their hands. Without Chrono, surely there's no way they can contest this.
Something that's confusing me. Look at the Faces Void's build. He is going into the Lincoln Sphere after getting this Yasha, so... But why? Would it matter?
Yeah, that's pretty... Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't... Like, is he truly buying Lincolns?
Yeah, he already bought Perseverance. He's buying Links, man.
No way. He's buying Manta. He's gonna finish Manta. There's no way. I don't...
He's buying the item! I don't know what to tell you.
Yes. Like he has Manta, Lincolns, BKB, and Mjolnir queued up. So like he wants
I really want to see a Manta on him. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Or a BKB. It doesn't matter. I would actually just like a straight up BKB and that's it. It's got that Maelstrom straight up BKB with the Mjolnir, but Perseverance. He wants to persevere in the face of danger, but that item does not do that in this game, at least.
Yeah.
I really don't understand it.
If you buy Lincolns, there's a fake grenade on Lifestealer. Like they have the fake grenade.
Yeah, like this kind of a that's. If Black was here, he'd be way more harsh than I am. Like I'm telling you.
It's gonna be very hard if they end up dying here. Fishman not popping the BKB here. He's going to be quite tanky too, even with all of this nonsense being thrown his way. But now the Axe nicely dodged, but cannot dodge the follow-up roll here. Right into Gwen Experience, right into God King's hand. Phoenix pops the BKB, but it's not going to be enough to keep him safe here. Ponlo magnetized on couple here. Overgrowth holding Dawnbreaker in place despite the BKB. So on to the next one. The boat connects on Tahara. No Essence going to save him here. Oh man, it took forever to try and harass out Fishman. Plenty of time for Fusion to set up a perfect engagement.
Like, even these Aghanim Scepters that Alchemist is buying, I feel some Solar Crest would have been better. Like you get some solar, you pop it on that void, he starts hitting a bit better in the acid and the chronosphere together. Like instead you give the Saganims, you build it up, you give it to Monkey King. It's wasted net worth. Like Monkey doesn't have anything. He's rushing a BKB. If he was at least like I don't know, if he started, remember the days when a support Monkey would still get like a Maelstrom Atos into Gleipnir early on. Then you give him mags, then he builds another item, suddenly he's hitting hard. But
back in the old days when supports didn't want to play support, so they played core instead out of the 4 or 5. Yeah,
pretty much. Now the Void gets the next. Man, I just don't agree. I don't agree with these Aghanim Scepters at all, but maybe there's something I'm not seeing. Maybe this Linken's is because of the Aghanim Scepter. For him, he has a shard as well, right? So perhaps the idea is with the Linken's, he's gonna jump in, jump out.
Then doesn't get extra. What?
But why do you go Yasha Perseverance into Manta?
I wish I was smart enough to have these answers for you, Lizard. I don't know.
It's gonna go back into Meteor Hammer. Or maybe, honestly, maybe it's just for region and then refresh your orb. But even that is questionable.
I'm still so shocked that they don't have this Axe on the Dawnbreaker though. Like they've given out 2 of them. I could maybe see some rationale in the first one not going to her, but surely they should be seeing that, well, we've won every fight where we get a good solo Guardian in position where the rest of our team is set up and having this evasion on it. And yeah, I'm just very surprised by this. I don't know.
For me, the eggs on Dawnbreaker is game winning if she gets it first. But it's not only about that. It's the fact that ever since that train stopped, right? That big snowball train that they had on their side, they've been picked off and they couldn't find a proper fight.
Yeah.
They didn't use a single chrono that netted them a kill afterwards. And now things are becoming... let's say this Life Stealer. I love the way he's itemizing. I don't think it's an easy game for him, but he's going all the right items. He's tanking himself up. He's becoming stronger, harder and harder to kill in the Chronosphere. Kunkka as well. He has his AC. They're just bulking up, right? All they have to do is survive. Let's see if they can do that.
Found low.
Well, he can't. He found out. Yeah.
They've also got this. They've got Shivas on DP as well. I'm just really concerned about all this armor that they have on the side of Fusion. Like, how does SHENZHEN punch through it in these bigger fights? Like, picking off a Ponlo here or there. I'm just realizing that Ponlo is the squishiest hero on their team, and Earth Spirit is the most easy hero to bring down. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel very good. Hell, even that kill that they just got over there, that took longer than what it would take, for example, if they jumped onto YP on the other side, if they caught him in a similar position. And it might happen because he's being ran down right now. XCJ had vision, but fortunately for him, does get into the trees. But maybe Dola might not be as lucky if she does end up showing in the lane.
Yeah, they're really careful about who they initiate on because they don't have a lot of vision on the map. And they're worried that some Solar Guardian plus follow-up could happen if they initiated on someone that's tanky. It's understandable. They were actually following Monkey before on top lane as well, and he was right there. They could have caught him easily, but they didn't. They didn't want to. Like they're a bit reluctant to take every single pick off that's possible. And yeah, you can't blame them for that. I would like to see SHENZHEN, however, be a bit more trigger happy on that chrono. But right now I wouldn't. Like right now you need to wait for Rosh anyway.
You know, just finishes Lincoln so you can be playing more aggressively.
Yeah,
right?
we were like you guys were asking where's the chrono damage. I actually thought, yeah, you don't have it, but eventually it's gonna be the Void. He's gonna get farm. But not with these items, like he's not gonna deal that much damage in the Chronosphere as well. XCJ top lane.
Oof. Does end up dying here. BKB
There's a Basher
right there. Okay, BKB lasts for a while, but yeah. Did not end up mattering here. Jump in, jump out. Kaiko now X up. Oh wow, the Lincoln did not protect him from that. But I think he dodged it out with the time walk, actually. That's
Nice.
very nice.
But that was bubble committed for him to survive that fight.
Yeah.
So now you don't have Chrono. There's no ult on the bottle. Oh, that's...
He's building a rapier. I mean,
He has
like
queued up, but I
yeah,
wouldn't
all
put
these-
it past him right now.
I would build it. Like considering all the items that he's bought so far, it's all passive items. Like right now, you need some extra damage. Either build a Daedalus or a rapier, my friend, because you're not gonna be doing a lot in these fights, right?
I'd like to see Halberd maybe on one of Fusion's heroes.
Their net worth is lower than most of the net worths on the side of Fusion, even with Aghanim Scepters, right? Like,
Yeah.
Speaking of Axe, thankfully Hara stopped with the build-up. He's like, well, let me actually get some items that are gonna help me in the game, but we'll see if he actually gets to anything. That's also one of the things about this past 5 Alchemist sometimes. When you give out these axes and you don't win these fights, your team isn't hyper effective at controlling the map. You don't have less space to farm because you have to give up priority. Then suddenly you're not actually getting anything else, which is a bit of a shame because some of these items can really be good on this hero. And you know, you were talking earlier, Lizard, about the potential to become like an additional core on YP. Sometimes we've seen this Alchemist also moonlight in that role, but a game like this, you don't get there unless these fights go well. And so they have to have the smoke connection work out for them. But I don't think they can get this kill. Like without Bubble, there's no way.
Oh, got the bash. BKB comes through now from Konka, but he's being perma-bashed. The boat still came out though. They'll protect him here alongside the BKB. The rest of his team not really thinking about joining up though, so he's just not buying time.
yeah, Chrono was up in 15 seconds, so maybe they were worried about that. Sometimes like, they don't have God vision, right? So they don't know exactly. You do write it down. Like Chrono is one of those spells that you definitely write it down. Or there is one player that should do it, but
Right to Roche here upon low. Looking for him here. The stun follows him all the way, and right, the bashes are getting there.
There's a Chrono.
Now on one. Gwen experiences not a lot of damage being done here though because of his neat little Elven tunic. And now there's the turnaround here. Chronosphere on cooldown. Buyback from Ponlo. X isn't going here. Needs to get on top of people here. Over off to the side as YP offers himself up as sacrifice here. Be clicked away at. That's number 1. Kaiko in and out once again. Ponlo has a passenger here. Connects over on Hara. That's another one down. Another roll forward. Phoenix dodging it here. Dolme not so much here. Actually, okay, Ponlo needs some help. A roll not gonna happen here, but he's set up for the right kill and he wants it here. Oh, Kaiko though still alive. Thanks to Dawnbreaker as well as the Manta style, but what can they actually keep going here? Fishman. No more accesses, no more damage coming from him. It's all gonna be on the Lifestealer once more. The BKB to protect her as Dolme falls once more. The buybacks also have been used as, okay, now jump in onto Fishman, jump out, YP in forward, gets the ultimate out, and it's Fishman down for the count. Dieback for YP potentially here is God King trying to click it through even throughout his ultimate extra armor. The hacks over on Kaiko, but no follow-up here. Focusing on next CJ. He is going to die any moment. Gwen experience another rage. Trying to get on top of Hara now here. The Axe will enable that. The bash is secure. This fight just keeps going and going. There's more and more buybacks. Now the silence over Faceless Void. Do they have the control? Another Hex. There's the bashes, but no turn to connect. And finally, they kill the Faceless Void as well.
like,
What the hell is happening? It was a 2-3 minute fight around Roche, just starting on left of the pit, then moving all the way to the big old circle.
I forgot how the fight started, to be honest, but the ending was really cool. SHENZHEN, they don't have damage, but they're still very mobile, and that's what they use to their advantage, jumping in and out with Void, Kotal constantly from the backline, Monkey King jumping across all of those trees. Like it was a really cool fight, but one thing is evident: they don't have damage. They're just lacking it heavily.
That fight was also mostly 4v5 and at some points 3v5 as well. from the side of Team Fusion, because they killed White Album alone down bottom before this engagement actually started. He doesn't have buyback on the pit. So that must feel really bad for SHENZHEN. You're fighting for so long, and most of the time you're not even fighting them at their full strength. They're all being like pulled apart, not necessarily comboing all their spells together on the side of Team Fusion, and you still end up losing the Aegis. You're the one that went into the pit to begin with. Just painful experience overall. But yeah, they definitely are out of damage, like completely at this point. And it's a bit surprising that this is the case, given how much net worth they have overall. But like we've been talking about, this item build from the faces were not allowing them to heads up just assassinate these heroes. They always have to find them in like awkward parts of the map to try and find them out here in kills.
Ponlo found him, but I'm sure he's regretting it. Maybe not. He rolls back out, but so much damage over time. He's still alive and being healed up. Kaiko seeing if he can find something.
They can go back in. They still have that Aegis. Earth Spirit is full HP with that Infest, right? Almost full HP.
And Pono just got BKB on the Earth Spirit as well. So now, most of the time that they've been able to get some connection in these fights, SHENZHEN have been finding him first, Ponlo, because he always has to roll in, right? Make space for his team, find some vision. Nobody else on the squad is doing it. But now that he has BKB, like, I don't think have they killed any hero after or during the BKB duration? I know they killed White Album bottom, but he was like surrounded by the whole team and just got abandoned by his squad.
Right?
Yeah,
And even that took forever.
If there's a fight and someone BKBs, you're probably changing targets straight up on the side of SHENZHEN. Like how would you actually go about hitting anyone when you don't have damage? Even the damage items that are on Void, the Maelstrom that is, it's mostly magical, right? So it doesn't really do a ton. Let's see, they smoke up on the side of Fusion.
Foam and smoke here, send God King up top. Kaiko still gets a tower with the illusions. They're wrapping around towards another once again, but at the same time, SHENZHEN. Somewhere else entirely. No Radiant Vision here in this triangle. There isn't a wave, so they should, with Kaiko showing they should have an idea where the rest of his team is at as well, as the smoke will break on Death Prophet. Looking and finding Hara. Hands come through, need a little bit extra follow-up, and they'll have it from Ponlo and from Hara himself. Silenced, so he's stunned himself. It's bad, man.
Game is hard. Game is very difficult. Void also just bought MKB, so didn't choose to decide to finish the Mjolnir. Goes MKB instead. I suppose we do want attack speed on this hero, but this also feels a bit peculiar. Like
evasion counts lifesteal, right?
Yeah. It's for the talent. It does make some sense there, but
just tell Cuddle to build Bloodthorn or something. I don't know.
Clicking away at the tower now. Exorcism going this entire time. Aegis still in hands for 1.5 minutes, so give or take. Trying to chunk away on this lifestealer. He's just gonna invest and heal right back up, and the Exorcism still going.
And you can't chrono her. She has Xeon Disc, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, the style. Thank God for the man. The style sense comes out. The back to reach actually kicked back in for a moment. You're protecting the racks. Go back in a moment. Still a minute left on the Aegis. They want to go and
that was the most fortunate backdoor protection I've seen in a while. Like,
on to.
Well, they do have X mark. Go hit
I want it. I get it. Okay. Running the gauntlet, you know, between bashes left and right. Stormbreak also got one now.
Did any one of you guys play Guild Wars, the original one?
No.
Long time ago?
No.
Oh.
I played Guild Wars 2, but not the first one.
Yeah, the 2 actually, I believe so. I played 1. There was this mechanic in the game called taxiing, and that's what taxiing looked like. You just pay someone to go finish your objective.
That's entrepreneurship.
Honlo once again playing the vision game. Scouting them out and then rolling it out of there.
So much damage mitigation on the side of Fusion. with this AC, with the boat, with the Shivas, with the
Wraith
Wraith
Pact as well.
Pact, on the Treant Protector, with Treant and his armor, with Aeon Disc, right? So you can't even chrono if you wanted to.
Can be Strength Blink as well for Death Prophet. In case you needed more health.
Yeah, the only thing that I need to say though is I would like Fusion to close this game out a bit faster, right? Like a bit sooner than they're doing. They're just completely fine with farming away. I don't think this one will run out of their hands, but it won't escape their grasp. But you are playing into an alchemist. He can get some Aghanim Scepters, some Dawnbreaker Aghanim Scepter. I would love to see, but it never happened.
Yeah. It's a little bit odd to me.
Yeah, Monkey King, is he keeping up? He's 14k net worth, right? Half of that is that Ags.
Ags BKB is trying to build Skadi, but only has the ultimate orb and does have to start thinking about buyback now. Now that his cooldown is coming back. I think it was Black yesterday who made the comment about how sometimes you're in a game, you buy back, and the best part about buying back is that you can just spend all your gold now. You're like, thank God, I don't have to save money anymore. But with his buyback returning, he's already seen that they actually can't fight. Weirdly enough, they do need him in these engagements, if nothing else, just to lay down the Wukongs as an area that Fusion can't run through just cavalierly. So he can't afford to spend all the gold once he does get this back of cooldowns. That means less damage for whatever fight comes next. And you mentioned that they're just farming away on Fusion, but it also feels like they're just getting away with it. It is not a good look. I also agree that I would like to see them trying to aggress through the game and just try to win it out. But maybe their rationale is let's just choke them out slowly on the map, and then we'll take the last big fight after the next Aegis. So we'll see if they stick with us after the big man comes back into the game.
All right.
All right. We haven't seen Acid in a while.
Acid!
It stopped working. What happened? I need more. Yeah, like I completely agree with you guys after this game. I believed I had some faith in SHENZHEN, but this game,
not anymore.
It has shaken me. It shook me. There, I found the right tense.
What they need? Do you know what they need? They just need an AC. Acid and AC.
There's no AC, only Aeon Disc. Are they actually building any damage? Like they're getting a Windwalker onto the Keeper of the Light, getting Aeon Disc on Void. Okay, the only person building damage is Dolem. Like if you were just to look at these items and guess which heroes are playing it, and you saw Basher, Blink, Deso, BKB into Silver Edge, there's no way you guess that this is the Dawnbreaker, this team.
That's not unheard of, right? It's
definitely
nice
not,
to have
yeah.
that secondary damage dealer, but yeah, I still don't understand Lincoln's on a Void. I just don't. I guess I mean there's an Abyssal Blade on Lifesteal, so that would be blocked. But he also has open wounds, and there's still no BKB to prevent any other spells from just any random spell triggering that. Right? I don't get it.
Manta Lincolns. Yeah, also don't really get it. We still haven't actually seen it being fully utilized either. There was that one fight where it blocked, I think, a Spirit Vessel from Ponlo, but that's pretty much been the extent of the usage that we've seen in these engagements. He's still getting X, he's still getting boated.
Yeah, he dispelled some silences every once in a while to get himself back out. That was quite clutch. So it's like the Manta style is very useful and very necessary against all of this nonsense here. Yeah. Even if you get the BKB, you still need the Manta for the overgrowth. So the Manta is perfectly fine, but if the Lincolns was a BKB, I'd feel a lot better about the Void. And now that the end is queued up, like I think it needs more DPS.
It's like I thought that maybe they had some plan in which Void isn't the true carry, but the Dawnbreaker is, and maybe even the Monkey King, right?
Yeah.
But it like you give the axe to Monkey, but he's not getting space to farm. you're giving Axe to Void, but Void does not have damage to utilize that Axe. And then you end up with 3 heroes that don't really do a lot, and Kotl plus Dawnbreaker are forced to pretty much just carry this game on their backs. And they've done a really good job early on with all the rotations with Solar Guardian. It looked great. It looked all right. Then you chrono someone, and yeah, it it doesn't do anything because you don't have damage. So no, not sure what made them what made Void force himself into the Lincolns. But it is what it is, right? Like you've been yeah, like yeah. I wanted to say when life gives you lemons,
Life gives you Lincolns.
But life gave him Lincolns.
Life gave him Lincolns. How do you make lemonade out of Lincolns? I don't know.
You may make a Lincolnade.
Lincolnade.
Yeah.
Well.
What would Lincolnade be? It's Shokata, right? Do you guys know what Shokata is? Is that blue Fanta?
Oh yeah,
Blue Fanta.
Yeah, light blue Fanta. You never had that?
No.
Yeah, it's radioactive. It's not but I'm serious. We had that. We had a lot of Fanta tastes here.
I think I saw it in the supermarket once or twice, but I never bought it.
Yeah, it's horrible. Don't do it. I mean, I liked it as a kid a bit, but the original was the best. Damn, I didn't have that drink in ages. Do you have any soda?
Some of that.
I had some like grapefruit type thing, like a cheap Fanta knockoff grapefruit, which is also nice though. Especially when it's cold, right out of the fridge in these temperatures, you know.
Man, it's winter over here, so saying out of the fridge right now, I'm just like, no.
Your winter are like summer, I feel like.
Yeah,
that is very much the case, yeah.
Like, I look at you, you're in a hoodie, and I'm thinking, okay, it's probably like 25 degrees there. It's been how long? Okay, so you see this? You see what he's asking? I was sure that there's some beef between these two teams. There's no peace, love, and understanding. If you remember all the hand waves, right? All the waving early on, like that waving was a bit of BM. Like every time your gank is successful, if you're waving, it's BMing a little bit.
We've also seen them like throw quite a lot of tips, and there has been some BM. So
yeah.
And in these situations, most of the teams that we see, whenever they are going to be asking, "Hey, admin, what's going on here?" Yeah, you're right. That normally indicates that there's no love lost. It's like, get back in the game so we can. If you're going to leave this game, we're kicking you out. You're not leaving by choice. There's no pause here. You only pause the game once we destroy the throne, baby.
That is also BM though, if you do that. Unless it's the auto pause when someone disconnects, like before the game's actually out. When the game auto pauses, it's like, oh god, that's a rage quit.
What's some of your guys' favorite BM that you've seen, like over the years?
I don't like BM.
You don't like BM? You're so nice.
No, I'm friendly banter, yes. BM, no, that should not have a place in competitive Dota.
You don't like Moon planting trees in the enemy fountain?
I think if the game allows you to BM without writing anything, you should BM. That's how I feel about it.
That says a lot about you as a person, Lizard.
I mean, yeah, it says that I've actually been involved in sports. Come on, man. Is there any sport without BM? Like,
nope.
I'm not saying that it's a good thing. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't. But
it's never been a good argument. Oh, yeah, it's always happened like that. So
yeah, it is what it is. You know, deal with it.
Sometimes you need to inflict that psychic damage, man. Back when I used to play basketball, the type of things you'd say to your opponent, man. Get them to make mistakes and to mess up. That's why OG won TIs. They mastered that BM meta.
Like,
Yeah, okay. I could go in about how that's creating a lot of this kind of mindset. Might not be helpful, but yeah, that's a topic for another day. As we are back into the game, 4-man smoke coming through. Lifesteal is infested into Podno, so he's hitching a ride. And
that's
we'll see
scary,
if it's
dude.
gonna be one of those 5-star rides, you know, that you can never forget. Repping all the way around here. If they can get Phoenix, this would be big. As there we go, rolling in. Fishman right on top of him, gets X'd up. Before he can get the X's in mouth though, so Phoenix walking away with the BKB. The match is over on the Alchemist. Buys back immediately. He is the loose pawn also. Immediate buyback. Is there. Oh, Chronosphere is out here over the tree and Protector only. He doesn't even die to it with the boat coming through. Actually, Kaiko rejoining XJ. Holding on to the overgrowth for the moment, but that's the X. Back into a roll, into silence, into everything. He's dead. Kaiko, what are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, so back on the BM topic. Dolme.
Roll forward here, catching him. The Hex kind of slow down Ponlo. If he dies, that's a dieback here with a double stubbering for Dolme. That'll be the case here. Can he get out? The bash connects here from Gwen Experience here. The Hex over the Monkey Kings. White Album clicking him down. Meanwhile, Kaiko ended up bringing down XCJ after all. Now Knockback Gold coming through. Your Lifestealer controlled up. Is he dying here? It looks like he is. Wow. It's just not a buyback. No one has buyback and Fusion right now apart from White Album.
Interesting,
SHENZHEN with a re-engage in front of their base, they get so many good kills.
Fishman is the only one left standing. He manages to snatch that double damage rune. They're drawing that they need to go into the fountain or on the throne. At the same time, some of them are saying, no, let's wait for ages. They have to decide, but probably would be better to pressure the mid lane as Rosh will not respawn in a minute. Yeah. Monkey King isn't there, he's out pushing bottom lane. Let's see if they can even up the score when it comes to the Raxes. They will not have the acid spray as Alchemist is still in the pit. The fight was, it was an overcommitment from Team Fusion 100%. It did force out a lot of buybacks. Void buyback, Dawnbreaker buyback, so Alchemist buyback. It gives you like this rush. This next rush should be game winning for Fusion if they do not lose their throne by then.
To force out these buybacks if they possibly can. That's why they're going for these tier 4s right here. It's been delayed quite a bit, but living armor and
they're trying. Yeah, okay.
That's okay.
Get the buyback that we're hoping for, huh?
Nah. I mean, at this point in time, there's still tier 2s in both of the other lanes. This is probably the best you could have hoped for. It was expensive though, like you were saying, the double buybacks, but another thing that I saw in that fight, which was very weird, was that whenever Team Fusion, remember we were talking earlier about these BKBs?
Classic.
And they got caught without him. What happened?
Hara, he was been sitting inside the pit for a minute, and the moment Roche respawns, he leaves. They figured out now. But that was the extra couple of seconds of Fusion needed. Now they're all in here. They can bring down Phoenix first. They bashed up here, brought down a second time with the exit. They need some vision, and they ain't got it. Down for the count, Phoenix also rejoining here. BK, Chronosphere straight up on Ponlo. He is dead. Can they get more though on the side of Fusion? Hunting them down. They need some control. Without Ponlo there, lacking the chase unless they can get an X out here. White Album's looking for it on somebody, but he can't find it. Here, 2 for 1 with a buyback from Phoenix. But Roshan is up. They can transfer back into that now.
Yeah, you just go straight back into the pit. You don't have exorcism or anything. Let's see if SHENZHEN can contest this. There's a bottom lane pushing in as well, and Void is already there, so he might try to rat this. Needs to be careful. There is a Hex on White Album if he TP'd back.
Yeah. TP back right now. He ages and hands a White Album actually. So they need to address bottom though. That's a tons of creeps. There we go, finally coming back.
I'm surprised they didn't just send Kunkka, cleave it once with X marks the spot, come back in. But
they still don't have the Earth Spirit, right? So they kind of want to wait for that anyway.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just go back, exit, get back up.
Oh yeah.
Wait for the Earth Spirit. We don't want to commit on bottom because you could have been jumped here. It's a bit dangerous, but yeah, whoever gets jumped probably doesn't die at this point. They have Aeon Disc, Aegis, Cheese.
All right, 25 seconds on Dolme, but by the time they get across the map, he'll be back. Piping situation is looking very different right now. Like if you want to look at that, Lifestealer has it, Death Prophet has it, XCJ is close enough. White Album though, he spent some money on the refresher, I believe. So.
Drag and drop. Check out our boy Kaikyo. Click on him and
God, he has
start
it.
smiling. Divine Rapier.
What an absolute madman! Yeah. Rapier on the Void. Alright, so he's got damage now. He also got the Aeon Disc to protect him. But they've killed him before. He did buy back a couple of minutes ago. And few extends if he doesn't get a good chrono. And that Rapier might bite them in the behind.
Do you believe? Do you have faith in the... Do you have faith in the Rapier?
Nah. The way he's been playing so far this game, I don't think so. I mean, you might still get the one big chrono that changes it all. He hasn't really been great at finding them so far. Yeah, part of that is also because Fusion has been quite spread out.
This game, at this point, can go in any direction. I feel like up to the Rapier, I was 100% on Team Fusion. From the moment the Rapier got picked up, I'm like, okay, maybe anything can happen. Yeah, it's possible.
Yep. As you're pushing in two lanes, like mid is pushing in normally. In Wave's bottom, there's one coming. It's kind of two ways to go about it. Either you just go head on down bottom, or you just sneak up towards... I kind of wanted to see them X's him and blink on top and try and get that down while they're busy bottom. Because like going high ground is still annoying against the keep of the lane.
Yeah, you probably want to go straight high ground, right? But you want to wait them outside. At the same time, they're never coming outside. Especially now with the Rapier. Like, they're gonna chill inside their little castle, hiding away, throwing tomatoes at you from the window. What would you throw? Would you throw rotten tomatoes? You would, right?
I would have thrown rotten tomatoes.
What would be your vegetable of choice? Maybe potato? What would you be
You're trying to trick me into being BM.
It's not a BM.
I don't stand for it. Like, that's real life BM.
You're such a goody, drag and drop. You truly are. No fun allowed here. No potatoes will be thrown.
Vegetables are disgusting, my dude. Come on.
I'm a good morale person. I'm not gonna throw anything.
Yeah, Lizard throws
Different
vegetables.
sensibilities.
Drag and drop throws games. We are not the same.
We're not the same.
Speaking of throwing games, something interesting. Check out those boys. Lifestealer's third item, or the third ever pickup of Aeon Disc.
Connects on a couple of units. They get it right. This is what they've been waiting for. YP dead already. Buys back immediately. On to the next one. Never mind, just focusing on the rags here. YP actually, he's got the Workers Command ring. That'll send them packing. Don't feel comfortable fighting into that.
Hanno tanked the solo chrono though, so they don't have the bubble anymore. He took it all by himself and he buys back immediately. They don't have another bubble ready.
This should be it then. They're ready to go high ground.
Going in, Kaiko just trying to bait them in. Yeah, couldn't stop the blink, but just focus on the racks. It's the range down. Melee next, jump in, Fishman. X is not gonna last for too much longer, I believe. Yeah, now gets stunned up by Hara. Does he still have that Aeon Disc is popping now? And that'll be enough to keep him safe, and also enough to finish up that set of racks. For sure, orb use on DP, so another round of defense available just in case, and another exorcism if they want to go again.
And they should, and they will most likely. Chrono is still down, so they should go straight up.
Yeah.
Straight towards the top lane, through mid or through top. Lanes are pushing in. They smoke up. We've seen a lot of these fake bags with smokes, but this isn't even a fake bag. They understand.
Exactly, it's just straight up going in. Hex up on the lifesteal though. Remember, he does not have the Aegis. Nobody has it right now. But he does have a Nairisk of his own. Triggered now. Making things a bit more awkward. By a little bit of extra time, then Kaiko can also get a buyback, but then again, if it comes to that, that means he would have lost his rapier more than likely. It's going to be less effective. 40 seconds though on the chrono cooldown. As Ponlo, oh my god, ooh, did not quite have the range here, being gone on the outside. Not ideal, but they do interrupt the Dawnbreak. Another Wukong's command comes in. Dolmei, he is dead. Can't buy back into the fight if he wants to. Ponlo, where is he at actually? XCJ in the middle. So quite experienced look for YP. That would be a dive, another double torrent. How does he keep finding these? Now Dolmei just came back and he's dead again. 2 diebacks. As Fusion find what they've been looking for. Kaiko in and out, but the rapier seems useless right now. Fishman.
He's got a chrono, but yeah, he's got a chrono. Will it be?
Oh, gets Hex in front. Pondo still alive. Hex is got Hex eats the cheese, so they have to follow control. They aim this to protect Kaiko. There's the chronosphere, absolutely everybody. We can't even kill anyone. Yes, he can kill her, right? Alright. That's not gonna do it now. That's not going to be enough. They're up against Mega Crypts and Fusion. Okay, that's a secondary support. Ghost Scepter protecting Hara. Another Hex over on Lifesteal, but
Hex on Hex.
the Hex on Faceless Void into the boat. They just need to get on top of him, and they are. And he is dead. Rapier on the ground, and oh, don't mind if I do, says God King. And this should really be it. Sure, Void can buy back. He does not have a chrono. He does not have damage anymore. And they
GG.
call it GG. Well played. An explosive end to an exciting game.
Yeah. Explosive ending, definitely, indeed. Exciting game at parts. At the beginning, definitely, when SHENZHEN was still up front and making the right moves, but suddenly everything collapsed from them. And it collapsed on top of, in my opinion, not only the movements, but the item builds. They were maybe having a bit too much luck with those all the BM waves, which Karma sometimes strikes back, and that's what happened. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Am I being too harsh? Just tell me this, or can I go more? Can I go further?
Go in.
Okay,
Let's see.
so
Put it on.
what
Someone
the
needs to be
hell
that
is
guy.
happening? Like you go with the Lincolns. No, you don't go with the Lincolns. You go with the Yasha into Perseverance on Void.
Yeah.
When you're lacking damage, why even Lincolns? Like, what made him think in this game that Lincolns is necessary? It's an item. It's fine. It's been popular on Void for ages, but there is absolutely nothing for you to Lincolns off that cannot be dealt with by buying a BKB, right? And the Lincolns can also be dealt with. Then you have an alchemist buying an Aghanims for a Monkey King. It was the first axe, right? It was for the Monkey.
Yeah.
Axon, yeah.
He had that Monkey King. If you clicked on him, he had Ogre Axe at that point. Like, how much is that Aghanims gonna do? It's a crazy game. It's just very interesting choices throughout the
Yeah.
game. Very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
But it was
Choices
fun
made.
as well because of Acid. It was perfect.
Acid. I mean, the Faceless Void found himself in a position where I feel like whenever you are in the situation where you go to defensive items in lieu of just buying BKB, you don't feel good about the game. Like, if I'm ending my game on Faceless Void and my inventory has Aeon Disc Lincoln Sphere, I'm not feeling very positive about how that game went down. And just in general, it just felt very strange and bizarre in that department for the side of SHENZHEN. On the bright side for them, though, they there was still enough fear inherent with how they draft played. We often see the situation happening in these late game scenarios. The team has like a Chrono, they have this Wukong's Command, they have Solar Guardian, and the enemy team is afraid to push into them. But it did still feel like Fusion played this game slower than they could potentially have. There were moments it felt like they could have gotten really far ahead, but sometimes what would happen is they'd go for a fight, lose Podlo or XJ and be like, well, we're not going to do anything until they respawn. We're not going to play super aggressively with Ghosts until that point. I mean, we only saw that playing once at the end of the game where they just blink on high ground with Ghosts and say, all right, come at us and let's see what happens. So Drag and Drop, as much as there is some flame that needs to be thrown towards SHENZHEN, not the cleanest game in the world from Team Fusion either.
Certainly early on, Podlo had a couple of technical tumbles as well, even though we do love him, but he's also been doing a lot of work to make up for it later. And White Album as well. We can maybe look for it in the highlights, like especially at these last fights, he got multiple double torrents with very little setup. So they established it in the end, but it was not particularly clean.
We see a lot of these fights started to, as time went on, they started slowly trying to eke out an advantage here on the side of Team Fusion. And a lot of these highlights, though, there's a common theme that I noticed, that SHENZHEN early on, when they were still looking strong, they were able to sort of be more spread apart. But as time went on, they just were forced to clump together. They were like, well, we don't have enough damage to kill these heroes. Fishman, if we go on him, there's no point because it's DP, super tanky, all these armor items, Aeon Disc. The same is true of this Kunkka. Unless it's like 5v1, it's just never going to happen. Yeah. And it just kept being Podlo. It felt like also they had maybe some of that love lost that you were talking about, Lizard. There's maybe some beef with Podlo as well because they almost never lacked an opportunity. When they jumped in, they're like, we're killing him. Only. Even the last chrono of the game was dedicated specifically to Podlo. Yeah, everyone else was inside it, but they're like, Earth Spirits will die and then it's fine.
Yeah, there was not sure. But when you see the game like this and when you see players asking admins how much time is left, there's definitely some bad blood involved, right? But as it should be. Like I'm not like Drag and Drop. I'm not all love and justice and peace. I want to see some hate as well. Hate brings the love, and it's a thin line. It's a thin line between these two emotions, right? And the more you love, the more likely you're to hate. But then you can turn back to loving. You can't love forever, right? Like it has to be.
You sound like a fucking televangelist right now.
No. There needs to be a mix of emotions. One feeds the other, right? Like I'm for that. I'm for that arc in which, in the end, they realize that they actually like each other and that they're friends, right? Like that's the arc I'm going for. But for that arc to happen, first, what I want to see is some good damn item builds from SHENZHEN. Like maybe that's a bit more important. Because they can win this game. They could have won this game. By the way, this game, in my opinion, was in their hands. They just made some poor decisions. That's it.
Yeah. Their strong start was a little bit diluted by the fact that they went for these items that didn't allow them to progress as well into the mid game as they wanted to. So at the end of the day, does mean that SHENZHEN will go down in this opening game. The thing was, they did manage to keep Team Fusion away from the base for a while, but as soon as they get into the base, it's just demolition. Also, these fights, just as the game went on, started taking longer and longer and longer, and that's never going to be beneficial for the Faceless Void team, because you only have 1-2 bubbles at most, and if you expend them, the other team's like, sweet, let's just go again. What do you do now? You have no real opportunity to make things happen for yourself, so poor SHENZHEN will go down in this game. Going into the second game here, Drag and Drop, you might, if you are on the side of SHENZHEN, right? What are you telling them as the squad? If you're the coach at the moment, you said, well, what's the team speech like? Because, they just lost out to this Win Experience Lifestealer, which didn't even have the strongest start of all time either.
I'll tell them, what the hell is your problem? Just give an axe to Dawnbreaker next time and build a BKB instead of Lincolns, and then they'd be fine, But it's kind of that, and also being a little bit more confident in general in their own position, because the first time the Fusion found a good team fight was when they kind of caught Void alone, and then everyone else kind of filtered in, died one by one. Okay, it happens, but they were still in a decent enough position afterwards, right? They could have rallied immediately there and said, all right, there was a hiccup, but we can still take fights. We're still stronger right now if we're all together. So, and they didn't really do that. It's like they hit a wall, and Team Fusion was the one dictating how the game went afterwards. So these kind of things are what I would address.
Lizard, you were talking just before the end of the game about how they have so much damage mitigation on the side of Team Fusion. We see that sort of reflected in that stat there. Despite the fact that SHENZHEN dealt practically the same amount of damage overall, they found themselves just unable to get these kills. What could they, outside of itemization, what else could they do differently in this game to try and at least address that and ameliorate the fact that they can find these engagements, they can start the fight, but they just weren't able to finish them at the end?
Yeah, they can also think about prolonging their own fights, right? Like getting these items that could help them prolong their own fights and kind of play that game instead of trying to finish off targets. They had a couple of had a couple of spells, controlling spells that were nice on their side, the Chronosphere, but it just wasn't enough. I don't think it's fair to say like what can they do. It's just the heroes are completely different as well, right? Like on one side you have these beasts that are also supported by a treant. On the other side, not so much. You have a Kotl that's just running around. If he gets caught, if he does get hit, he's dead. Same goes for Void. No matter what he built into, he built into Linken's and Manta. I feel that if he actually had a decent item build, like maybe you kill him. Decent. Let's put it like whatever, like Scuddy, Butterfly, Crit, Basher. Maybe not Basher, but you know what I mean. Mjolnir, you know.
That'd be really funny.
Yeah, but anything pretty much. It doesn't matter. You'll die anyway if they catch you. If you just need that BKB to place the chrono, kill God King, get out. But you place the chrono, you go on someone like a treant, and it doesn't really accomplish anything, right? Or Ponlo. It did kill Ponlo many times. Nice.
Yeah. Hashtag mission accomplished. We kill Ponlo, but SHENZHEN certainly need to find a way to get something a bit more defensive to help them out if they do get caught out. Because unfortunately, Acid is offensive and not defensive in nature. So let us hope that SHENZHEN has gotten these notes from our two illustrious coaches here on the panel and that they'll be prepared coming into the second game. And we'll see if that's going to be the case and if they can turn this one around after losing the first game in about an hour in this matchup. But with that, we're going to be taking a very short break here. And when we return, the second game will be live. The second draft will be live. And SHENZHEN will have another opportunity to try and take us to a deciding game number 3. This is the CN DPC, the second division. I'm myself, I'm Snare. I'm joined by Dragon Drop and Lizard. And we'll be joined by you in just a moment, right after this break.
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC as we continue with today's Division 2 hype. We've seen SHENZHEN taking on Team Fusion and losing game number 1, but now attempting in game number 2 to carry this into a 3-game series and hope to keep their hopes alive of staying within Division 2. Let us get into it. My name is Sne. I'm joined by Lizard and Dragon Drop. And Dragon Drop, have you had enough, good sir, of Treant Protector or of Death Prophet? Because if you had, and I've got some bad news for you, buddy. As we go into the second game draft, we're going to be seeing some very familiar faces within the region. Not that much change, definitely, that we're going to be seeing hero-wise, I don't think, from Team Fusion. From SHENZHEN, do you want to see any surprises in their draft if they want to try and make this a deciding and victorious game for them?
I feel like if they go for some surprises, they'll be like going the opposite direction. I think they just need to go more standard, more solid. Like they've shown that they know how to take team fights in the early mid game, and that's a pretty good foundation to build off of. If you then just follow the Book of Dota afterwards, you know. But I don't know. I don't think they should be too fancy here.
Let's hope that they don't do well. Let's hope that their fanciness comes in the form of execution and not necessarily just in the draft. But let us get into it. Let's see these heroes. Let's see these picks. Lizard, good sir. Something I actually wanted to ask you about. This Enigma hero, which we saw a lot at the very end of the last patch, especially. But we've been sort of dropping off since the nerfs in popularity almost wholesale, except for a couple of teams that still do pick it, Team Fusion being one of them. How do you rate the hero overall? Is he still first pick, first ban material, even against the team that has a Enigma specialist on them?
If there's a team that has a really good Enigma, perhaps. But I would say that there are higher priority bans now. That's the problem, right? Like you have so many. You have the Puck, you have the DP, you have the Tiny, you have the Marcy, you have the Dawnbreaker. A lot of them did go through, though. This could be Dawnbreaker and DP for SHENZHEN, and I wouldn't mind that. That for me is already kind of all right.
Playing into Treant Protector. Not I would like to see. Warlock. No cap. Bring me Warlock. Give me the big.
Oh, really? I would not have expected that from you, Snare.
Me, like Warlock. Never in a million years, Sam. Never in a million years. But they are going to be keeping their confidence in this Kaikyo Faceless Void. After the last game, they're like, well, whatever the problems were wasn't necessarily inherent to the hero being picked. And I think we all have some agreements with that. This time around, though, things are a little bit easier, right? Much more straightforward damage into the bubble. We already saw them last time. They trapped themselves often with Ghosts, but this time around, they'll actually have the damage going in the opposite direction. And I imagine that as they draft deeper into this, they'll also make sure that every other hero can contribute as well. But still, I'm still not feeling it first two, boys. I don't think Team Fusion were that likely to ban the hero second phase. I mean, maybe third phase, but it could also be a thing that comes up in their scrims a lot, right? That Kaikyo, whenever he doesn't pick Void early 2, it immediately gets taken out of the field.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been bad now. It's certainly after the last game. I mean, even if you end up winning the game, you could still feel like, oh, okay, that hero's too annoying. Don't want to deal with that again. So, SHENZHEN, if they really want to play it, then they might as well just pick it up now. But of course, it does once again give Fusion the ability to kind of counter it out a little bit, to address it in other ways in the bans too, like the Warlocks, once again taken out, so no extra help for the Void in lane. The thing that I am confused, not being addressed at all right now.
I'm confused with the heroes picked, heroes not picked, as well. At least from SHENZHEN, the Dawnbreaker looked extremely strong At least early on, it did a lot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Void did absolutely nothing for their team in that last game. They still opt to go for Void into a puck. Even now, there's a way of same like the last game. You had the Kunka, now you have a puck with Dreamcoil and Silence as well. If he doesn't build a BKB, even that Dreamcoil will be strong, right? If he goes for a
Maybe.
Manta again.
That's how he's gonna buy the Lincoln Sphere, man. He was practicing for this game.
What does Lincoln's do here?
Blocks
Uh,
pucks, stay gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Puck's gonna buy like
Ah.
Dagon Yules, and then now he can't do that on you. Hashtag winning.
I see.
On a more
Yeah.
serious note, though, like in this game, he absolutely must go for the Manta BKB. So doesn't really have an option for the Lincoln Sphere. So his team will definitely marshal him in that direction no matter what. But still is a bit peculiar. I don't know. Maybe the rationale is as well that, listen, give your carry hero whatever he wants to feel the most comfortable on. But it still requires Team Fusion to respond adequately to this. They did so in game one, but it took a while. Wasn't the easiest thing in the world. We'll see here if they decide to go for the Dawnbreaker. It is a hero that Fishman has played in the past, and it would be very, very good to take away from SHENZHEN. But they'll just go back for the Ponlo Earth Spirit. So they're going to reprise their support duo here, Drag and Drop from game number one.
Yeah, don't hate it. I mean, Dream Protector, one of these healing 5-position sports, you know, so that become more popular with the changes to the south, and then the Earth Spirit is this like beefy frontline initiator, scouter 4 position. They can just take medicine to his own hands. And yeah, seeing very similar drafts all around here, apart from the Puck and the Death Prophet being different, as SHENZHEN once again get themselves the Alchemist. So do you guys know what that means?
Acid!
Acid!
I mean, Red Panda, when we spoke to him, he was on Aster Areas. He was basically telling us that he really highly values this Alchemist 5. I think it is a strong hero. This Nyx Assassin hero, also now that they've picked it, immunizes them from getting picked Dawnbreaker into from Fishman. So that's pretty nice. Also does provide some kind of annoyance for the puck, some kind of way to deal with it. But this feels like a good Terror Blade here. 4th pick here for the God King in a situation where there's practically no burst damage on the side of SHENZHEN. All their damage is going to be over time throughout these fights, and those are circumstances where a Terror Blade can certainly thrive, especially when he's got the Treant Protector and the puck to set him up so nicely to just wail on these heroes on the side of SHENZHEN.
But do you guys think that do you think that Nyx Assassin is good as a deterrent? I like Nyx when Dawnbreaker is already picked, but I don't like Nyx if Dawnbreaker isn't picked. You know what I mean? Because the hero isn't that strong. He's pretty weak, in my opinion. Against the puck and against the Nerf Spirit, okay, there's some value there, but overall, I feel there's way stronger 4s. If this is a 4, which is most likely the case, right?
Yeah.
If it's a 5, it like right now, your 2 supports are Nyx and Alchemist. If
too much, right?
Yeah, if Alchemist is a support, that is, which most likely is, considering how they played last game, I think. Yeah, DP mid, some Nyx plus Mars soft lane, Alchemist plus Void once again. Like this particular offlane does not strike me as the strongest one. Like Nyx plus Mars doesn't do too much.
No, especially not into Terror Blade, Treant Protector.
No.
Feels like they can get away with a lot on that lane. I'm inclined to agree about this Nyx hero. The weaknesses of the hero in the laning phase is why for the longest time it was never picked. And right now, how important the lanes are. You can sometimes get away with it if, like you say, you have the counter pick into something that the enemy is doing. But heads up by itself, you need to play really well on the hero. That being said, there are these games where you'll see these Nyx Assassins, like some Kaka Nyx or something, dominate a game, and you're like, oh, wow, that looks kind of busted. But those games are few and far between.
We saw that yesterday, wasn't it? Magma Myanmar. He was owning on Nyx.
Yeah.
That wasn't a game against the Dawnbreaker, so that was the response. But even beyond that, like he constantly found double stuns. He was scouting left, right, and center. Like he was always on top of his game, and he made the hero look good or decent at the very least. But I think Lizard is right. I am afraid that if that does not happen, if you do not get so much value out of that hero, he's just going to be a squishy little bug that doesn't have enough levels for the spell to really do much.
I think these two drafts, like, you don't even have to ask me. I'm gonna go with Team Fusion. It's like, if I didn't see game one, I'd be more inclined to be, a bit more reserved. Perhaps I'd say 60-50, 60-40, 60-50, 60-40, or something like that in Team Fusion's favor. But seeing game one, I'm heavily favoring them. There is absolutely no damage. If Void doesn't buy it, you can't rely on Exorcism for your damage problems. And
No.
Void in last game, he didn't. Maybe he'll adjust with the item build. Maybe it will look better. But even if he does, I think this is a much harder game for them, as the draft from Fusion looks all right. This time around, it looks like they have pretty much everything that they need. They have the damage, they have the control, the matchup of carry to carry is decent for them, and they're playing into a Nyx with the TB. Like, TB in that lane should, on paper, have complete free farm.
Yeah. A free game for the God King on Terrorblade is a terrifying prospect, and unfortunately, SHENZHEN do lack damage overall. Drag and drop, though, but before we get into this game, give us a little bit of optimism. What does SHENZHEN need to do to get themselves into a game 3 with this drought?
Need to win. I mean, they've got the Mars, right? Mars is always gives you a solid foundation. Like, you've got potential for some chain stuns, you got acid, you've got a bit of extra damage inside the Chronosphere now, outside of the Void himself, with I guess with Exorcism going. If it's a little bit tough, but it's possible. Like, they do have some minus armor and physical damage strats going. Might be a bit rough against Terrorblade, but against anyone else, it could be very effective. So that's the optimist way of looking at SHENZHEN's draft here.
Let's see if the optimist view will be the one that pans out in the end, or if it's going to be the realism, the harsh realism of Blizzard. We are going to be finding out within the game itself, because we have game 2 of SHENZHEN versus Team Fusion. We've got two great casters in Drag and Drop and Lizard, and most importantly, we've got that acid. So let's go for game 2.
And most importantly, I expected him to say, we have Snare joining them.
I was like, wait, we have two great casters. My first instinct was, what, where? I did not see them at all. It's only the three of us in here, but it's also tree being cut down immediately here. First blood being drawn. SHENZHEN once again with the first blood advantage.
Who got the kill? Oh, this is pretty good. It was Death Prophet that gets the kill. So now you get to start mid with a bottle automatically. That always feels so nice. You got your regen and you get a free bottle. Life is good here for this Phoenix mid. And they need this DP to do really well this game, right?
Yeah, if anyone carries them, I feel like it's going to be DP through that mid game until Void gets a couple of items. So yeah, she definitely needs to do all right, get all those rotations. And Phoenix was doing okay in that aspect last game, right? We perhaps even overperformed with the Kotl. And the only difference, though, is this game is the only difference. This game is very different than the last one, as they do not have Solar Guardian to save them out of these clutch positions like it did in the last match. Because it was saving them very, very often.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of those rotations, I just remembered that they somehow managed to get a pre-10-minute tier 1 tower on multiple lanes last game, just with rotating a freaking Coddle into a tree. You don't see that very often, but it's a lot easier to pull off when you have Death Prophet. She just runs up, pop these ghosts, actually get the towers down. You definitely need to do that again, right? You can't leave Fusion to just farm away with this Terrorblade. Fishman might die bottom, though.
He might, but he might not. Hara. Kind of looking for him, but goes the other way. Slow down, stun. We'll have to go on Podler though.
Yeah, nice jokes. Fishman moves to the right, hides himself from Hara's stun. He's been doing the same thing last game, right? Just spamming out these unstables.
Yeah, there's another one. Mango gaming. Acid a little bit late, but might still be enough. Maybe not though. Fishman coming through. Kaiko slowed down with a stone. That was very close. If he had just a little bit more mana, he could have gotten out acid before the concoction connects, and that's physical damage, so the minus armor does help out as well. That might have been enough to get the kill. It was just shy a couple points of mana. Alright, Mule up top. Just got the tree and punch in now. You know, just don't anticipate too much being happening up here, I guess.
Yeah, Tree is a really strong laner. Meanwhile, Nyx is not.
Yeah.
The only upside is you have Dolme on the Mars, right? So you need to be careful a little bit of a stun miss, and yeah, you're just dominating that lane as Tree. And
You know, these changes from this offlane Mars, though, I think the offlane Mars has been affected the most by the nerfs to this hero. Just feels... You know, there used to be these days where you could dominate the laning phase super hard offlane on Mars. That doesn't feel like it happens all that often anymore. And with Tree here, it just feels so awkward just watching this Terrorblade farm in front of you, and there's not much you can do about it. Unless he, like, puts himself in a bad position, which it's God King. For all of his faults, farming and positioning in the laning phase is not one of them, so he should be perfectly fine. Just get a strong start to the game. XCJ running magnificent interference.
Yeah,
No,
speed off to Tree though, but to slow down another ultimate there. I was going to say another metamorphosis coming through. That'll be scary enough. The thing about Tree Protector is you get that extra healing as well, if the healing amplification if you're sitting inside trees. So these tangles go a lot further. And he also has a couple of.
I even forgot. I literally forgot about that interaction. I swear.
It's really good as well if stun bottom. We'll see Ponlodine and Fishman still being bullied, which is getting to be a bit annoying, but hey. But yeah, that's one of these things as well when you get the Tranquil Boots on Tree, and you know, you can just trade all your health, then just sit inside the trees for 20-30 seconds and you're back up to full.
And you're back, yeah. This laning stage, once again, besides the top lane where Tree is definitely doing his job, right, his part of work, this laning stage is still going well for SHENZHEN, just like in this last game. They get you in the first half, and then they get you in the second half as well.
Okay.
They tried to rotate mid to try and find White Album, but they didn't manage to catch him. Yo, we didn't actually talk up White Album enough. This White Album puck is a thing of beauty. It's always been one of the better heroes whenever I see him play it. I think this is also a very good game for him. Outside of this Nyx Assassin, they don't actually have anything really to deal with this puck. So if they maybe buy like a Yules at worst to deal with the DP silence, it feels like a very free game for him as well. So that's 2 cores on the side of Fusion that we're expecting to just play freely. In fact, he's actually rotating down bottom already. And they're low on HP. Kalki and them need to be very careful. They might die here.
Yeah, Ponlo
to work with, but the coil will make things awkward.
If the coil is there on Void, he dies. The sticks should not help him. Let's see.
That is... Well, turns out you're absolutely right. That's why you're the analyst. Then jump across, kind of intercepting Hara. He's plenty of health points, you would think. And Ponlo does not have another
there is a rotation as well at the same time.
Yeah,
though.
just
Like,
out in tower here. Gwen Experience almost dead. It actually does stick out to Phoenix's Spirit Siphon. White Album coming into... Ooh, nice dodge on the spear here, but it's still in trouble.
a huge fight on the top lane.
Off to the other side. Once again, all the way off to the side with the orb.
I love Phoenix's always committing to show up to these early moves, even playing Death Prophet. Death Prophet and Coddle. If you told me that a mid player is going to rotate on these pre-7 minutes both games, wouldn't have believed you, but Phoenix is out here. As soon as he hits level 6, he's like, all right, my time to shine. I'm basically playing a spirit hero. I want to get involved. And if he doesn't do that, then it means that they lose their carry and TB gets a farm for free. So very good move, I think. It helps to salvage a little bit of this early rotation that came out from Fusion.
yeah, the only problem is Keiko went mid, and he's about to almost died again. I can't believe they didn't commit completely for that, but yeah, he does get that region away from Phoenix, so that's a bit sad for him. It gives him a tangle. Yeah, not the bro.
My bad, fam.
Yeah, that was
I mean, he needed to take that region, right? It was,
yeah, for sure.
Oh, wait, hold on. Phoenix is dead. I think he's dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, it's a coil roll misses, but the coil is being snapped. Well done indeed. This did get Spirit Siphon out though, so
He missed the roll. Rare mistake there from Panlo. If he gets that Kuro connection, that's a dead DP, but without it, doesn't happen.
Against one. Power making that rotation. It's very fluid lanes at the moment. Alright, so the same kind of thing happened in the last game too, right? And that's Terrorblade still ended up farming well enough, or like lifestealer in that game. Old God Kings, and he's already dipped into the jungle.
But this time around it's a bit different, as he's supposed to be up front. He's supposed to be in front, that is. He's supposed to be farming faster than the Void anyway. And this time around, Void is not having a good time at all. Like, his lane has been... Like, at the beginning they were pressuring Fishman quite a bit, but then Void leaves, goes mid, and since that moment, Fishman completely catches back up. He's actually
Why did the Void go mid,
out-leveling
do you think?
Ooh, Arena comes out, he's dead.
Nice rotation into the jungle. I think he was left alone on bottom, so he decided to go mid instead. As DP, you mentioned DP rotation, she rotated top, but is it like some normal move by a level 4 Void? It's definitely not. I'm just searching for explanations, same as you.
Go top to try again with a second exorcism. A little bit later timing than last time around, but this tower should still end up falling. That being said, once again, XCJ is just delaying this so heavily. Fishman also made rotation in here. They want to keep this from going down for a little bit longer. Looking for an angle in here. Dolme on the wrong side of the game. Once again, the coil snap, follow-up silences. Here, taking a little bit of work to bring that kill, make the kill happen. Now double stun, double chrono here. Kaiko clicking away. Doesn't really have a lot of power. It's gonna have to come in from Phoenix, but Fishman's still very much alive. Kaiko, maybe not so much. The silence comes through. Does have another time walk, but did not get the chance to actually cast it. Once again, questionable decisions here, overestimating their own strength. White Album unable to dodge that because his facial was still on cooldown. Now he's in trouble, but he does have another ult here. He can get himself out. Hara, not so much.
And this is so huge for them as they're defending the tier 1 tower. Ponlo.
Have another arena as well, so Ponlo's just gonna tank it, and the rest super low, so they all back off.
Right now, you should probably leave this tower. Your treant can delay it a little bit longer, but you've delayed it enough. Yeah, this is it. This is a punishment for staying around. And now XCJ as well most likely will fall. Maybe not. Okay, nice dodge. The tower will.
Yeah.
Will it?
It's been fighting for that for 4 or 5 minutes.
I think it should. Yeah, at this point it should definitely fall. Yeah, they'll get it. It's basically you have to sometimes understand when you're really pushing your luck and just let certain things go. Just like in life, right? Like you can't hold on forever on some things, right? Snare, you just have to let go. It's for the best.
You know,
like Kaiko roll connects into the coil, snapping the coil. That's such a beautiful combination, actually. Been doing it every single time.
Right now, Tiny plus Puck is a bit more popular, but this one is an old school as well, and it's a very strong one.
It's the asset, Ponlo. So let's get stunned up as YP comes in for the follow-up here. Ponlo still alive, he gets a couple of spells out. Perhaps setting up for 1 or 2 kills. Another stun being charged, but Fishman also joining in to get the 1-for-1.
This game is completely like, you talked about Puck and how free this game is for him. It's just as free for Fishman, right, on the Pangolier. There is absolutely nothing countering him. He's very strong against the Mars as well. Arena, IDC Arena.
Yeah.
So
just want to see him.
I think it's also one of those games.
Get chronoed when he's rolled up, and then Void just keeps running into him.
I'm also just thinking about, like, you know how for me the sign of a Pango that's having a good game from the offlane, when you can still afford to just get away with building Diffusal heads up and still get it at a reasonable time, as if you're playing mid, then you're having a very good game. This bottom lane's completely open, they're taking over the jungle, just have so much space on the map right now, and unfortunately, Kaiko is still very far away from being able to play this game in that way. And we're gonna see his itemization. We'll talk about it in a second because Phoenix is gonna die in the top lane.
Yeah, up top, start off with the overgrowth, followed from Ponlo. Fishman drops his own ult. And you can actually bounce off of that tower type thing here. Did not quite know that, but it's taken a while to kill off Phoenix because of these spirit siphons, but 3 against 1 will eventually be enough. And yeah, once again, punished for very obvious move. Like he was all alone up there. No support. I mean, there's no way that doesn't get that doesn't get punished, right?
Yeah, sometimes you play that part of the map on the edge. Usually it's the carry that does it, like a Void, but it's not a good Void game, so he cannot do that. Instead, DP does it. I actually think Mars,
right now, actually.
Mars could have done it instead. Could have done it. It would have been good on him. It's also a problem when you have a position 5 that's farming. You have an alchemist farming in your jungle and pushing bottom. Like, that could have been Alchemist, actually. Perhaps the best option for them, even Fishman. Will he get caught here? Let's see. Oh, White Album instead. Goes in, kills Kaiko.
He just sticks out. The puck spells and the magnetize. Now YP keeping the magnetize going on him. Trying to TP out now. And will just straight up die. A little bit of extra damage from Fishman and then the roll to finish the job. And Dolme, not out of the woods yet either. I mean, White Album's playing. The last right click will do it before he TP's out. What? Now he realized, I don't need the TP. I can just stick around here. I could keep farming. Get a rune. Look at that.
Nice.
Tell you.
That's another fight where Void is showing up at... I don't expect Void to be showing up to these engagements at this point in the game. Like, yes, I get that they need Chrono, or they don't feel that they need Chrono. They can't fully rely on the arena alone, but I don't know. That's now another death on this Faceless Void. 4 deaths in the first 15 minutes on this hero. His net worth is less than the Alchemist on his team. The decision of how they're playing the Void, it's one thing from the last game, the itemization, but I couldn't really complain on how they're utilizing him on the map too much. Like, he was showing up to fights, but there were fights that were winning. This game, it doesn't feel like you win most of these engagements at this point in the game anyway, but he still keeps going for them and still keeps dying. So this is very peculiar Faceless Void play. And now he's like set so far back, even if he gets fed an Aghanim Scepter by this Alchemist, it's going to be a long, long time before he's a relevant force in the game.
I couldn't agree more, my dear friend. And this time around, he doesn't have Acid winning the game for him early on. Instead, it's just farming the eggs.
Where's it gonna go to this time?
Okay, this time around, who do you have? Dude, like I swear they have 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
They have very bad Aghanims targets, like very bad, I would say. In that last game, they had one good, extremely good, but they didn't give it to her. The Solar Guardian was never buffed up by the Axe. This time around,
I guess Burrow is good, but
no, Burrow is
nature.
good. No. For Nyx Assassin is amazing with Axe. Yeah. It's just that. Are you building an Axe for your position 4 Nyx this early on?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's not like you. That Burrow becomes stronger later on, right?
Yeah.
When the fights are very prolonged and you're holding a place and you're burrowing in. Like right now, fights are literally get in, get out. That's it. Like blow up all your spells. That's it. By the time you burrow, your Void is dead. You know what I mean?
Okay, hear me out, Dragon Drop. Hear me out, bro.
Okay.
We give the eggs to Mars.
No.
Right?
No.
Hear me out, right? So the enemy team has this Terrorblade and they've got the puck, right? You put Mars at the front of the fight, toggling Bulwark to redirect some of that right-click damage from the meta, bro. Hashtag good use of 4,000 gold.
Well, I was going to be caught. So I'm just going to ignore what you said because it's nonsense. But again, knowing SHENZHEN, that's exactly what their plan is. So.
Next level strat.
Yeah. It might just straight up go to the Void, even though it's... I don't know how we would use it, other than to maybe farm a little bit more, farm a bit better.
Long time ago, DP used to have like her number one item was Axe, but that's very
It
long
used to be
time
good.
ago.
Yeah, as oh YP dodges the extra rolls, so no free kill there. I mean, if they believe that Death Prophet could still be their big frontline hero, they might just give it to her to be like, oh yeah, you've got some extra DPS. Though it is comparatively weak, but if you don't have to build it yourself, you know, maybe that's what makes it fine.
Do you think the smoke will work? They do have the initiation from
Mounts,
Dolmen.
yeah. And there is Spear on Fishman. Do they have enough damage here? Follow-up control, follow-up stuns, the acid! And that'll be it, XCJ!
Nice.
No way out here, the X is also going. So the answer is yes, I think the smoke did work. Now looking for more even, but album slippery enough.
Yeah.
This is kind of
Nexus-
scary though, because they need to get this without
see it
dying.
now.
They can easily die to these heroes. Yeah. Don't you leave if you're DP? I think you have to run away right now.
I'm gonna be healed up. If illusion with bottles, so that's helpful against the silence.
It's nice they got a counter kill on the tower that they just lost on that mid lane, right? So the map isn't shrinking for them. They're still keeping up the space for the void. He actually started farming a little bit. He went back. Is his farm good? Definitely not. He's 4k behind the TB. Basically, the difference in the net worth is literally the difference between two carries, right?
Yep.
Not really where you want to be. Plus, you have an alchemist on the side of SHENZHEN, so your gold is a bit inflated anyway. The first agonyms will be completed though in like 15 in one last hit, so or 10 seconds if he waits. Let's see what he buys and to who he buys it.
All right, let's go. Take your bets, boys. I'm
Sitting next to
going.
Kaiko and he does not move anywhere else. It's just gonna be him, right?
Yeah, it looks like Kaiko.
Let's see. Let's see.
It's Kaiko.
He gives it. Oh, that's boring. All right, and now Kaiko's top net worth, lol. Made up it.
Look at how useful is that item right now. If you don't have any other items, right?
It's same like in that last game. Not necessarily way too useful, but it does help you farm faster, which is really nice.
Yep.
Like you don't have to jump into a creep wave and then hit it for 3 seconds, 4 seconds. You just jump in, it's almost dead if you proc the Maelstrom. So that's kind of nice, and it helps you. It actually does help you farm quite nicely.
Okay. I'm not sure if that was the plan, but they should still be able to bring down Hara.
They're coming for the counterfight though. Dolem has Blink Arena at the ready. They smoked on 3. I don't know how viable this is, going 4v5 in this situation. And it looks like they're also thinking they
Go
don't
in
really
now,
want to.
spear over on the Earth Spirit. No Rita committed just yet. Follow-up stuns as the DP goes in with the BKB. This rooted up Kaiko, but once again, Pondo, the only one to fall inside the Chronosphere. The X is a little bit more dangerous here, but follow-up stuns over onto Dalme. Like, he's being handled by Fish. What? He didn't get it! Oh, so close, we didn't finish off the kill.
Yeah, and they're going straight into...
This X is not lasting for all that much longer. They find the silence over the puck though. That's a lot of damage here, too much damage. Double kill for Phoenix.
Wow.
Homo Exorcism.
Wow, indeed.
Profile.
7 kill streak on that puck goes the way of Phoenix.
Yeah.
Fusion just missed a ton of spells there. At the same time, a fight such as that one isn't bad for Fusion if it was done on purpose by them. Like sometimes you just have to trade lives for big spells. The only question is what you do afterwards. If you see them smoking up straight up right now, even though they don't have meta, if you see them trying to go for Rosh or some similar play, then that fight was really good.
Yeah, they don't need meta, right? I mean, they have roll, they have coil.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you see them, if they do wait for meta, then that fight is obviously bad because they didn't really get anything. They just traded cooldowns for cooldowns.
Yeah.
Panlo was trying to make something happen for them with this chase, but it looks like SHENZHEN also had the correct read of the situation, knowing that they were going to be coming at them. They back off, just back into farming. They still have control of the triangle, so Void can just get net worth that side. And speaking of our boy Void, he is going for a much more survival-oriented build here. SNY Satanic. All right. I've seen this Void build before, but I think that game lost when I saw that. In this game, I suppose the rationale is, look, outlast, out-survive them somehow, and just play a very extended fight against the TV.
Didn't we say he needed Manta BKB though? Is that not still true? I mean, I guess he has 8 to spell with Satanic.
Listen, drag and drop, right? Manta BKB is for us plebs. He is looking into the future of the meta, man.
Yeah.
Who needs BKB when you just press Satanic and right-click yourself to survivability, you know?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sure, and then constantly get bashed, you get overgrowth, it's grown. If you hit Terrorblade, you're not gonna do much damage to actually lifesteal off of.
I paid good money for this copium drag and drop, and I'm going to huff it.
Gonna have to huff a lot of it, I think.
Black market hopium right there.
Not good.
They're smoking, but I think they got scouted
Pablo.
for the sword.
Oh, they see him now, but it's too late. Damage has been done.
Download the ward.
Yeah.
Radiant's
What a
top
player.
tower is under attack.
Yeah.
There are 2 wards, one Ponlo and an Observer. Big place.
And because of that, God King actually lives. He was in a really dangerous position. He was about to go into the triangle, but as the smoke has been scouted out, he moves all the way around. Goes to the he made a huge circle from tier 1 bottom to the base to the left side of the map.
Yeah.
Radiant's top
Better a
tower
big circle than a tombstone, I guess.
I have to admit
He
though,
actually rotated top.
yeah, he's trying to set things up. Oh, roll up. Okay.
Yeah.
Not sure why he rolled up there. There was no catch. Maybe for the carapace or something. Anyway, I have to admit SHENZHEN is
under attack.
playing much better in this game than they did in game 1.
Dire's bottom
Like,
tower is under attack.
It makes sense what they're doing. Their rotations, yeah, they might not always work. But they're looking solid. Just like they looked solid in game 1 early on. And then the item build charade started, like
Yeah.
the item build circus.
Oh, they find Phoenix. That's a good
Very
catch if
tanky.
you can finish him, but BKB.
He's very, very tanky.
BKB and Lotus Orb as well, so.
With the
super
Sange, with
rich
an
too.
essence ring, yeah.
At least for the BKB, it's a long cooldown.
This mid ward is just owning the game right now for Team Fusion. It's doing so much work for them. Yeah, they don't get the kill onto Phoenix, but that's a forced BKB charge. They're now down to like 7 seconds on the BKB without getting too much on the map. And you don't feel super positive about this if you're Phoenix. I mean, you prefer not to die, but you also prefer to use your BKB on the other side of the river at the very least.
Yeah.
Now if they want to do something on the side of Fusion, they know they don't have to worry about ghosts. Like suddenly God King's like, well, this tier 2 tower push seems a bit safer. I have the full butterfly, manta. They can't actually kill me even if they drop bubble on my head, since they lack the ghosts and anything from the DP to protect herself if she jumps in.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's our
Can they
bait's
rush
supposed to
though?
be reckoned with now.
Yeah, the butterfly is good. Kaiko, he does have Maelstrom at least to work with, right? It helps out a little bit against it, but it's not massive. And the exorcism has been committed, so let's see. Puck, he's trying to scout it. They might be too late for this. Ponlo, will he roll in?
Not too late. Oh, okay, yep. And trying to roll away, but gets bashed. And interrupted here, so he'll give his life. Bit of chip damage is being done down bottom, the illusion helping to push it out, so... And they did get the tier 2, so this is old school classic trade, Roche for tier 2. A little more meaningful nowadays, since it also opens up that outpost, but SHENZHEN gonna look to try and equalize that situation immediately.
Yeah. What do you think is more worth it right now in the meta, guys? How do you feel? I feel that Roche is stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aegis. I actually feel like the Aegis is a bit too strong right now. I want Roshan nerfed. Like the Roshan must get stronger, and then either Aegis or the goodies afterwards must get weaker or something. It does feel a little bit too strong. 'Cause
Hey,
now,
hey, 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 hey. We have that strongness for a reason. We aren't LOL here. We don't need no kill some Congo or Konga or whatever the hell its name is for measly power-ups. No, no, no. You get a full life and the cheese. And good cheese as well. Not some I don't know. Actually, every cheese is good. I was trying to find the bad cheese. But I just love cheese way too much. Like... Is there any cheese that's bad? Even blue cheese, like I love it. The smellier, the better. I don't care.
Yeah, no. Any cheese that smells awful, I don't like.
Really?
Because it smells awful.
I'm lactose intolerant, boy, so I'm out of the cheese
Oh,
game.
no.
Surrounded by cheese haters. I can't like this.
I don't hate cheese, but I just hate these stinky, smelly ones. Because why the hell
They're
do they
the
exist?
best. Come on.
You know, this game we haven't really spoken about too much, right? Is we spoke about how Fishman's going to have a free game. Look at his item build. This is... You're very happy if you're the Pango and you've gotten this. Blink,
Oh, yeah.
Diffuse, Basher, and now he's going to go into an Aeon Disc so he doesn't die before he can use Rolling Thunder. It just feels like once he hits this, more of these item timings with the Aeon Disc as well, it just feels like you just go, right? You just never stop. Because why would you? Between himself, Ponlo, and the White Album on that puck, they have a lot of potential to kill anybody who's ever caught on the map by themselves.
There's a sweeping crew. Just moving across the map, searching for kills.
Howra's getting the second axe. Where's this one going?
Nick
I
said
think
this
it's
one,
worth
yes.
it now already for Nyx. At this point, I think you give it to him. The first one would be pretty bad, but the second one, yeah, would make sense. He almost has that Satanic now on Void. I also wouldn't have minded if he did finish off the Mjolnir, even though I know a lot of players don't like it. But as he has the Aegis right now, maybe he could have greeded out for it.
Yeah.
Look at these illusions. They're going in mid. Meanwhile, SHENZHEN is literally trying to smoke. They're like, please, can you leave? I'm in the toilet here. Please, stop opening the door. You know.
I was thinking the same thing. I'd be so upset right now. This is basically griefing the game. Just one illusion.
It's like, give me some privacy. It's like, you know, like what's happening when your siblings are opening the doors?
Look at Ponlo scouting them. They were gonna go try and make a move top onto Fishman, but Ponlo's like, hey man, by the way, there's like 4 heroes coming your way. Just be careful. Ponlo's provided so much vision this game on the Earth Spirit.
You know, Snare, you got a good connection with Ponlo, right? So, why don't you just suggest to him to rename himself Ponlo the Ward in game?
Ponward.
Ponlo the
Ward?
Ward.
Yeah.
Because that would be amazing.
Nice roll up, actually.
Yeah. Not go for his... Oh, finds the bash, so yeah, that should be the end of this attempt. Doesn't look like Fusion want to fight this one. I'm very happy to keep climbing up on Terrorblade. He is smart. He's got a man style and a BKB.
What are you trying to say about our boy Kaikyo? What are you trying to insinuate? No, I'm kidding. He's got this.
I think I insinuated it successfully. I didn't just try. So, it's down bottom. Mars being bullied a little bit, but White
Coil
Album
used.
all alone.
Yeah, he used the coil as well. Interesting. Like, he had no way of killing him, but he does force a rotation out from YP, who did get
And
that
that's
agonist,
what you're
by the
looking for,
way.
right? Yeah, no, don't really want to fight anyway nowadays. Now with the Aegis still online. That's to say that though it's being reclaimed. So now it's a bit annoying that causing cooldown is alright. They finally punished one now.
You know how you kill Ponlo? You just you just camp the cliffs. He has a calling. Like the cliffs are when he closes his eyes, the cliffs speak to him. Come, Ponlo, come.
Maybe he spent too much time in NA playing with Arteezy in pubs. He's like, I'm gonna do it properly. I desire to be on the cliff.
It's Arteezy's biggest fan, Ponlo.
Yeah. So I guess where the Void Axe is really useful because it can just jump up any cliff and then down just in case Ponlo is there. Just to check.
They got Satanic now on Void, actually, speaking of him. So they're strong enough that they can reclaim their jungle and sort of not necessarily force a fight, but make Team Fusion think twice before forcing it out because, you know, Fusion themselves, they have damage, but I'm not sure they have enough damage to 100-0 Kaikyo before he can get off Satanic or Chrono.
Yeah.
So he's definitely feeling a lot safer because of it. Thank God it's not the old Satanic that gave you the status resist as well, but still, Kaiko's actually feeling, even without the BKB, feeling kind of a beefy target here in this game.
No, he's definitely having a much better game. YP tries to catch the puck, and they will catch him.
And the Chrono, and just being put in to try and delay this, but still enough lockdown.
Okay, that Chrono actually makes this death worth it, I would say. I would even say that one thing that I don't see Fusion doing, it's something that most tier 1 teams would do, Division 1 teams would do, most of them, not every, is bait out the Chrono more often. They bait it out and go fight. At the same time, do you have to bait it out if you know that SHENZHEN is not going to use it? Maybe not. But when there's like some crucial objective that you can take, or when your carry is ready to fight, you bait out the Chrono at first and then you go for a smoke. So once puck is up, expect a move to be made.
Yeah. Those later in the game, the Chronosphere cooldown is still much longer than the death timer. So there is a window, about a half a minute, 45 seconds perhaps, where you can make a play.
Drag and drop. The gods have smiled upon you and trying to bring you happiness and joy, my friend. Kaikyo is building BKB.
Wow. Finally.
Oh, you love to see it. I mean, he hasn't needed it up until now, right? Been happily just farming away, just chilling.
Well, it could have been, you know how much more aggressive they could have been if he had a BKB before?
Nope, because they weren't going to play aggressively. They were going to still keep farming.
It's confirmation bias, you know. But hey.
Top lane. I think XCJ has been scouted.
Yep. Goodbye, sir.
No cap, y'all. You know, you were talking, Lizard, about how you want to see what Team Fusion's going to do once they respawn. And they've also just gone back to farming. They haven't really tried to aggress on the other side of the map. No cap, if they get back this Chrono, which are about to in a couple seconds for SHENZHEN, I actually feel like they're ahead right now. It's only really this TB that feels super threatening from Fusion.
Yeah.
But absent TB, like Kaiko's actually not afraid of anything on this map, especially once he finishes BKB. Then you can just reserve the bubble specifically for the Terrorblade. And then suddenly the fights are looking very easy. Not even the Treant Protector can save you under these circumstances if you get bubbled now.
I completely agree. Yeah. It's Team Fusion have been giving them way too much space. SHENZHEN has been taking it, plus they do have this Alchemist, which beefs everyone, all that GPM even higher.
Yeah.
No, not sure. Fusion definitely taking it easy. But so they have that last game, right? Like, for a team that has a bunch of X-Division 1 players or players from different regions, right? They haven't really been way too active. This is the first smoke in a long while that we see.
First 5 minutes smoke as well. Like, we have yet to see Terrorblade really have a huge impact in the team fight. He's all 0-2.
Fishman.
Now the smoke will break right into the mass. That's a good start if they can get it, but the arena, well, forced out on top of the BKB. Worst thing in the world, especially if you can also force something on DP, but Fishman alone will not be able to do that. Meanwhile, we'll find the coil over the next assassin. He's burned up.
Not sure if they can kill that.
And the Chronosphere on a couple. Can't really hit Terrorblade though. The bat from the outside to delay this further. Down Spear to follow though. And Ponlo, once again, he's the target. But now Gwen Experience with his own DKB. He starts right-click away. Dolme. I can't hit on the outside. The arena is creating some issues there for him, but now this one's over. White Album, another jump forward. Fishman protected by his own A on this. Surely,
King is back in.
Something here. YP's back, King as well. Kaiko though isolating Fishman off to the side and finds another jump, but okay, going back in because there's no other choice. Couldn't quite get the right clicks out as much as they needed to.
he went back in for some shield crash in order to maybe survive. Oh, nice. Rosh is back in. They went into the pit and then they saw there's no Rosh, so they went out, but the Rosh was actually following TP and Puck. How many buybacks was that? Polno bought back as well on the dire side. And this is the issue, right? Like we were talking... remember when Puck died? I said, yeah, as soon as he respawns, they go because Chrono is down. And then you have a chance of winning the fight. But you wait way too long. Way too long. Chrono is back up and then suddenly you're actually losing the fight. Even though the Chrono didn't do a ton, it did buy them enough time to dish out some damage.
Yeah.
I mean, even got prevented from hitting inside the bubble by Fishman, right? It
Yep.
was a nice swashbuckle from outside. Like, most of the duration he spent bashed, but even then, you still handedly win the fight. Terrorblade very quickly realized, I actually have to get out of here. And we're now seeing the value of having the shot and the axe on Kaikyo, because it allows him to have enough mobility to sort of ignore TB and leave him for lost and be like, well, if I can't kill him in bubble, cool, we'll kill everybody else. And TB can't necessarily do that thing of, at least during the time you're trying to take out my team, I'm hitting you so hard and with so much damage that the rest of the squad is dying. Because the only heroes that are in his face are this DP, the Faceless Void, and the Mars, right? Mars has Bulwark, BKB, DP has a Lotus Orb, BKB, Shivas, you know, Spirit Siphons and whatever. Like, these heroes aren't dying. And Terrorblade, all this net worth that they have on this hero is not really accomplishing winning the fights for them. Now they can't really push on the map. There's only one tier 2 to fight, but there's no way they go to that side of the map. They have no Aegis. So what do you do now? Like, you just go back to farm, but going back to farm is kind of what got you in the situation.
Yeah, I think if you're Fusion, you need to split the map and make some assassin crews, right? Like get this Puck plus Third Spirit to do something. The problem is what? At this point, what exactly? You set it up perfectly. These heroes are way too tanky at this point. There is the Alchemist perhaps that you could get, but everyone else on the side of Shenzhen feels almost immortal. So yeah, it's they definitely put themselves in a bad position, but you know, Team Fusion, I believe they're also in a spot in which they could just let Shenzhen make a mistake or two, come off of that, wait on the high ground. There's an Aegis on Radiant, they're probably gonna smoke, you know that. So maybe let them do it and fight where you have an advantage. Polno might get caught.
Nah, he's not on a cliff, so he's fine.
Only cliffs is where he's caught, yeah.
On the bright side, they do have Hex now on White Album. So what do you think, Dragon Drop? What did they buy damage on TB now? He's already gone. I think that you're tanky enough now at this point, right? You don't need any more defensive items. You just go all in on damage now to actually try to kill people during the meta.
Yeah, you just need to stock up on damage, right? Yeah, it's...
He's already... Yeah, he queued up the MKB.
Right choice, yeah. Just anticipatory. Faceless Void does have the Butterfly queued up right now. Like, he might change his mind just depending on whether TP shows that MKB or... But yeah, it stands to reason that Faceless Void might want that. There's also Halberd and Death Prophet, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense to go for the MKB. Just need to stock up on damage, you need to then find the right sort of team fight, you know, try and, as I said before, try and bait out the Chrono. Then use the Metamorphosis and try and click people down very quickly. Or maybe if you find the initiation, try and make that a little bit cleaner with the chain stun, and then you just start off the fight with a numbers advantage.
One more minute on the Aegis, and Chrono is there. I'm super surprised Shenzhen didn't go for a fight with this, but instead they're just waiting for the butterfly, I guess.
Yeah,
which is okay. If that's the way they want to play it.
To AC now.
Yeah.
Also not the worst. Bit of extra defense against the TB hits.
I think he saw the MKB. Like TB already had it. He
has
just
it,
bought it. So the moment you see the MKB, you're like, okay, never mind. I'll get something else then, which does make sense. What doesn't make sense is that they never use the Sages at all. Considering they also had the Chrono. There's a goddamn tier 1 on the bottom lane, tier 2 as well. Tier 2 top, tier 2 mid. Like, I'm pretty sure you could have taken some of these towers.
Yeah.
Also, you're playing into a treant with an axe now. So, yeah, we're in for a long haul, boys.
There are trees everywhere. Upgraded trees that give vision and also our venue for overgrowth to join in, so that makes things a bit awkward.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Also, just realized how many Aeon discs we've had across the series. Like, last game we had 3. This game we have 1 being built by Nyx, 1 already finished on the Smars, another 1 already finished on the Puck. At some point, I could see Earth Spirit building 1. 1 is available on this Pango. So we really are going to be here for the long haul. Already 43 minutes in. I'm looking forward to some tier 6 items, boys. So some tier 5s, though.
Tier 6 items, yeah, that's a new one.
Tier 6, that's how long I'm going to be.
I actually wouldn't be surprised by the way they're playing and the amount of commitment that both of these teams are willing to make. I wouldn't be surprised if we got to some really late game, 60 plus minutes, because there's a treant, right? He's healing up the towers on Dire, and at the same time Dire doesn't feel strong enough to actually do anything on the map.
Why be looking for XCJ? Yeah. Vision is there, there's a sentry sitting in lane. Dust comes out as well. They find him, but in the back. Oh, trading for the Alchemists. 1 for 1. Dolme not really vulnerable. Spoken and prodding. I mean, these fights they don't get easier with all these Aeon discs and all the other nonsense that people keep getting. Yet, if the consequences of losing a fight are potentially a lot more severe. Buyback situation looking pretty decent though across the board. Only one missing on Fusion is XCJ, needs 650 gold. Same for Dolme, and YP is a little bit closer. But everyone else has it.
This game feels so scary. Like, one fight could cascade drastically for either lineup. Like, Fusion could find themselves taking a fight and being like, well, like, we lose and then DP is bearing on our buildings with the Exorcism and they have the Terrorblade, so if they win a fight, they can do the same to SHENZHEN. Maybe that explains why everybody's being so hesitant to actually engage, knowing that one lost fight can legitimately lose you a lane of racks. So you want to play as carefully as possible, but things only get more chaotic in the late game of Dota. So whatever plans they have, you start to also worry, like, is this actually going to work out? Deeper into the situation? I don't know. We do get a Blink Dagger being bought by the God King though, so it does seem like he is recognizing the need to be able to fight more often. He's going to be 7 slotted, boys. 6 slots already finished, already sold boots. You have to like BKB backpack plays.
He decided that he needs to fight more often, perhaps once every 10 minutes instead of once every 15. So he bought a Blink Dagger. Makes sense. There's also Quelling Blade now on Void. It's not to buff up his farming, don't worry about it. It's to cut the trees.
Someone has to do it, I guess.
Yeah. They were setting up something here. They were setting up, they expected Dire to come in, and their expectations weren't bad. It's just that they didn't have the patience. They moved out of position a bit too soon. Now they're going in though. All over the big game.
On a Terrorblade there, the arena's already used. Fishman kind of rolling back and forth. Kaiko looking for Chronosphere. Xander's having proc. Fishman kind of stuck off to the side, jumps over to the right. Now he's isolated here. Anders will proc, but there's no way out for him, is there? Let's get some distance here, but the rest of his team is already spread out across all the winds.
Yeah, the shield crash was nice. But the problem that I had from Fusion here, it's this was just a... Look at that, by the way, gold. Dolme got 555 and 666 was given to all the teammates.
Nice.
Looks really
Is
funny.
that
The coil. Ooh,
Yeah, that's
connects
meta.
over. They have the. They've got the void with the hex. They're clicking him down. Takes forever, but they got him. He does not have buyback. He just spent the money on something. On the full AC, and now this is the opening that maybe they were waiting for. They might not know it yet. They're trying to force some more kills here. Unable to do so.
That's a lot of illusions. And they can go straight into the pit.
Yeah.
There's no buyback on Void. Yeah, one thing that I didn't mention that's probably the highest impact change in this whole game, considering everything, is Puck. Alright, once you get that level 25, Void can actually die. As it pierces BKB, he cannot really escape with that. So
The Aghanim Scepter, presumably for the Void as well.
for the
Oh,
Void,
he died though.
That's
for the TB wing, yeah.
Terror Wave, yeah.
That fight, I'm not sure we actually flagged this item, boys, but he has a refresher on White Album. That's how he got the Void kill. He double hexed him.
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to do anything. BKB or no BKB. I mean, he still has a BKB already, but what can you do if you just get caught like that? And now you have Aegis, Cheese, Ags. Roshan is too kind, man.
Yeah.
This is not fair. Like, at this stage of the game was so even. You lose one fight, suddenly the net worth balance jumps up 10k. You just can't kill TB now. Everything just feels so much more difficult. Come on, y'all don't really want Roshan nerfs?
No,
Just a
no,
little-
I
just a small
don't,
one?
I don't. Just imagine this game if Roshan wasn't broken. It would be it would literally last forever. This game would never end.
Yeah.
Like something needs to force teams into actually fighting, right? Like something needs to force action on the map.
Yeah.
So. Like
Roshan
I actually,
fills a very
like
important role in
Yeah,
that sense.
exactly.
Yeah,
When you have this big objective in the middle of the map that's forcing you to react to it, that's the point, right?
Yeah.
Should be broken.
All right. Now though, with Aegis in hand and Cheese and the free Ags fusion on a pretty good spot. Also have a lot of vision just with the wards, but also these trees everywhere. Like even if you have a gem and a quelling blade, it takes forever to just go hunting. So right now they're choking SHENZHEN in for a little bit. It's only a matter of time until they actually pull the trigger, though, right? Surely they're not gonna just let this Aegis sit there and wither.
No. I think you use that Aegis and force a chrono at least. Right, like you force a chrono with it, you fight afterwards. There's no way in hell I think that Fusion are going to do the same thing that SHENZHEN did with their Aegis. At least that's how I feel. But maybe they'll just wait for, I don't know, perhaps some 60-minute items.
Well, the Stagons are everywhere. Well, okay, he's just going in. Fishman, pretty decent position for him here, rolling back and forth. That's an Aeon Disc already. And go win experience, clicking away. Kaiko with the man fight here. And no one's taking any damage. It's a bit awkward as the arena comes through. A Chronosphere off to the side, wants to get chance to kill. On low, win experience, doesn't do as much damage. That's a beautiful stun on absolutely everybody. Aegis is being triggered. Does not have meta, does not have Demon Seal. He's actually in so much trouble as Russell Steve's already dead. Fusion just completely wiped. What happened there?
Yeah, it was not a good fight at all for Fusion, obviously. I don't know why does Gwen use what's it called? Terror? The
Terror Wave, yeah.
Demon Seal.
Yeah, Terror Wave.
Demon Seal was the
meta.
shot. It's the same. That's so weird.
Yeah,
And
meta.
BKB.
And BKB before. The problem is TB isn't really the best Aegis carrier as well. And he was on top of the arena, on top of Nyx Assassin. Mars is taking like most of his damage away with Bulwark.
Another exorcism coming through. Seems very hard to imagine a Fusion fight this now. I mean, there's no Chronosphere, but that wasn't even that decisive in the last fight anyway. It's just the lack of damage. It's very rarely that you see a Terrorblade not to kill everybody when he's got Metamorphosis going.
Middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, just get the free set of racks in mid.
Nice. That fight also was God King revealing his blink, the swift blink in the middle of a fight. And it did, in retrospect, definitely went way too far forward without any kind of backup from the rest of the squad. Well, there was some kind of backup, but not enough to justify how deep he went. And like Lizard was saying, uses everything. Now it's super, super scary because you've lost Rex. Kaikyo is about to get level 30, not too far away from getting that. And Faceless Void, late game Faceless Void is one of these heroes that is just... it's terrifying, let's just put it that way. And Team Fusion, unless the situation happens that happened in the previous fight around the Roshan pit, where they burst him first, forcing SHENZHEN to retreat every time, provided Kaikyo gets to the fight late, it feels like they almost win by proxy if they don't manage to find a way to deal with him early on.
Yep.
It's still on Fusion to try and smoke up, get some pick off on this Void, right?
Yep.
As that's how you got that refresher on the puck. That's why you have the double hex. If you can do that, there are no saves for him. So if you can do that, you can definitely take fights. And you do have the Terror Wave as well with that Swift Blink that you just mentioned. So just they need to stop taking these super obvious fights and instead go for some sort of pickoffs. You have map control always, so it's surprising that they aren't even trying that. They're just fighting around big objectives when everyone has spells. They're not forcing something and then fighting afterwards. No. What they are doing is, yeah, let's wait for their spells and our spells and then we go again. It does make exceptionally fun team fights, right? Like they're enjoyable to watch, but let's see. Another chrono and they're going in.
Hooked up the smoker break now. Let's see Ponlo hex up immediately and brought down just as fast.
That's a gem.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's available.
Gem back.
Yeah. Just playing the split push game here, but that's delaying the game. It's not gonna end up winning the game.
Yeah. Needs to be said
you
that
have to fight and we have to win.
Pongo dying there did kinda save the TB as he was around that mid-tier 2. Mid-tier 2 position, that is. So if it wasn't for Ponlo, there were some chances that the TB gets caught instead.
Yeah. Alright. We'll be looking for something here. They have double bubble. I've got the double arena. Double X's for crying out loud. Like, if everything that they need, this is X going forward. If they can kill this
KO.
would make they can. He is dead. Buying back into the fight. But now, next on the list is Phoenix. But he's still alive. Pops a beacon, he turns around.
God King.
We're not controlling him much. God King, he needs to live, but he can't. He is dead. He is not going to be returning. Unlike Kaiko, who gets the bubble over on Pangolier. Bubble number 1 there for follow-up control. I think the conclusion has already been made here. How can they fight without God King here? There's the second bubble catching the two supports. Goodbye, Earthspirit. Goodbye, Trian. Goodbye, Fusion in this game. They're all dead. Not quite, but this game is certainly finally over. Just haven't called it yet.
Just need to.
One more kill, Tommy. Lotus Dagon triggering the air on this. Yeah, that's a bit awkward, but throne will be forced. The GG is called. SHENZHEN tie up the series 1-1.
It was a nice last move information from SHENZHEN, just getting that Void in, baiting some spells on him. He does die, but he goes straight back with the buyback. And yeah, they're very happy about themselves, as they should be. That game 1 definitely did show a glimmer of hope for SHENZHEN. Like the laning stage, the post-laning stage was good. The itemization was not. This time around, they fixed the itemization a little bit. They do play passively, but hey, it doesn't matter because Team Fusion is also playing very passively. So it kind of cancels each other out, right? We had an extremely passive game, but one riddled with very interesting team fights, so enjoyable in the end.
Very enjoyable to watch and to witness SHENZHEN taking the second game. One of the things I loved about how they played that last fight in particular, like you mentioned, they bait out the spells and the TB, but they make it a priority to delta split away from the TB, leave it isolated and say, if you're going to get us under off, it's going to be on one of your own heroes, or you're going to just be dragged completely out of position to make it happen. Great stuff from SHENZHEN. And Dragon Job, you were talking about it before the draft started, right? You were like, well, there are some positives in what SHENZHEN is doing. They know how to take good fights. They can be very cohesive and clean in their initiation. We were just very concerned about itemization. Like Lizard was mentioning, they fixed it. They looked way, way better. Yes, it was a passive game, but it felt like they dragged Team Fusion into the pace that would suit the side there of SHENZHEN instead of allowing Team Fusion to play a style that would allow them to win the game normally.
Yeah, it's a classic late game trap that you fall into. I mean, sure, you've got the Terror Blades, and you're like, oh yeah, that's one of the best late game carries, and you would be right. But Soul Chaser's Void, and he has that super big crowd control. He had two of them in the end. Not just that, you also got the Mars utilized perfectly in the end. So there's just too much control, and if you can't hit people, you can't kill them. And even if you can't hit them in a game like this with Aeondis with so many health points between them, it's going to be hard for God King anyway. And they didn't really have any other heroes that could keep up and pick up the slack and also turn into a secondary carry, if you were. So yeah, Fusion kind of forced them into this kind of extended game somewhat. SHENZHEN forced Fusion into it to some degree. Fusion also chose it, I'm sure, to some extent. Like, they didn't really make a concerted effort to increase the pace and go high ground, and force it somehow. And then, yeah, you've got the late game shenanigans, you know, and they always got to favor the Void team in that.
Late game Void, Lizard, the expectation, there was a term that you used in the game, right? The sweeper squad. We were expecting Puck, Earth Spirit, and Pango. If I'm seeing these three heroes in a game, I'm expecting that team to rack up a bajillion kills, especially in the early to mid game. That didn't really happen for us here for Team Fusion. What do you think it was? I mean, I can understand why they wanted to have God King just farming AFK for the first 25 minutes in the game, but the rest of the squad, why?
It's the calling. The calling. The cliffs are calling.
The cliffs are calling to us.
Withering Heights, my friend. Withering Heights. He was
so weird.
They spent a lot of time just being fine with Terrorblade farming and no one doing anything. Maybe they had some sort of a plan in which God King is telling, yeah, just let me farm, I'll be fine. That plan can backfire easily when you're playing versus a Void. It didn't backfire in the last game because Void did not have a proper item build and he never farmed. This time around, it was a completely different story. He found his farm and he was actually a beast. Later on in the game. Why they didn't constantly spam pickoffs after Chrono is down is my only question. Like, at least moves, you know. Like they would force a nice Chrono on someone like a Puck, which isn't the perfect target if you're Fusion. It's a really good kill. It's a position 2, right? White Album dies, but my worry for Fusion is that they do not go and get some moves afterwards, after the Puck is dead, right? Like after he respawns, as Chrono is gone.
Especially considering that they had access to both Tree and the Earth Spirit, you would imagine and envision them having the not just vision on the forward side of the fight, but the ability to get there quickly. Kaikyo, as time went on though, we just started to see the power of this Void get stronger and stronger. I must say shout out to Dolan for getting the early Aghanim shot here. We saw several times we got multi-hero spears, which is pretty great, but just feels very difficult to Team Fusion. They just ran out of oomph at some point in this game. And Fishman, despite having a very free game, was not that many times where he was demolished early on. As time went, he just lacked the ability to consistently control these heroes up. Main issue is that only the God King was dishing out this late game damage, so they need to find a way to fix that going into the third and deciding game. This is the disastrous fight. God King very far forward. The Puck's not with him. It only comes towards the end of the fight. So he's not there to provision the hexes onto this Faceless Void. And yeah, Dreamcoil can pierce Magic Immunity, but who cares? Kaikyo has just already got BK Beans right in the Terrorblade's face. Not much you can do at that point. And this just started to... This, I think, was when the real writing on the wall was. Because this was the fight that they had the Aegis for Team Fusion Dragon Drop. They were the ones supposed to be aggressing. Instead, they get aggressed into by SHENZHEN.
do literally 0 damage here. There was some bright spots here. They get an initial kill on Kaiko. Then he buys back, and then look at this. There's just constant control, and the extra damage from Phoenix. And yeah, that was the end because he bought back earlier, right?
Yeah, he had brought back a couple of minutes before this, and this kind of situation, Lizard, you were talking about it just now about how SHENZHEN Team Fusion, didn't necessarily utilize their lives as resources to bait out some spells and then go again on the next round of fights. We saw a perfect example of how good that can look because SHENZHEN did it with the Faceless Void. Kaikyo very happy to die in that situation. And surprising that the MVP vote goes to Dolem. Well, I do think he's SHENZHEN's best player in general, so I'm not too upset by this, but I didn't expect this at all. Do you agree with this, Lizard? Do you think he is the one that necessitated their victory here, or guaranteed it rather?
I'd give the MVP to the whole team for being so patient, so careful with their spell usage. Would I give it to a particular player? Yeah, I would give it to Mars, actually. I think he did his job well. Everyone else, they were on point, but Mars was the one that made the difference in these fights, negating 90% of TB's damage pretty much. Like, he's the one that saved everyone with the arenas, with the bulwark.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well.
Phenomenal job done by Dolem here and racking up yet another win into the belt of his Mars for the side of SHENZHEN. And that brings us into this 1-1 situation. Well, it shouldn't be too surprising that we got the 1-1 given that Lizard's on the panel and we'll always go to 3 games when a man is with us here.
So late for work. This is not great.
100.
I didn't say it's great, but it's 100%. This has never not happened, basically.
100% 3-game series with me. What can I say?
It's also long games though as well.
Yeah.
It's getting a bit exhausting too, but I guess we're getting straight back into the next one, so not wasting too much time and for breaks.
Well, maybe the teams are feeling that, given that we've had hour-long games, Game 1 and Game 2, they're figuring we might as well go heads up into it. Who needs a break after all of this? We've already done what we need to do to get our wins, and now it's time to get the third one. So we're into the third and deciding draft. Team Fusion need to win to demonstrate that they are actually challenging for Division 1. Erstwhile SHENZHEN trying to maintain their position here in Division 2, avoid the relegation battle at the end of the season. So they are going to be leading off the draft on Team Fusion by not just picking up this Shield Protector that they've always had. They see the Tiny from SHENZHEN, but now they steal the Alchemist here, Lizard. All right. So it's not memes. It's not jokes. They feel like this was also strong enough. This meta is spreading. More and more of these Chinese teams, I feel like, going to start doing this for this Alchemist. But do you think he is a pos 5/support in this game, given that they already have Shield Protector?
Maybe. I mean, they've run Treant as the 5, right? So it might just be saying, "Hey, yeah, you guys played 2 games with position 5 Alchemist for so long, and oh yeah, we're picking Alchemist first phase. Deny that from you, and maybe they're in the mindset of, oh yeah, it's going to be the 5 now. But maybe Fusion's trying to use that to do the old switcheroo, you know, and end up putting in the core role. Either way, though, they're going to have to decide that based on what else they see here, I'm sure.
Dawnbreaker for SHENZHEN. This is a hero that we had anticipated them picking a lot of. They utilized it earlier on in the day. It didn't really result in a victory, although that certainly was not Dolem's fault. He had a phenomenal game 1, honestly, on this Dawnbreaker. So in this game, they have that backup to come in and assist in these fights. Whenever somebody gets caught out by the Treant Protector, immediately you show up with Solar Guardian, and it's a big turnaround for you. All right. Still don't know what's going to be paired with in the lane. It's looking most likely like it's going to be the Tiny Dawnbreaker duo. I would have loved Puck to go mid for them, actually, with this as well, but they decided to ban it away.
Yeah.
Say no Puck, no Fairy Dragon.
Is this Alchemist going to be a core? What do you think? Or because there isn't a position 5 possibility, right? It has to be a core.
Yeah, we were just talking about that while you were briefly
I was briefly away.
Yeah.
I guess it's Assassin.
It might be a core, but it might be a core, but they might decide later, just depending on how the draft shapes up.
Yeah.
Just use it as a flex pick.
Punlo does play tree as well, so could be a thing where they do like some weird tree 4 Alchemist 5. have these two burly boys as supports. It's off kilter and it's atypical, but
Look.
we've seen a lot of off kilter and atypical things today.
You take Alchemist 4, Tiny, 3 4, Alchemist 5. You give Aghanims to the 3, and you start delaying the game from minute 20 until 3 and is a god. Okay, here we go. This is something that we've all been waiting for, right? Like all the healing heroes coming back into the meta, but not our poor boy Dazzle.
Well, he's here now, and
he also carries a pretty good axe, by the way. Yeah. Like something that he can't afford for himself usually. But if you do buy him an axe, you're gonna have a BKB on Alchemist 24/7.
Could this be a Dazzle core now? Dazzle mid? So.
I don't know. I wouldn't like that. I would hate that actually. There's Man, Marcy and Dawnbreaker and Kotl and Tiny. Did SHENZHEN just get like the full meta on their side? Like, what else do they need?
All that's left is like some CK or something. Just if they can fit that in the draft.
Yeah, some Visage, some CK, something like that. Yeah. They literally got like top 5 heroes on their side. Almost all of them.
Okay.
I want to check.
Obviously, we're going to have more activity from the Marcy. She's going to be. I'm imagining they're going to put this Kotl mid again for Phoenix. This looks like a really good drop from SHENZHEN, especially because it's still unclear exactly what the Dazzle's doing this game. Although with the presence of Dazzle, I think we should probably update our priors about the Alchemist and definitely consign him to the carry role here. Especially now that we have the Queen of Pain going mid. Unless it's going to be Queen of Pain off lane, because Fishman has played that. He's also played Dazzle in the past as well, so that's something that they could do with this Dazzle, put it in the off lane, just to try and get the shot as early as humanly possible.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to pick Dazzle, right, surely this is some sort of pocket strat, right? So I would not rule out the Dazzle core.
First and second are Tiny and Marcy, by the way, when it comes to the amount of picks in the Chinese DPC. Dawnbreaker is 12th. And what else do they have? Kotl, I think, is a bit lower. He's like 25. But he's been banned a ton. He's like been banned more than any of them.
Damn, 25 bans, that's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot of games. Banned in more than half of the games. So people do not want to play into this Keeper of the Light. Unfortunately, Team Fusion, since they have Treant Protector, you've got to ban my boy Warlock. They remove him here in the second phase, and in the third phase, they take out the Terror Blade. So we still don't know what Kaikyo is going to be playing. This is the first game, gentlemen, where there's no Kaikyo Void. Team Fusion showed respect. First 2 bans expended on the Phoenix DP and on the Kaikyo Void. They're like, all right, man, you got us. You got us this time around. But we're not letting that happen again.
Yeah.
Phoenix had a good Kotl performance as well. He played it quite all right. And what is this, by the way? It should be a Kotl mid again. I would suspect Tiny carry with Marcy 4 and Dawnbreaker offlane. I would suspect, but it could also be Dawnbreaker carry. But I don't think so. They'll do the same thing. It's going to be Kotl mid, Dawnbreaker off with Marcy, Tiny most likely carry.
Could be 4 Tiny, 5 Marcy. A lot of the Chinese teams seem to really like the 5 Marcy. I'm not that much of a fan, but I see it more and more often. More than I'd like to see it, but it still does crop up every now and then.
Okay. Yeah, it could be. Definitely. Why does Marcy have such huge eyes, by the way? Look at Kotl's eyes and then look at Marcy's eyes. Her eyes are gorgeous. Meanwhile, Kotl, you can basically see them.
Because hers are straight out anime eyes. They're always bigger.
Queen of Pain, Dazzle, Alchemist 3, like their eyes are tiny. That's why she's standing out so much. Besides being broken, obviously. Yeah.
It's because she's young and innocent. She hasn't seen the horrors of this game. As time goes on, she's also going to get these old, depressed eyes off. You have no idea. Look at that Coral. You know how many games this Coral's been involved in, man? He's seen things. And Zluna will emerge now for SHENZHEN. That's going to be the Kaikyo hero. Okay. Certainly a hard carry type of hero that a lot of these specialists do play. But here we go. Oh, I'm so happy. It is Bristleback. Drag and drop. You wanted a pocket strat, my friend? Guess what you're getting today? Bristleback Dazzle. with Treant Protector as well. You love to see it. An off-lane Alk too, so they can feed him the early Aghanim Scepter. All right. I like what I'm seeing from Team Fusion. Do you, my friend?
You know, when I see Bristleback, I always got to think about Liquid, Matumba Man, Bristleback, and how they're running that super fast. He buys his own ags on top of mostly straight up rushing into it after boots and treads and whatnot. And that works very well because they generally also have something like a coddle behind them, you know, so some sort of support. A little bit of a different lineup here with the Dazzle. Don't get that mana sustain necessarily. Should be interesting
Come on,
to
man,
see.
it's
But yeah,
amazing.
you can buy your own mana items, and then the Alchemist just gives you the axe instead. So and then you have the Bristleback who's super freaking beefy and very hard to kill. Yeah, I can see this one working.
Asta did this yesterday, right? Where they ran this Bristleback Treant Protector and it looked hella strong from them, and it allowed them to win out a game. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't know. But the previous day of the DPC. And now on the side of Shenzhen, though, Lizard, they have to play into this, right? And they're playing a Luna. Not a hero that you always want to play when the enemy team has big, beefy heroes. And it is a hero that they are fairly successful on for Shenzhen. Kaiko in particular has like 66% win rate on the hero itself. Do you like it in this game? And do you like the hero overall in this meta?
Yeah, I don't. I think it can work. It's kind of fine sometimes, but I don't like it overall. I think Bristle is probably one of the most hidden carries of the patch, especially with attacks. And overall, I believe that the Bristle will do his job better. There's an Alchemist. He'll get the Aghanim's very fast. Like Dragon Drop has said, usually they rush the eggs on their own. This time around, he doesn't even have to do that. And what's also crazy, what's their mid, by the way? Bristleback.
They have Coddle mid, and then Bristleback has Queen of Pain mid.
Yeah.
One problem that I do see, they have Treant though, right? So they do have control. Yeah. They're missing a little bit of control, perhaps, but besides that, I'm all in on the Bristleback train.
All in on the Bristleback train. The young pig, I love this hero, so I'm never going to bet against him. He still remains my most played hero of all time. So shout out young Bristleback. Let's get into the game. Team Fusion versus Shenzhen, the decider. Let's do game 3. Let's get this hype. And somehow, gentlemen, we have 3 games of acid. All right, we've won the joke thin, but somehow the teams have not. They love this hero.
Acid.
Okay, so hear me out.
Acid and heals on the same team.
It's like 2012. Poor man's shield is still a thing. I have this friend that played Dota his whole life, but I was still higher, much higher ranked than him, right? Like I broke into some pro teams. He's still low MMR, like 4K equivalent of today. He's playing offlane Nyx all the time, and he's buying him Poor Man's Shield. And I'm like, bro, why do you buy Poor Man's Shield on Nyx? He's not even edgy hero. Why are you so bad? You know, for a year, he constantly went offlane and bought Poor Man's Shield on Nyx until it worked, and then it became super meta.
It's an edgy hero, though. Like, what?
Yeah, you're right. It is an edgy hero. Never mind. It doesn't matter. In any case, it felt stupid. You're buying Poor Man's Shield on a hero that's, I don't know. It's a Nyx. Why are you even going offlane Nyx? Right? Back in the day, move your mentality back to those days. It was a support always. The same guy has been spamming Bristleback for the last year. That's all I'm gonna say. That's the point of the story. And he's been rushing Ags every single game. He goes like Ags AC. That's it. Sometimes even a Midas into Ags.
Yeah. So I've seen this Bristleback just unaided by 3 Aghanim Scepters gifted over, just completely destroy teams in like 20-25 minutes, because you're very hard to kill, so you just end up running at people. You're just snotting them every couple of seconds. You're spraying them as XCJ, though, will be first blood. So 3 games in a row, Shenzhen got first bloods for free.
You're really tanky. You're smashing your QE, right? QE, and at the same
just
time,
so much damage with Warpath. You just start one-shotting supports.
Exactly. You on level 2, you have like plus 300 damage. I think you have, and on level 3 Warpath, you get like plus 600 with the talent as well.
Yeah.
So it becomes ridiculous. Plus, you bait them into thinking they can kill you. You turn back on.
Yep. Oh, Fishman gonna stun himself. Bow. Bonk. That's top lane. Still hitting each other here. We see the acid.
Acid.
Yeah, so what about this 3-position alchemist? Like, he's gonna have a bit of a higher farm priority, right? Is he still gonna get the axe first and then do his own thing?
I don't know really. We'll see what he goes for. Usually from your offlane you want at least some blink dagger perhaps, right? So you get that initiating opportunity or some utility, some solar crest, some vessel, I don't know. But in a game such as this one, I really wouldn't mind him rushing the axe, just getting it for the bristle, and then bristle can make space for you. I think that would be a solid way to go about it. The only problem is you need small items. You can't rush it, right? Like no items into eggs now.
Or need vision? They don't have vision. He still gets a stun out. He was close by.
Nice jukes.
If I remember this off-lane Alk build when like Seb and Ice were playing it, I used to remember they'd go Ags Blink was the build, and then like you'd go Medallion Ags Blink if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure they're still gonna do that though.
Yeah, I think that's the standard. That's pretty much the standard.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's really good when you have a hero.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's good when you have a hero that really benefits from the Aghanim Scepter to have this Alchemist on offlane. So
Bristleback. Just wanted to buy a ring of health, and then he gets bullied. Should be fine though. He still gets it, plus the extra heal from Treant and Dazzle and the Tango. There we go. It's gonna be back up to full before long.
Does Bristleback ever actually take damage this game? Between the Dazzle, Living Armor?
Do they have Grave?
Getting close, no Grave, right? Yeah. Not yet. Not yet.
Unfortunate. Grave is really good, but you want poison in the lane.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I don't know. The one thing that I do see from Fusion is they're all inning on the Bristle, right?
Yep.
Like really, really all inning. Yeah. 3 with the armor, you have Dazzle with the Grave, then the Alchemist giving you the Axe. I don't like that too much. I like when there is a Bristle, yeah, but you have other problems as well.
Yeah.
So Bristle is free to do what he wants to. In a game such as this one, he's going to get extremely focused.
Yeah, I mean, you're also gonna have the Queen of Pain who can do some things, but it's more utility-focused mid as the game goes on. But you do have an Alchemist who can also turn into some sort of a carry.
Queen of Pain for me is horrible here, for one reasoning only. Like you said, she's supposed to be doing stuff, right? But with who? That's my question. Like, who do you make plays with? Last game, sure, you had Earth Spirit, you had some heroes. This time around, you have a Treant and a Dazzle. They don't strike me as the most competitive heroes early on, right? Like,
yeah, you'd have to rotate in towards his cores and try and set up for something up top. Fishman though, being gone on again, takes so much damage. Disposed coming through, does get stun out, but still, not there just yet. Yeah, there we go, another Q. Level 2 Loosened Beam to do the trick. But yeah, if you rotated here on Co-op, Hara would have been at least the exchange.
Yeah, but speaking of cores, they can't be making and setting up stuff on their own. It's only if they're set up on.
Oof, 100-0.
Yeah, like Queen of Pain. What if you go top? You have an Alchemist in the jungle farming the Aghanims, probably. Not always, but it's gonna happen. If you rotate bottom, Bristleback is also not really. If they dive him, I feel like the best way to get some counter kills is if they dive the Bristle, and then you TP in. White Album.
Queen of Pain, blink on cooldown. Actually, he's taking so much damage. He's just dead. The DD on Tiny too to help out.
Plus he tossed her.
Up top. What's happening?
Plus he tossed her into the tower range, right? Like a lot of damage.
I mean, Hara keeps dropping low, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't even die. Okay, it's starting to get a bit concerning. Once again, SHENZHEN just proved to be much better in these early game trades and engagements.
Especially because they got Phoenix some of this farm as well.
100% favoring them once again.
Also with our boy Phoenix on this Coddle, the more farm that he gets on this mid lane, the closer he gets to the Spirit Vessel. So they can't necessarily buy Silver Edge on any of their heroes until quite a while later. Like Luna can Moonlight into that item, but having Vessel against this uber heal strat of Steam Fusion is super, super good. Feels quite nice for this Coddle, so the more of these kills that you get, the sooner it comes online, and presumably you get it before the heal strat is all maxed out on the side of Team Fusion, making it even more difficult for this BB to survive some of these fights.
Yeah. Tried to make a play bottom, but that was on the Bristleback. He's got the full Vanguard now, so very hard to bring him down.
I think in a game such as this one, he's going to need a very early BKB. But, okay, let's... Is there a grave? Nope.
It is just a nick of time here now. It does have some mangoes if he wants to... Okay, never mind. It doesn't last long enough. Another dead hero Fisherman dies at the same time on top. To the Eclipse of all things.
White Album, meanwhile, pushing in mid. Like, out of all heroes, Queen of Pain is probably the worst one to do exactly that, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you had some wave clearer, well, she can wave clear, but she can't really hurt the tower that hard. If you had something different, XCJ.
Oh, try
So
again.
brave this
Blast
time.
down.
Radiant structures.
I've seen this in game one. This very
They could
similar
stay here. They
situation.
could go for him again. Like, they have a Kotl with mana, right? He can feel wipe his mana back up, and then they could reset once more. And yeah, game one was the same, right? You're right, Dragon Drop.
Couple in mid, just straight up bullying everyone who shows out of here. It should be a little bit tougher with Bristleback. With Dazzle behind him, but where's the Queen of Pain rotation? I mean, surely this can be punished.
Here he comes.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
He could even remain here, right? Like, he could remain here. If Kotler remains, I think Queen of Pain should remain as well. And they try and defend this. But White Album is actually going back mid. Yeah.
Could set up for Hara there. Could just straight up go in, blow him up. If you're fast enough. 3 points up in Scream of Pain, Shadow Strike, and the Sonic Wave still available. Not necessarily want to use it for 5 position, I guess.
I could solo him at least, get that small little kill, buff up your item progression, pressure mid lane, but Hara is actually just moving. Oh, Hara is moving back bottom.
Dire's middle tower.
Yep.
What's
Pressure
he gonna
not
get?
relenting.
Is he gonna kill him, Dragon Drop? He's jumping in.
Well, there's already the Spirit Vessel here. There's not a lot of healing on the Bristleback for the moment, but
Got him.
plenty of Quilt Sprays, I guess. This time around.
Dire's middle tower.
It's the 4th fastest vessel all time, by the way, on this Phoenix Keeper of the Light. So definitely reading the situation correctly. It's a big shame though that they don't get a kill down bottom, because now that vessel is not charged up. This is always a very awkward thing when you pick up this item but you don't get it going early enough. So they really want to find something. They might find White Album.
Combining the power of the moon and the sun with the eclipse and the solar guardian. That'll be enough to bring down White Album. Ponlo, kind of push him up to the high ground. That's got delayed this somewhat, but Kaiko's fast enough on his feet. Maybe he can deny it. No, he can't.
This-
Tell me. Big old hammer to the back of the head. That'll knock him out.
The Solar Guardian turned 19 today, it doesn't, right?
No, no.
It should, just for consistency reasons. I feel like it should.
It kind of should, yeah.
Yeah, Luna's ulti makes it a knight,
Under attack.
so... Is she the opposite of Luna, by the way? Well, I mean, in some way. They worship different celestial objects.
I'm not up to date on the Dawnbreaker lore, honestly, but yeah, it sounds about right.
I mean, there's no lore, Dragon Drop, it's sun and moon. Come on, bruh.
Dota has lore. You were talking about worshipping gods. It is lore. That's not just sun and moon.
It said celestial objects, but yeah, you're right.
Worshipping, you know?
Yeah.
I know that there's
I
a sun,
worded
but I
it.
don't wish the sun.
I worded it like something Slacks would do. So
Exactly.
my bad. My mistakes have been made. Yeah, Phoenix rotating top. There's how far is Alchemist into his Aghanims? I wonder. He's getting
That's a quarter of the way there.
yeah just a point booster for now, but he does have a nice stack of Ancients to work with.
Take him a while. It's a bit awkward here. I'm not sure if you can stack it up again. And no.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
kind of makes it. Maybe.
Oh no.
Oh.
Wait.
Heartbroken.
Look what YP is trying to do though. He's going in with Phoenix. They want to get more charges either on the Spirit Vessel or just put more pressure. I feel like this top lane, no one on Team Fusion can really play here except Ponlo. So SHENZHEN can kind of do whatever they want. It would help them if they could take this tower though, so they could play aggressively into this triangle. Feels like they need a lot of priority on Fusion to always have access to it, so that Fishman can farm. Later down the line, Bristleback can farm it as well.
Radiant's top tower
So they
is
should
under
probably play here. And okay, SHENZHEN gets you a little bit too late, but their intent is being shown as well. That we know what's up. We know that this is about y'all getting max greed, so we gotta prevent it any way we can.
It's not even maxing greed though. Like he's putting extra points on unstable concoction, which is normally something that you want to do if you want to be fighting and not farming.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So Fishman not really playing like he's skilling at the moment. But maybe that'll change. A couple of stacks being made, and that's all one of the dream camps here at the very least. The Mud Golem.
Oh, the best ones.
Yeah.
The Skellies are probably better, right?
Skellies are better.
You can make you can make more Skellies if you're very careful.
And here we go, though.
Infinite
Smoke
gold.
rotation right into it. They see Fishman, and he's not long for the world. This has two components of the Aghanims, not losing any gold, but losing some farm time. Oh, Bristleback might be the next target. It's kind of low on mana plus of the Soul Ring,
Oh, he
but
went
they're
for
already on the
Hood
way
as
out.
well. How do you feel about the Hood? I mean, it's good,
Again,
right? Like,
yeah.
but at the same time, I feel like Hood plus BKB or Vanguard plus BKB would be,
Under attack.
I don't know, maybe a bit more stable. But sure, you can go for Hood and Vanguard.
Yeah.
My problem is just the control, right? Like you'll have the damage once you get that Aghanims, but will you be able to hit anyone?
Yeah.
They have the toss, they have the dispose, they have what's the new name of Kotl's second spell? The
Solar Bind?
the Solar
Bind, yeah, Solar Bind.
You're right.
Good old Mana Leak. I miss you. I'm like, you know that meme when there's a picture in front of you and you're crying? Yeah, that's
You're holding
that- I'm holding Mana Leak. I'm holding old Kotl actually. Even though he's very similar to how he used to be, right? Like they kinda did bring him
Changed so many times, like, okay. Trying to make a play and back out of mana into the Solar guy. Okay, yeah, he's just gone. Clips helping out, and XCJ, wrong for the world either, perhaps. He still taxes, gets an extra movement speed, but not fast enough, not by a long shot.
So
This combos.
the toss back into ulti.
Yeah, toss back into ulti and away from the dazzle, so that you can't actually get in range for the shallow grave. So their rationale as well. We don't actually really care if you have this mass heal. Dazzle doesn't have a blink. Dazzle's probably not going to be building Aether Lens anytime soon. So if we just get, it's not just toss, you know, they either toss you or they dispose you, either of these spells, and you're immediately out of range of the shallow grave. And then suddenly, just Bristleback. You don't have BKB. Thank God he's going back for the BKB now, but when you're asking about this Hood, it does feel like it's too much commitment to this stage of the game, you know? Because there's no way that you can keep this item in your inventory the entire time. You're just like, I'm dying, I'm getting rolled over right now.
Yeah,
But
it's
some of
like
that gold would have gone better towards BKB, I agree.
Yeah, it's like a bait, right? Like you think it's going to buff you up hard enough to stand up front, but the other problem that they have is that they have no one else. If you had someone else as well from the offlane, let's say, who can share the pain with you, then the Hood makes sense. But you're alone. You just need full survivability, I feel like. Yeah, the antagonists will be completed though. One big problem for Dazzle is like you're baited into more levels of poison touch because you're buying the shards, right? And then you don't have grave leveled up. the massive difference from of grave level 1 to grave level 4 range is it's like
Yeah.
night and day. Grave level 1 you might never get off, right? You'll always get control, but grave 4 you should always get off.
All right, Aghanim Scepter online.
Top tower is under attack.
Not King kind of feeling large in a charge right now. Already PC permanent double damage, more than that, 150 bonus with 6 stacks of the Warpath, and now is getting level 2, so make that 210 bonus and a little bit more with number 8. So we'll see if they can utilize that for some sort of engagement here, but I'm not sure if SHENZHEN really... Okay, they actually found out the Ponlo on the side. That's a freebie. Not sure if that's going to be enough to really engage into the Bristleback without some sort of break.
I think you can still kill him.
Ooh, gonna
The same
give it a
way they
shot.
toss him back.
Can't quite toss him back. It's makes a movement speed, but now the counter initiation. Stun connects to YP inside. Yes, it toss him back actually, but yeah, the rest of the team's already moving out of there.
Yeah, it's a decent disengage from them. Dawnbreaker already on top lane farming. Luna in the triangle. They need to get out. Interestingly, Alchemist isn't buying a blink, he's going for straight AC. I thought that they really needed some form of initiation. Like for Fusion, that's the biggest issue of their draft. Like absolutely no way of initiating.
Yeah.
Some blink stun would be nice, but yeah, opting not to go for it right now.
Suppose the rationale is they're covering that gap with Ponlo because he's going to try to buy a blink after he gets a shot. And then that'll be their route of initiation, but it does definitely feel a lot more awkward and he's the only one that can get forward like that. I mean, White Album has BKB, but you're still fairly squishy to right-click damage, so you don't want to take any risks.
Okay. Making a play here. Okay. Eclipse to the face. He's almost at the grave out. He still needs some heals though, and it's not gonna be in time. They bring down a big old God King. The Sonic Wave coming through, trading for Hara. That's not nearly going to be enough. You lose Fishman too, as well as the Basil.
What I really liked is how they combo the toss and the dispose.
Yeah.
When they toss him, they're pretty much all surrounding him, right? But he's turned with his back, and then when you dispose him, he's actually turned with his front, so it becomes even easier to kill. Dazzle almost didn't even get the grave. Yeah.
So the Eclipse just goes right in his face. That was just excellently executed.
Straight into the pit. Yeah, SHENZHEN. Another game in which they look stronger, at least for now. We'll see. I believe they have a much better push potential this time around. Well, do I agree with myself? Actually, I don't. They had that Prophet last game, never mind. I was just thinking Luna, right? Like, Luna is pretty strong.
Yeah. They might get White Album top. Is Hara gonna get there in time? Yeah, they got him.
Dispose. Ooh, so much burst.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, and this is ostensibly supposed to be pos 5 Marcy, and you still have this early Blink Dagger. YP has Blink Dagger. This will never stop. Actually, I don't see a reason for them to ever stop doing this. Like, just keep going. You don't have, the only long cooldown you have really is this Eclipse and the SG, but you don't need to use them all that often unless in emergency situations and or killing Bristleback. And if you kill Bristleback, then you don't need the spells at all because nobody else can fight you right now.
If I was certainly not if you're just finding pickoffs like that. It's just so easy.
If I was SHENZHEN, I'd go high ground, but probably they will not. Look at that.
I agree.
Heist. The heist of the triangle. Alchemist, Fishman.
Okay. Follow-up control, not quite connecting here. Does get a few stuns out, but there's no damage here from Fishman XCJ with a Stealth Grave. We'll take out to the Spirit Vessel sooner or later. Meanwhile, toss back, dispose for... There's just so much nonsense here. Just jumping and tossing and disposing and star breaking and... How do you even deal with that? There's no escape.
There's a reason why they are two most contested heroes, right, Snare?
Yeah.
Yep. I was about to literally say the same thing. That the way most teams deal with it is by banning it and saying we don't want to play against it.
Well, Ponlo's dealing with it by just standing in this inside the trees, so channeling his inner HY.
You see, man, you keep giving me grief about Warlock being boring, right? This right here, this is boring.
Excuse me?
Play. This sucks, dude.
People fly everywhere. How's that boring?
When you're playing Tree's so boring.
Oh, tree, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean Tree.
If you play tree from behind, yeah, absolutely. That's the same for Warlock. You just stand there and then you die.
But Tree and Spin Injector cannot create base, my friend. You cannot. Sometimes when your team is losing, you wanna inspire them with a song or something. Tree can't do that for you.
Of course you can. You can cancel overgrowth. Animation cancel it.
Yeah, you can spam that as well.
Right? Yeah.
You're just wrong.
Satisfying, but it's good. It's good.
Right, we finally see a smoke from Fusion. I'm not so sure this gets them that much, but it is a BKB reveal for my album, or from Gwen Experience, sorry. So if there's ever a time where they're going to feel strong in a fight, it's gotta be right now.
Suffering so much from the control. The smoke broke immediately. There's SHENZHEN kind of walking in here towards Dolme, but now they go XCJ first. Bring him down, while Dolme is kind of tanking it, but he's pretty damn strong, but gets cancelled on the ultimate. Can't make his way out, or maybe he can, just gets disposed. Force stop, he's absolutely fine. Kaiko in the back here trying to clean up Fishman. Unable to do so here. They have to keep counting the person back for a little bit. Hara might not be able to. That being said, another rebound. Just jump away. Whatever. No problem. Luna dodges that with the Manta style. Excellently done. Still has that ages to work, but now finally BKB there from Gwen Experience. Where's the support? Just Howard just keeps jumping back and forth. Yes, it's not going to be enough to kill him. Fishman with the self-stun. Stay back off for the moment, but now YP. Oh, beautiful follow-up. Fishman's just gone. They blast him to pieces. Kaiko, ages per 50 seconds. Like he wants to die here. If he can help it. Gets tossed forward here. Just get that kill with your body. Not with your right clicks. White Album, beautiful Sonic Wave here, but it's not nearly enough damage. YP still creating so much space. They actually get Gwen Experience. They get the bristle back. Onlo, he's out of there. White Album, does something flick in a couple of seconds. He's
Can he get out though?
Solar
Yeah,
Pine,
he's very slow.
Starbreaker is there to follow up. He cannot dodge it. He cannot live. Fusion are just being manhandled in these fights. SHENZHEN just playing with them, going in and out and resetting, re-engaging.
Wow, okay. That fight started really well for SHENZHEN. They killed the Dazzle first, forced him to buy back, so he spends most of the fight just trying to make his way back into the engagement proper. And by the time he gets there, they find a couple of problems, right? That, yeah, sure, they've already used Overgrowth, they've triggered out the Sonic Wave, they were thinking about triggering out Sonic Wave, but Kaikyo is just too strong. Just right-clicking through everybody, rising them down. Like, most of the duration of that Aegis, they thought they were going to be able to maybe kill him, but at times they felt like they wanted to ignore him, but he's just there, dishing out the damage. You can't really be ignored. And then he even gets the kill on Dazzle, forcing a dieback. And then suddenly that they know for a fact there's no Shallow Grave, no more heals for the Bristle. And then Bristle, BKB eventually ends, and then he's mortal again.
Yeah, I think the biggest game changer item of that last fight was the butterfly, right? Like, you have a Luna with the butterfly, suddenly this bristle that hits once a second, he misses half of those, right? So he doesn't really dish out that much damage to the Luna. Butterfly really timely picked up very early on, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah. It's also ahead in terms of net worth compared to the Bristleback, who's had an Aghanim Scepter fed to him. Let's keep that in mind. So the GPM just through the roof, almost 700 for Kaiko, while it is 470 for the Bristleback.
Yeah, Luna usually should be right up front. She should be on top of the leaderboard, of the network charts, but this is way too much. This is just some exceptional gaming.
Now she has BKB, so even harder to kill.
Even Hara to kill?
Hara, I get it. How long do you work on that one?
Yeah, for a bit. I messaged Lacoste if he had any puns.
We're Dutch is done this time here, but they get disposed, trying to bring down the Dazzle. They do before he can get any more spells out. Sonic Wave barely does anything. YP is alive for the moment, but yeah, Quentin just can't commit from. BKB's about to time out. There's the Overgrowth holding them in place. That's still enough to finish up Honlo. White Double Zone BKB can't survive the right clicks here. They're bouncing left and right. They get the Tiny, but at what cost? Another jump forward. Hara will give his own life for the cause. And the cause isn't that bristleback here, just hitting him in the back. Why the hell not? Triple kill for Kaiko. Making
Hero
it
and Ultra.
No, stolen by Dalme. That's the report right there.
It's okay, he couldn't get the Rampage, right? If you can't get the Rampage, it's allowed to steal some kills. It's all good. Nice Overgrowth usage, by the way. Wasted a chunk of their time. Took away those BKBs to a couple of seconds remaining. Didn't matter as Luna is just a beast. If this Luna wasn't as farmed, we'd see a completely different game. I feel like, as you can see that even with this farm, they're struggling to kill off the Bristleback.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's still super essential that they kill this Dazzle early, and when they do, it starts to look a lot better. Should maybe XCJ start thinking about investing into like an Aeon Disc, Ghost Scepter, just something? His survivability just feels so low. They kind of just look at him and he dies immediately. So most of these fights that they're taking is like 4v5 pretty much from the onset.
There's way too many heroes that get on top of him easily, right? You talked about all these pouncers and bouncers. Tiny Marcy. Just so hard
He's got a fluffy head now.
Oh yeah, that's gonna help.
There we go.
Buy a few more of those and that'll do it. Here we go.
Fishman. Just go in. Thinking about it.
It would have been crazy if you did. Tro's not gonna spawn for a while, but Fusion don't necessarily know that, so they smoke up. They need to take control over this area, but how do you do that? He's 17k behind. Still have a strong bristle. Is it gonna be enough? I mean, SHENZHEN have been pretty good about kiting him so far. Let's see Dawnbreak up top. That might be the target, you know. When in doubt, always go for the person with the global mobility, because he tends to be alone. Dawnbreaker realizes that the jungle is not safe. Alright.
They have a decent read overall in all three games when it comes to dodging these ganks. It's either that or the smokes are a bit too obvious as well, right? From both of the teams. Both of the teams were rarely caught by smokes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And everyone loves cliffs between the two teams. YP on one side, Ponlo on the other. Cliffs are like, who needs wards, right? They're expensive. They show up. Well, they're not expensive, but you don't get them very often. And why plant them when you can just chill there on the cliff?
Dire's middle tower is
Another smoke.
Again. This is... They have the blink on Fishman, right? So they have some route of initiation, but they don't have any vision. They have a very nice scan on the high ground, but it feels like a very difficult path to take the fight, but they're gonna go for it anyway.
BKB comes through, the initiation in the back though! Oh, Fusion!
Dead again.
Two heroes dead immediately! Beautiful jump from SHENZHEN, and now Gwen Experience isolated, killed off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they call it GG. They don't want to play this game anymore, and who can blame them?
Wow. Wow. Okay. What a game. What a victory. SHENZHEN take this one 2-1. It looked initially when we started this series in game number 1 that Team Fusion was certainly going to be able to walk away with it, but instead SHENZHEN, they get the comeback, they get the turnaround. This last draft here, the bounces are everywhere, the aggression is there, but the main thing, Lizard, is they had a solution to this bristleback strat. It was all in from the side of Team Fusion, and unfortunately, it was a dud bet. Team Fusion lose the game, SHENZHEN take the dub. If you're them, you must be mauling right now on the side of Team Fusion. So you already spoke about some of the things that went wrong in this game. Is it really the situation of it came down to the draft? It came down to them all inning on this bristleback strat, and they should have just done anything else maybe in this third game.
Yeah. I think it's all inning. That's the problem. Like you take one good idea and then you focus way too much on it that you start missing the other parts of the game that are necessary for you, right? Like your strategy is obviously lacking. If you focus only on one thing, that thing better be damn broken, because if it's not, your weaknesses will be exploited, and their weaknesses were exploited. They couldn't do anything on the map.
Yeah. Unfortunately, here, Drag and Drop, as we see Team Fusion losing the game, we also started to see some of the problems from the previous games, them not really being aggressive on the map, being very much too passive, just sitting back and farming. It seemed to be even worse in this third game, which, given the nature of this draft, that it's supposed to play with a high accelerated pace, even after they got some of these items, why do we only get these last smokes at the end of the game when it was already too late, rather than sooner, even when they had those items?
Might connect to this idea of all inning and then just kind of being locked into this this one strategy, this one way to play the game, even when lanes do not go well at all. Like they've been bullied in every single lane, but they didn't really have the mindset or the capability even to shift from that. And again, some of these shifts might have been just put some extra points into the Grievous Greed, maybe get that Aghanim Scepter going earlier, or some other items that could actually help, like an early Blink Dagger to get these initiations, take the initiative yourself. But they were kind of locked into this idea, all right, we're going to give an axe to Bristleback, he's going to be unkillable, and we're going to win the game off of that. And it just was counted out too easily because of that.
Similar to Game 2 and TB, right? You're just waiting, and then it doesn't really work. This time around, they didn't even let them wait. It was the second game sped up, like 8x speed, when you watch replay. But really nicely played between the Tiny and the Marcy. Phoenix on Kotal doing quite a bit once again. Like everything worked out for them, really. And as it should. They half of the battle is winning the draft, and they most definitely did win the draft. Did win that battle. Like you can't get all these heroes that are so in the meta, like Dawnbreaker, Marcy, Tiny, Kotal. It's basically 4 out of 5 heroes are like what any 4 out of 5 heroes are first pick material. What every team fights for. And they can, it's not like 4 cores that can't really be picked together. They can all be picked together and they can make it work.
They made it work a lot in this game. This replay here, this is one that really broke my heart. We saw the reveal of that butterfly on the Luna, can't really kill her. And the God King running around being slowed up, dragged from end to end in the fight, can do absolutely nothing effective. But another big thing, they had to have found some kind of way to enable this Dazzle. Like this setup here, this Bristleback draft requires the Dazzle to work. And every single fight that we saw here, gentlemen, who was dying first? Dazzle. Getting picked off first? Dazzle. Afterwards, they're just spending every other ability, literally just running away, not even just sitting there dishing out the damage.
Yeah, the Dazzle was picked off way too much. But it's the nature of the game. Like you said, God King being tossed left, right, and center. You're as a Dazzler, like, where do I go? How do I approach you even? Like, you're too far away. And one thing that we didn't mention during the draft is there's a method to the madness of the Luna pick, even though the hero is... When was the Luna picked, by the way? Before or after Bristle? Last? Yeah, she's...
After Bristle, yeah.
After Bristle.
Wait, was it before after Bristle? Yeah, I think after Bristle, yeah.
I hope it was after, because overall, she's one of the better carries, I believe, versus him. A ton of armor. And when you have a ton of armor, you don't take as much damage from the Bristle, obviously. Most of his stuff is physical, so it makes a lot of sense that they went for her.
13, 0, and 14 coming up there on the Luna. Incredible performance, of course, on the Kaikyo Luna. And one of the issues that they also had on the side of Team Fusion, and that they did very right on the side of SHENZHEN, is we saw this pattern from game 1 continue of Phoenix, right? A player we haven't spoken about that much in this game, but he is looking godlike on this Keeper of the Light, showing up immediately for fights everywhere on the map, playing it like a spirit. And when he shows up somewhere, he stays there. He's not going to leave until they've pushed down their tower. He's like, you can do what you want. We're taking this, whether you like it or not. And in this game as well, it was brilliant itemization, getting that Spirit Vessel, ensuring that they had the early charges going against the Bristleback, but also drag and drop. He bought that E-Blade, and the impact, it cannot be overstated how much impact that item had, not just in general for the damage aspect of the hero that we normally see, but just preventing BB from doing anything. Just boom, E-Blade. Enjoy life, fam. Walk around very slowly. And then right after E-Blade finishes, Solar Bind. Walk around and do nothing.
Yeah. It's just a masterclass of why mid coddle is a thing, right? It's you get to these items, it gets impossible to play the game. Certainly if you're playing from so far ahead. So yeah, it's just a wonderful performance here from SHENZHEN. Like very interesting path as well, because the first game was questionable in some ways. Then the second game was like clawing back and making it work, and then just utter domination in game 3. So that just to see this kind of improvement within a single series is always great.
Lizard, you must be happy about this, because before the game itself started, after we watched game 1, you know, you were being very, very cold on the SHENZHEN lineup, right? But we're going into game 2, you said that if you hadn't seen that first game, you'd be favoring them a bit more, but you favor Team Fusion. But before the game started at all, before the first game even went live, you said something that was very pertinent now, that the fact that they'd gained any victory at all in Division 2 shows that they're capable of beating anybody. And that's all we saw in this situation, right? The fact that it is close enough. And it wasn't simply that Team Fusion took their foot off the gas, let go and dropped the ball on this game, but they were definitively beaten here in this third game especially. So the quality in China is really, really high, isn't it, fam?
Yes, it's very high in Division 1 especially. In Division 2, I feel that some teams might be struggling with morale. Like in this series, perhaps, like looking at SHENZHEN, they definitely had it. They were having fun. They were waving. They were tipping, whatever. Meanwhile, on the side of what do you call them, God King and the boys, they did not seem to have as much fun. It was business as usual. It was one gank in 10 minutes or one smoke in 10 minutes. Just wait for the carry while everyone is AFK. Wait for the carry to farm up. I'm not sure what happened to them. They need to press that reset button as soon as possible and reconfigure the settings.
Lizard brings up a good point, Dragon Drop, because normally when we have seen this Team Fusion team play, they normally are a lot more bombastic around the map. They try to make things happen. I mean, we saw from that start before the game started, right, that they have one of the faster game times here in Division 2. And normally it's off the back of being able to play quickly. But I also don't know what happened to them in this game, why they felt so... Like Liz was saying, wait for the carry and we'll do that. So cookie cutter. So just didn't feel like they had their head in the game. Do you think it has to do with the fact that they thought, well, we're so favored, we don't have to try as hard, we don't have to try and do something interesting and special, we can sort of coast to victory?
Not sure. I'm always trying to be careful with statements like that because I can't look into their heads. You know, it's not something I feel like I'm qualified to do.
Dragon Drop.
Yeah, I mean,
try channel it. You look like you could be a psychic. Like, just try.
No,
it works.
I don't think it might have. This is just confusing me, Lizard. Come on.
I can see what Snare is thinking. Snare is coffee. Give me coffee.
Coffee and Warlock. Snare? Give me Warlock themed coffee, please. No. To answer the question, I think it might have more something to do with them being kind of caught off guard by SHENZHEN just playing very well in the early game. It wasn't just game 3; it was also even game 1. They were owning time and time again, so they were kind of doing better in that timing that Fusion would have wanted for themselves. And then they just fall back into this mode. Okay, let's just play for the late game. Let's just win till we have all our stuff, and not really consider too much what we're up against. In game 1, it worked out because partly also because of the itemization and whatnot. But in games 2 and 3, not so much.
Well, we're going to be hearing from the winners of Game 2 and 3 as to how they thought that their journey to this point came about. And we have YP on the line from the side here of SHENZHEN. YP, thank you for joining us. And of course, we have Marshall doing the translation. First things first, congratulations on your victory. And also tell us, did your team expect to be able to take this game against Team Fusion, or did you feel like you were underdogs coming into the series?
首先，恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，就是队伍赛前有预期会拿下这场系列赛吗？还是觉得你们是可能更加黑马的那一支队伍？
赛前有做比较好的准备吧，对于他们可能也有一定程度的了解跟稍微的一个调查吧，所以这场比赛也不能说胜利之中嘛，就是尽力而为嘛。
We did many research and investigation on Team Fusion, and I feel like we know them more. And yeah, I won't say we expect a victory, but yeah, we definitely tried our best.
Part and parcel of trying your best, of course, is making sure that you're as comfortable as possible in the game. And in this series, twice in game 1 and game 2, you guys went ahead and picked the Kaikyo Faceless Void very early in the draft. We don't normally see the hero first 2 nowadays. What was the thinking behind that? Did you just want to make sure he's comfortable, or does the team feel that that hero is actually that strong in the meta right now?
在前2场的话，都很早的帮1号位把那个虚空假面选了出来，然后这个其实其他比赛里不是很常见。你们是觉得这个英雄在你们队就是很强，还是说尽可能的早一些给大哥选到一个他比较趁手的英雄？
这个属于我们一些大哥的他一个擅长英雄嘛，他比较喜欢玩这种方面的英雄，然后玩的也比较好，所以我们都很信任他，所以就是会比较早的帮他点出来。
Faceless Void is one of his favorite hero, and he is also very good at that hero. That's why we all trust him and pick him the Faceless Void earlier in the draft.
All right, makes sense. Dragon Drop, as a aficionado and fan of chaotic Dota, would you want to ask some questions of the man when we have him here?
Yeah. First of all, congratulations. It was a very exciting series, especially this progression from kind of shaking a little bit, losing game 1, then clawing back in game 2, and just dominating game 3. It was very impressive and very enjoyable to watch. That being said, I do have to flame a little bit. Let me ask about game 1 and the itemization, because what was that with the Aghanim Scepter, the first one going to you on the support Monkey King, and what was the Lincoln Sphere on Faceless Void? I really want to know.
首先恭喜你们让1G2成功，最后一把也碾压了对面。但是就是关于第一把，其实还是有很多疑问，想要这个拷打一下你的，就是想问一下你们当时队内的决策为什么？第一个 A 仗是给了齐天大圣，给了你，然后这个虚空为什么又这个出了一个感觉没什么，就是没体现出价值的林肯？就这方面你们有赛后复盘过吗？
其实大概是因为我们这个齐天大圣平常也是有使用在一个大个位的方向，然后可能他当时主要是可能就点错了，然后没注意，然后本身是想养给虚空的，结果是手抖点到了我的身上，这个事情就是这样子的。
林肯
的话就是他学的别人的套路，感觉好像电锤林肯很厉害，偷抄了一下。
So regard about the Aghanim Scepter, because our team plays a lot of Monkey King carry, that is a misclick for sure. I worked towards him, and he for some reason thought I'm the carry. That's why he misclicked onto Aghanim onto me. As for Lincoln Sapphire, yeah, our carry player watched some interesting builds, and for some reason he thought Milestone with Lincoln is really strong. He just copied the build without thinking, and turns out it doesn't work quite well.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting to hear, and it does validate our own analysis a little bit, because we did not quite know what to make of it. But yeah, thank you very much.
Lizard, highlight up way here that we have YP. Stellar performances from him, of course, but what do you think of the games? What do you have to say to the man?
Yeah, congrats on the win. My question was the same with Dragon Drops, but it was already answered very well. I just want to ask you, what do you think are your chances of being promoted to Division 1? Like, are you going to Division 1 or not?
想问一下，你们有没有想过会不会去晋级到这个 S 级联赛？然后这方面觉得有这方面的把握吗？
尽全力吧，全力以赴吧，因为之前也是 输了比较多嘛，然后之后每一把就认真全力以赴吧，结局再定嘛。
We will definitely try our best. We dropped some games before, and so I can't really say for 100%, but we'll try our best and try to find out.
Okay, yeah, thank you. One more question from me. When you're ganking and killing the enemy teammates, who's the player that you like to wave to the most, like while making that gank? Is there a particular one, or it doesn't matter? They're all the same.
就是你去别的路 gank 别人对手的时候，你有没有就是特别一个，就是你抓完了之后想跟他就游戏里击个掌的，就是去抓住他之后想就点一下那个击掌表情的，还是说每个都想？
可能有吧，我们就其实队内比较喜欢去找别人去击掌，但是比赛的话，可能还是尊重对手吧。就是击掌感觉可能有点嘲讽意味太浓了。平常的话还是会就是尽量大家多击掌嘛。
So if it's regular games, I want to clap with my opponent as much as possible. But during a official match, I feel like it's too offensive. So I want to show some respect to my opponents.
Okay, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
One final question for you, YP. You, of course, alongside with Dolam, joined the team earlier this year, right? Only in May, about a month ago, right? So it was after the transfer season had just opened and closed. What's the team atmosphere like since you've joined the squad? And can you tell us a bit more about who is in charge of the team, as in who's the one coming up with the ideas? Is it a collective thing, or is there one person everybody looks to as the inspiration for how to win these games?
就是你跟 Dolam 也是刚加入队伍不久嘛，想问一下现在队内的气氛是什么样的？然后谁是队里可能比较大脑的选手，会做一些这个战术上的安排啊？然后就是大家会去听从他这方面游戏上理解的一些游戏理解上的一些这个建议。
赛后复盘的话，可能会听取更多的大哥吧。比赛中的话，就是不同的时间段，差不多对应不同的人嘛。前期的话，可能就是比较靠酱油，后面的话就听大哥的安排嘛。大概都是一个这样的。
Usually it's for the post-game summary, we all listen to our carrier's perspective, but during matches, different time period, different player will show up. Like early game usually is support players, and the late game usually we just listen to our carry.
All right, makes sense. Well, with that, we're going to give you some time to go back and look at your post-game summary and internalize how you got this W and how to get further on. So thank you so much, YP, for joining us. And we wish SHENZHEN all the luck in the future and hope to see you still competing against the best teams here in the division.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望深圳以后也有更好的这个发挥，能够跟更强的对手来过招。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you so much, YP. And that is, of course, the support player of the SHENZHEN lineup that we've just seen take a dub here. A bit memey, you know. I love being reminded that players are human too. You thought that the Monkey King was the carry. It's like, oh, here you go, fam. You know, these things happen. The Dota is a chaotic environment. But one thing that I found very interesting about what you were saying there, Lizard, was you're talking about whose perspective they listen to after the game, right? They're like, yo, Kaiko is the guy that we always give him, or he's the one that's going to be leading that discussion. It did sort of feel like it throughout the games, right? That the team would not make any moves, especially after the mid game, until they were like, yo, Kaiko, you ready? Do you have your item yet? No? Cool, we're going to wait. If you have your spells up, if you have your items, then we're going to go and then try and make something happen. And on the other side for Team Fusion, we also saw that, right? But in a very different capacity, with the God King being like, I can't do anything just yet, so none of you can do anything on the map. Is this something that we're going to just be seeing more of in this meta, the direction coming from your carry player in that regard?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's ever the proper way of playing the game. I think it's only that it happens in Division 2 teams and lower, where the carry player is also the strongest personality of the team, perhaps the most experienced, or has the highest impact on shot calling. I feel that carries should not be shot calling early on in the game until they have items, but in any case, that should not stop your team from making plays. And I think it was just a weird situation in which two teams have clashed that have very similar play styles and very similar team synergies. You don't see this very often anywhere else, in my opinion, at least. Also, cheeky little fella. He says he never waves in officials because it's too offensive.
We put him in 4K.
We caught him in 4K, man. I'm not gonna go. I didn't want to go there, but
In the advent of that game, though, Dragon Drop, they are now 2-2 on the side of SHENZHEN. Same score as Team Fusion, which pretty much at this point in time, given that IG, Team Magma, and CDC are all 3-1, that puts both of these squads practically out of the running for promotion, unless some miracles end up happening down the line. What do you see as the prospects for these lineups going forward in the division? Where do you see them finishing?
I can still see them just finishing middle of the pack. As you said, 2 losses. Kind of tough to be promoted with that already, considering the caliber of teams that we have. But it should be enough to at least give you a good start. Just win 1 or 2 more, and then you'll stay in the Division 2 at the very least. And I think that's where they're gonna end up.
Well, a lot of teams that still need to play today, though, because this particular series went a little bit over time. So we need to move on, though, gentlemen, as we do have one more series for the day remaining. The Dota grind never really ends. And of course, now that we've seen Fusion, breaks my heart. After this loss for Team Fusion here, LBZS and IG, of course, being one of these squads that can still find themselves cruising into the promotion slot, and LBZS trying to make their case for just being able to remain in the division themselves. They do not want to suffer 3 losses and then suddenly be in that relegation scrap. So we are going to be closing out this part of the day before we move on to the next series. Lizard, Dragon Drop, thank you for your efforts today. And everybody at home, please make sure that you go ahead and follow these 2 beautiful gentlemen with their social media handles underneath them right now. And with that, we're going to a short break. When we return, some more Dota, some more hype, some more Division 2 action here in the Chinese DPC. You don't want to miss it, so we'll see you there.
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动； 有人拼尽全力克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, one and all. We return, yes, here to the Division 2 of the third tour of the Chinese DPC. We still continue the road towards TI, the road to a major, and the road to just hype Dota overall. We have swapped out our casters, as you can see. We have transitioned from the European gang to the American squad. Nef Sensei, our cryptic gentleman, welcome. Nef, I'll start with you. It's good to see you again, fam. How's things going over there?
You know, things are going pretty good. I got an extra day off of work. I got the, 2-day weekend here after another 2-day weekend before that. So I'm feeling great and refreshed. I got Ricky alongside me. Ricky, how are you doing? You are one of the most renowned Dune Spice Wars casters. I'm glad we could get you to take a break and play Dota for a little bit.
Yep, good stuff. Absolutely. Lucky for Neff, though, he's not actually American. He's Canadian. So he's got that buff going his way. Yeah, I'm having a great time. I've been playing a lot of Dune Spice Wars. It's a great game. And when I'm not playing Dota, I guess, Pudge just gets banned too often, man. I can't enjoy Dota.
You can't enjoy Dota because Pudge is not in it, but at least we can still have you here and enjoy that Dripalicious shirt. I better ever not be in front of your closet, fam. Otherwise, you'll have nothing left. But down to business of the day, boys. Invictus Gaming taking on the side of LBZS. Let's not even waste any time here. Let's get into it. We've got a draft on our hands between these two teams. We'll do the preamble as we look at these heroes. IG, if they win this one, they go up 4-1, clean and clear away the team that'll definitely be in contention for qualification. For LBZS, if they win, then they suddenly find themselves not necessarily in a slot for promotion, but definitely safe from relegation. So they certainly both need these victories. LBZS, they went ahead and picked the Death Prophet, but the hero I want to talk about, boys, Alchemist. This is the fourth game in a row this morning, Ricky, that I've seen this Alchemist hero. Obviously enjoyed a couple of different roles, but I was with you when we spoke to Red Panda about this past 5 Alchemist. Is this actually a thing that's going to keep happening game on game at this point?
It appears so. I actually don't think it is as strong enough to just keep first phasing it like this. I think there's a lot of answers to this hero. So I'm a little bit surprised that we just keep seeing it get picked up right now. But Death Prophet, not surprising at all. Still the number 1 pick ban hero of China. I think it's responsible for like 50% of the DPC picks have been into the Chinese region alone. So this is just like a hero that is massively favored over here as opposed to somewhere else. But yeah, I think the Alk is good. I definitely agree. I just don't think it's necessarily first phaseable. I think teams just are struggling to figure out how to deal with it right now is the thing.
What will surprise you, Ricky, in that I think it will be off the basis of today's games and the games a couple of days ago. But right now, Death Prophet's fallen a little bit out of favor. She's been overtaken by 3 heroes that I want to mention. Tiny, of course, which thank God he's banned. Not Pudge. It's MK and Puck. The number 1 most picked hero in the Chinese region right now. Second most picked, sorry. So Puck number 1 is Tiny. 41 games? What? That's a lot of Tiny, Ricky. That's a lot of Tiny. But Neff, talk to me about this, Marcy. Where is she going? You're the one that always has some... We often have disagreements about this Marcy hero. So talk to me about it. What do you want to see from it in this game?
Well, Snare, first of all, I want to thank you for calling out Ricky on his blatant lie. Ricky, I hope you feel ashamed of yourself claiming that Death Prophet was the most picked inside the region. Thankfully, Snare has the numbers beside him.
Okay, it changed overnight. It was literally number 1 yesterday. But okay, I'll give it to you. You're right. It is Puck now.
Snare, thank you for being a fact checker. Well, I was talking about this Marcy hero, right? This is definitely going to be played on a support role. I'm pretty sure this continues to be position 4. IG, hopefully they have a decent enough understanding this here. They're able to take advantage of it being an aggressive position 4, and they pick a 3 that is able to play by itself while it makes rotations over like the water rune or to the safe lane, things like that. Which team was it the other day that we really didn't like when they picked up Marcy? Was that Division 1 or 2?
Ooh,
I'm blanking on it. You were there, Snare.
I was there. I remember because we were both talking trash in the draft when we saw the +5 Marcy. Hold on. I want to go check now. But Either way, it certainly, well, it does seem to make a difference as well with this Marcy. Earlier on today, we saw Marcy being played with Tiny. So it was 5 Marcy and 4 Tiny, and they did damage all across the map. If you can get it going, and they got enough going early on, it felt like a normal POS 4 Marcy. How many other drafts do you think can reveal that hero strength, even if you do play it as a POS 5 in that way?
Not that many are able to reveal the strength you played in a POS 5 that way. So I was looking back at the games at the same time you were saying that. The thing that was Aster against the Dandelion, because both those games ended up being just like under 25 minutes, 23 minutes, 24 minutes.
SJ was playing the Marcy, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's the one.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I was also there.
Yeah. Yeah, you were also there.
Mm-hmm.
It's all coming back to me now with the trio, and none of us can remember the games that we ourselves cast. Very good.
Yeah, cast a lot of Dota, okay? They all just kind of merge together at this point. Okay, I actually really want to talk about one hero specifically in this draft that for some reason is ignored almost entirely in China, but it is massively picked in every other region of the world, and that is the Beastmaster. This hero has he is the second most picked banned hero in the DPC, just barely behind Puck. And this is a hero that garners like a near 60% win rate. Like, I don't understand why it hasn't been getting too much attention over here, because it is so dang good. But IG finally grab it for themselves. And I think this hero is ridiculous if you don't have an answer to it.
I mean, this is JT Beastmaster as well, right? Not just any BM player. He has played this in the past. Only picked 4 times in China, Ricky. So I also don't understand why it's been summarily ignored. But it does feel like one of the great things about this Beastmaster hero is it can punish mistakes very, very heavily. You make one mistake or you just ignore a lane, and suddenly there's nothing left on that side of the map. In this game, they have that, plus they have this Ogre buff up. So doesn't it feel like they're leading into steroiding one massive hyper carry for Flyfly to play?
I think you just have to ban Luna here. If LBZS let Luna through, they're actually just screwed. Like, this is like the freest Luna game ever. There's no real answer to it. You just press BKB and kill the entire lineup of LBZS, and you just go high ground.
Isn't this exactly what...
Yeah. I was like, if you don't ban Luna, you lose the game. I don't know. So that was a good ban. A really good ban from LBZS.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of what we saw the other day, PSG LGD against Aster Ares. PSG LGD ended up closing that game out in like 20 minutes flat.
It's actually
when they had the Luna and the Beastmaster. Yep. So them just realizing that you're still able to play the game fairly fast if the enemy team allows it. And it's like you were saying, it's very easy to punish this Alchemist pick, Ricky, when you see it come up this early in the draft. As long as you don't give them the opportunity to come online and build up that gold advantage, Luna and Beastmaster lineup can run it right over. So it's a fair point that you ended up making there. But that's definitely something that they should have banned out. As far as why it's been kind of unpopular in China, I think it's just due to the fact that you don't want to double dip for the Vladimir's offering, and you feel kind of weird with your itemization on Beastmaster. So it's like, do I go Helm of the Overlord or do I go Wraith Pact? And I think after the nerfs to Wraith Pact, people have been a little bit slow switching back over to the Helm of the Overlord as your Vlad's upgrade.
I think a lot of people go the Overlord now. I think it's almost unanimously Helm of the Overlord.
Mm-hmm.
Every Beastmaster game I've seen internationally has just been Helm, and just been seeing fewer Wraith picks overall, or Wraith packs rather. So definitely the nerfs have had their impact as expected from the Ice Frog. On the other side though here, Ricky, LBZS, they will go and pick up this Mars hero to round out the draft. Okay, so Mars offlane, obviously not enjoying the same amount of immaculate success that he used to in prior seasons. What do you still make of the hero in the offlane right now in the meta? How does he feel to you to play? And in general, do you like this closer for the LBZS draft?
I don't think Mars is actually as strong. He's definitely not as strong as he used to be. He's getting a lot more of like niche picks. That being said, it's actually one of the better offlaners in the game against Terrorblade, not necessarily in the lane, but as like the game continues, Arena is really difficult for Terrorblade to play around. You basically just waste his whole BKB durations and then like kind of ignore the TB and then focus him down after. So I think in that regard, it's really good, but we'll see if they're able to slow down IG. I think that's still the biggest issue here. This game is like IG's lineup can play very quick.
And Neff, what do you think about the IG lineup? Last pick Terrorblade for them. They can play extremely quickly, as we mentioned, but it's not a completely free game, right? There are some threats. They've got a little bit of burst with the Hoodwink. They've got some AoE damage and some silencers and some pushing potential of their own on the side of LBZS. Does IG have enough tempo and speed and pace in their draft that to nullify all of those advantages that LBZS could bring to the table?
I think it all comes down to how good this Marcy's game is. If Marcy's able to make a lot of plays early on, the game will go the way of IG. They're going to be able to play fast enough. Otherwise, this Alchemist is going to hit like a very quick timing before Terrorblade gets his eye of Scotty. And that's what you need to be concerned about on the side of IG. And I think Marcy's the person that's going to decide whether or not this Alchemist just goes out of control or the game... If LBZS is able to hit that early mid-game timing that they need for Alchemist to just tear through IG. So FY is the person to watch this game. I would probably say it's too difficult for LBZS to execute this properly, especially given how good IG has looked this season so far.
Let's see if they continue to look as hot as they have in prior series on the side of IG, or if we'll be seeing LBZS pull off a CDEC-style upset and defeat the current, strong emphasis on current Kings of Division 2. With that, we throw it over to our Cryptic and Nef Sensei. Take it away, gentlemen. The American duo is back. Sorry, you're American. You're not an honorary one, Nef. The game is up. The game is live. The fights are happening. You boys are live.
And JT is dead. First blood goes away as Salad. FY now on the run. Body blocked up by Kagome. And yeah, double kill for the Hoodwink. Salad is... he's having a feast today, dude. This is good.
Yeah. I was going to turn that into a high-calorie salad joke. Didn't know where to go with that one. Not enough energy in me at this point. Maybe after, 10 minutes into the game or so, we see a little bit more action.
It's just high calorie, soaked in ranch dressing type of style. Real NA style of salad. Ollie, though, in some trouble. I mean, these concoctions do a decent chunk of damage, and Kagome, of course, he's going to force the TP. He has no choice, obviously. Does not want to die to the next Sakuchi. And coming to the lane, very low on resources here for the Ogre.
Yeah, he will recover. Thankfully, this guy's got, almost 7 HP regen per second. He's got 7 base armor right now. He's got 2 mangoes he's sitting on. I think the biggest thing you're concerned about is how much mana you went through, though. You're not going to be able to spam Ignite in these the early part of this laning stage.
Yeah, bottom lane, the fighting begins as Kagome. He hits that Sakuchi in, but that increased cooldown is no joke nowadays. So you do need to be careful about it as detachment, just using these mangoes to constantly spam out these concoctions. One thing I want to point out, though, top lane, Fly getting very aggressive onto LG, as he should with this first point. In meta, will he burn? He's going to get the stick, so he'll be fine, but... this is what I really want to point out. Fly has the most beautiful gem in this Terrorblade Arcana.
What is this thing? It's just purple. That's it. It just says purple.
Oh my god, it's just purple. That's it. Okay, wow, whatever, Naf. Very cool.
I expect you to be some elite, RGB burning trail of the Azure Dragon or something like that. But it just says purple. That's it. I don't know why you're so impressed about this one.
It looks amazing. What do you mean? You're right, though. They could have had a more creative name, I don't know. I'll come up with something around midnight.
We'll get back.
No. Midnight Skies, dude. That's what it should be.
Yeah, we'll get back to that one later.
Oh, detachment getting tossed around. FY, dude, he is just taking so much damage here. This bottom lane actually owns. When you think about the amount of minus armor potential as soon as Kagome gets those bugs online, they're going to be able to do a lot of work here.
Yeah, you do need your level 6 for that one. He's doing a great job at nice deny there by JT, clearing out these boars, actually struggling quite a bit in the bottom. And this is how I like to see support Alchemist played.
Oh, there. He's going to be able to get the dispose, and he's stuck inside the wave. He doesn't have a Scoochie for one more second, and we'll be able to make it out. But still, good trade there for IG, which they really needed because the side of LBZS, they're starting to run a little bit low on resources. As I said, detachment just gets some more regen ferried out on his courier, so he's ready to continue the harassment.
He's going to be burning through a lot of clarities here. He is almost dead. Once you run out of mana on the Alchemist, though, especially on support, you were doing absolutely nothing in lane. You're a melee creep at that point.
Yeah,
so he needs to make sure
right?
that he's going to get punished here.
Yeah, he is. He's got a TP. Yeah, no, he's just got the stun. And with Kagome rotating over, level 3 now means bugs are out. And that is going to be another kill. This one for the Weaver. So 3 already up on the side of LBZS. Alk is surprisingly tanky. 3 armor, 800 HP right now. Not bad.
31 strength, absolutely insane. This hero used to have like one of the lowest stat growth rates in the game, but like amazing base stats. Now it's just got like nearly 2. Yeah, it's got nearly 3 strength gain per level now. Things sure have changed.
Shout out to my boy Ricky, the lowest stat gain hero of anybody in Dota by over 30 attributes at level 30. It's crazy.
Yeah. That hero's not a real
Actually, that was at level 25 before they added level 30, so it's probably worse now.
Yeah. I don't know how to do math, so I couldn't tell you how much worse it is.
And it's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, nice bushwhack top lane onto the Terrorblade. There's going to be the spear from LG. He's got the stick, able to get that kill finally. A killing spree on Salad now. Dude, Hoodwink is a terrifying 4 position to get net worth. Like, they need to be very careful about feeding kills over to Salad at this point.
Oh, yeah, he's got the boots of speed right now, a magic wand at the rate he's going at. He might even get himself a Wraith Band.
All right, he's actually in front of the Terrorblade in net worth enough. You can't just be doing this to me right now. Just gaslighting me like it's no big deal.
What is he ferrying out at the moment? A Clarity and a Sentry and Observer Ward. Okay, he's about to get another kill on the Ollie here.
Oh, he's just
It's
got
gonna be very
boots.
close.
What is he gonna do? He's just got boots. Oh. Salad's about to be the main course, man. I don't know.
He's getting run down now. He could bushwhack. Yeah.
Easy bushwhack. Disengage here. Drops the taunt. Dude, it's one of my favorite taunts. That thing is so good.
Yep. All right, here's an interesting part of playing Marcy down in the bottom lane alongside the Beastmaster. You actually just rebound off of these boars, can't you? You get on top of your targets.
Any allied unit.
Yeah, or Hawks for that matter.
Yeah, I didn't think about the Hawk being invis. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Oh, detachment with the self-stun. Unlucky.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. He's underneath the tower, though.
I guess we haven't really even talked about mid lane. There's not a lot that goes on here. Like, the DP versus Queen of Pain matchup is relatively boring. Like, they both... I'm gonna say it, Neff. Mid lane is the most boring lane in Dota right now. Nothing happens. Everyone just farms. And this is why we don't talk about mid, as JT goes down bottom instead.
Yeah. They actually didn't see FY walking away. They just made an assumption that he was going to make a rotation for the 6-minute power rune. And they were absolutely correct about that one. So they commit onto the Beastmaster there immediately. Just as like the position 4 should be starting to make that rotation.
Mill's gonna get a regen. That's a big one. Meanwhile, top lane, first exorcism put to great use, as that rotation is gonna net them a kill onto Fly. And he did pop meta for this, so that's big.
Yep. You try to put some damage in on the tier 1 here. Salad actually ends up going down to FY.
Bottom lane, detachment getting incredibly low, dies to the tower, but Kagome will get a little bit of revenge as he takes down JT for the 3rd time, and he TP'd out for this, so he's gonna walk a shame back. A bloodbath in all 3 lanes.
And top lane is under heavy pressure as well. Catapult is on the tower already. Unfortunately, Mars doesn't have the arena, so he's not actually going to have any kill threat onto Fly here just yet.
Yeah, and they did manage to keep Catapult alive quite a while, though. So that tower down to about a quarter HP, which is pretty big. I mean, his next push, next Catapult wave at the 10-minute mark, it's certainly dead. Maybe earlier if he's able to force the Terrorblade out of the lane. Oh, nice bushwhack on over to the Queen of Pain, but no silence from PP, so he will be able to just blink away.
It's only level 6 Death Prophet, so you can't really expect him to have a silence at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Decent damage, though. Bottom lane, Alchemist is scattered out by the Hawk. He could rebound onto him off this already. He doesn't do it.
Huh? The rebound damage is pretty significant, but FY just taking a ton of damage from the bugs, plus the concoction does get the dispose underneath the tower, but a time lapse is there if he wants to use it, but instead they just continue the chase. JT actually cuts a tree there to prevent the bushwhack, but it's not enough. Kagome will eventually run him down here. One more Sakuchi will do it. A double kill for the Weaver, as he is huge. 4,000 net worth here, just 8 minutes into the game.
Unfortunately, Emo was sitting way too low HP to be able to TP into that down the bottom lane. I'm not sure would have been able to net any of the kills either. They just don't have great heroes for it. Like Ogre Magi comes in, what does he do? Drop a Ignite and Fire Blast. A lot of time they're going to be able to clear out before he gets either of those spells off. Plus, there's potential of just Fly getting punished by an Arena. Speaking of Arena.
Yeah. Oh, he's got it. Drops it. Will find Ollie, but I mean, he got the big kill. That's on the Death Prophet in the mid lane. The question is, can he get more? Emo low pops a stick. Got plenty to work with. Will be able to take down Salad with that dagger. FY now on the run is Kagome. TPing in here. Nice spear from LG. Gonna set it up. Ends up being a 2 for 2 in the mid, but you do get the Death Prophet. Overall, a pretty decent trade for Emo.
The only saving grace to all this happening right now is the fact that Terrorblade Fly is finally getting a little bit of space while all this goes on. LBZS is destroying them at the moment, though, and bottom. Ooh.
I mean, JT's just dead. I don't know how he gets away from this. He's got a Sakuchi in 3. Meanwhile, Alp goes down. Who cares? He's the support. JT, one more auto attack. Wicked 6, 7, 0, and 2 at 9 minutes. You got yourself a bug problem. I don't see an Exterminator coming anytime soon for IG. DP top lane. Gonna get aggressive here. Might regret this one. Does get the Spirit Siphons off, and the Blinks will allow him to just disengage. Fly will beat him down. So 2 deaths in a row for PP's Death Prophet.
The fact that kill goes over to Terrorblade is actually a pretty big deal, though. It gets Fly back into this game, and he's going to be able to catch up pretty quickly. He's maxed out his Conjure Image as well, a sign that he has absolutely no intention of fighting heroes. He just wants to be able to jungle as quickly as possible, so he will end up recovering. He's going to farm a lot faster than this Weaver is, especially given... All right, I think Weaver's changed his mind. It looked like Kagome was going to be going for a Lincoln Sphere as his first item, but he's switched over to Maelstrom instead.
I like this. Yeah, I think just getting the Perseverance early is really value, and then going back for the Maelstrom. Like, getting Maelstrom is great, but you're going to end up spending a ton of money on Clarities, and you're going to have to, like, base more often just because you don't have that HP regen, so I think this is nice. JT, bottom lane, in trouble, gets the tree cut perfectly done. Sharpshooter. Is he going to connect? He won't. He's got the moves, pops the roar. The bonus move speed will allow him to disengage. Nicely done. He forces a good rotation, and they get nothing out of it. So, overall, a win for JT on the Beastmaster.
I mean, this is just the biggest... it's a win for Fly, man. A win for JT surviving is a win for Fly. It's space for him. The enemy team isn't getting extra gold from finding these kills and whatnot. This is exactly what they need at the moment.
Yeah. I will say I really like that FY and Ollie have been playing like really close together most of the time here, trying to find kills, like the invade into the triangle and stuff like that. Definitely paid off. But it's now LBZS that's looking for a kill. The downside for them is that LG has got to buy this ward, so they're not going to find Emo.
Yeah. Is there a way I can pull up how much money this Ogre Magi spent on Clarities this game? He's been ferrying them out to himself non-stop. I mean, supports have more gold these days than they used to, so it's obviously a good thing.
Investing in himself, you know, instead of his carry, like having to bury themselves constantly.
Listen. If he was investing in himself, he would have bought himself arcane boots by now. He is not having a good time. I assure you that. He was farming up the mid lane by himself for a little bit, but even then, it wasn't long enough for him to buy himself arcane boots or anything like that.
Yeah. Top lane, FY just going to try and soak some XP as they've already managed to take the tower, and now are looping around mid tower to try and force a fight. TP's going to pop that Exo, and I'm going to assume IG has no intentions of defending this because they are bottom right now trying to get a tier 1 of their own. So
yep,
LBZS looking really good right now.
FY, you need to get out of here. I mean, you knew they were all set up on the tower. Okay, he's going to be able to get out. This is 100% the correct play from IG. There's no way that you're actually able to fight into LBZS at the moment. I talked about the really awkward timing that the Terrorblade's going to have. You know, this theory was when I thought the Alchemist was going to be the position 1. But the same sort of applies to the situation we're in. We're going to be waiting for the Terrorblade to get his Eye of Scotty because he's going to counter out a lot of the heroes in LBZS and make them tanky enough to actually fight. You want to avoid like the power spike super early on from LBZS that they're going to hit once Weaver hits his Maelstrom. So IG dodging fights and taking things as smart as possible is exactly what they need to do. If they take like a single bad fight, they could just get run over.
Managed to find the kill there onto Salad. LG drops the arena without vision, hoping to find something. And instead has just cleared the creeps, or cleared all the trees, so they have complete vision over this bottom tier 2 now.
Yeah. I mean, they've got the Hawks for flying visions anyways. They placed that one down around the same time, but it means that your tier 2 tower here at the bottom lane is not a safe place to be after you lost the trees.
And
they're actually going to go mid.
Yeah. This will give refresh the fortification, but getting the mid tier 1 tower is just so important for controlling the map. So now IG has full control over bottom jungle, and Flyfly is going to go straight in there. Meanwhile, the rest of his team goes into the triangle and gets their hands on detachment, securing another kill there for Emo.
Yeah, and it just win after win the last couple of, last 2-3 minutes here. They managed to, I mean, they give up their mid tower, they take the bottom, they make a rotation over the mid after finding Salad inside the jungle. They waste an arena on Mars just before he gets his Blink Dagger as well. That was now completed, as our observer ended up highlighting down there. So he doesn't get to use this immediately once he hits that timing. I mean, you were supposed to keep up like a super fast pace here on LBZS, but you're slowing down because these super smart movements here from IG. Weaver does get his Maelstrom now, but even this, you could say, like, this guy was 7-0-2. He should be, like, super far ahead. But I imagine in the next, like, probably 4 or 5 minutes now, Terrorblade is going to have caught up with him.
So something we haven't really touched on this game is, you know, when you see the 5th position Alchemist, a lot of times it's to funnel an Aghanim Scepter into a specific hero. In my opinion, there's not a lot of good options this game. Like, you could really argue maybe Death Prophet or Hoodwink are your best options. And I think Hoodwink is probably the best hero for it this game. But do you think he just goes for like a more utility build, like the Solar Crest, like Glimmer Capes and stuff that we've seen in the past?
I'm not sure he's going to be able to afford a Solar Crest this game. He's got Phase Speed boost queued up just for extra armor to stay on top of these targets, it looks like.
Oh, the roar comes out. They caught the Weaver. I mean, Wars comes in with a nice arena to try and salvage the situation, but Beastmaster, he's a tanky boy. He's just going to get a double kill instead. And they are thinking about going for more, but they will end up just backing off. Dude, that's a huge win. It only cost them 3 heroes, and they get 2 kills out of it on 2 cores.
Yeah. I think they realized on LBZS what a mistake that was, and they start backing off immediately afterwards. But IG had absolutely no need to continue that chase there. They already got what they wanted. Helm of the Overlord is going to be completed another 150 gold here as well. JT is going to hit a huge power spike after that, despite how bad his bottom lane was.
Yeah,
so
this is
Man's
what
caught
makes
back up.
Beastmaster good.
Yeah. So then, I mean, you've got your Weaver with the Maelstrom. It's going to be trying to counter push things back out, but you're going to be dealing with Terrorblade Illusions down one lane, Beastmaster shoving another one. Like, your lanes are constantly going to be shoved in now. Fights are always going to be happening on your side of the map, and it's like you guys were talking about during the draft. Like, you make a single mistake when IG have a draft like this, you lose buildings, you lose the game. We came onto the laning phase, like 8 minutes in the game, there was a period in time LBZS had a 3k net worth advantage, but then IG has just played everything so good after the laning phase ended.
Looks like they're going to actually try and just threaten the Roshan here. The Exorcism comes out. They've got a BKB finished up on the Death Prophet. It's a really good idea if it doesn't get scouted.
It's a really good idea if it works.
Yeah. And it looks like they're going to take it so dang quick, so.
Yeah, I mean, they're rushing over there. They've got a Hawk down, but it's not fast enough. So that's that minus armor strategy that you're talking about.
Yeah, a lot of different minus armor applications. So ends up paying dividends. They get a Grove Bow as well. That's pretty solid for the Weaver.
Weaver's gonna see that, right? Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's a great item on him. What are you gonna take on DP? She's got the Essence Ring. She's got going for Boots of Travels next. It's interesting. I just want to be able to run people down, deal with the split push.
Well,
it makes sense.
The Roshan top lane did open up his bottom tier 2 as Ollie. Gonna get sniped there, taken down. Nice setup by Salad, and with that, they will be able to defend the tower. DP still looking for a target, but he's not gonna find anything. It's just Emo in the jungle. We'll find a big stack though.
Very nice. A nice stacky, as you like to call them.
I do like me stackies. I'm a simple man.
For anyone unaware, that's exactly what playing game with Ricky sounds like. He says, I want stackies, I want stackies. Then he, gets a network advantage and feeds.
Yep. That's fine. Oh, top lane. Let's see if they can take down Kagome twice. There's the dispose. Do they have the burst damage? He's still got... Okay! Doesn't time-lapse it. Yeah, that just seems like enough burst damage. And now Salad next on the list here is Emo's going to even pop the BKB. Gets shoved forward by the Wild Wing Ripper just in case. But yeah, that's a beautiful rotation from IG, showing bottom on that tier 2 and instantly sending their heroes top to punish the Weaver.
Yeah, it is a little bit difficult to time lapse that one because you end up going back to your HP like before you die with the Aegis. It's kind of low.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that one is a little bit trickier. But again, IG making quick movements over the map, and it makes more sense why people wanted to go for these Boots of Travels as the second item. Not uncommon for mids just to go BKB Boots of Travels these days. But definitely a sign that they are done trying to fight into IG and more so just responding to IG's movements, which is not what you drafted for.
Yeah. Is this Ice Firebomb even good against towers, man? I feel
mean,
like
it does 100 damage, doesn't it?
It does 100 damage to tower. I feel like that's just like not a lot for a 30-second cooldown. You're like, oh wow! You just like pick any other thing that just does damage, it'll do more.
Like something that hits it twice or something.
Yeah, exactly. Just anything that just hits it faster has like, I don't know, the frenzy from the Thunderhide or something.
You're not wrong. I think it's an interesting thing that they added.
It's just incredibly underwhelming. No one wants this ancient ice shaman. Nobody. Smoke up here.
It's like
from
the last guy that gets picked in dodgeball.
Oh, they got. Ooh, he's got a Lincoln's done, and FY did not know the dispose, not gonna be able to connect. They're gonna smoke up instead on the side of LBZS. See if they can find something here. Flyfly would
very
be
good
big,
for
but he's got a
LBZS.
BKB. Instead, they're just gonna find Ollie on the backside, and Flyfly's up on the high ground, gets a nice reflection on top of them. Emo, no ult for 1 second. JT's gonna fall. They've taken down Salad and Emo. He's ready to let it rip with the Sonic Wave. There it is, onto 2. PP just getting crushed here by Flyfly, but he's able to keep himself topped off thanks to that Spirit Siphon, and Kagome already keeping himself healthy thanks to that time lapse, but a nice shackle there coming in from Sal. They able to just clean this one up, but Flyfly, he's still dishing out the damage. Gets the Sunder up, no! Falls at the last moment. The Lincolns would have protected him anyway. And now Emo on the run stun will connect. He's got a blink, but he's taking a lot of damage into the TP out. He's going to be safe.
Yeah. Not able to get, close that gap and get on top of him again afterwards, but a super sick fight there for LBZS, at least beginning of that one. I mean, Mars ended up getting the perfect arena off, trapped a couple of heroes. One mistake that they did end up making there, Salad ran out of the arena. Terrorblade was sitting up on the high ground, which is like an excellent position for him to be in, but his attacks were just going off on the side of the arena, not connecting with anything there. So if they just like walked up and tried to control IG's hill, I think things would have gone even better for them there. But there was a solid initiation nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is what you were talking about, why Terrorblade struggles so much against the Mars in the late game, right? Your auto attacks aren't going off at the side of the arena, even if you have a BKB. As long as these heroes hug like the side here, they're completely fine.
Yeah, you just play either outside or inside the arena. Wherever Terrorblade is, you just don't be there. You go to the other side. You know?
You're playing Dead by Daylight, not Dota.
I love that game. It's a great game. Ollie's going to be found here, right outside the river. Emo contemplating going in here. They do get the dagger off onto LG, and he's just going to start taking a lot of damage here from the golem, and FY just jumps in. He gets the arena down at the last moment, but Expose is there, and it's going to be a snipe coming through from Salad to finish him off, and the arena wall nearly protecting LG long enough, but Emo will eventually secure the kill and blink on out.
Yep. No, you did force the arena there. Marcy, I don't think it was expected to die. It, 100% happened because the arena did come out. He was able to turn that one around at least a little bit. But despite the fact that they get more than they should out of the last two team fights, I'm still concerned about this Terrorblade and the direction his farm is going in. Because again, this Eye of Scotty timing that he's going for is...
He's going for the Manta first, I think.
Yeah, he is. I guess he's concerned about like silence and whatnot coming out from these heroes.
Yeah, if he can, once his BKB is done, if he doesn't have a way of getting rid of like DP silence, he's actually in a lot of trouble. but they're going to try and finally take down this tier 2 bottom. Salad is here, gets a nice bushwhack on a Terrorblade and the illusions, and that's going to set up for the flak, which just going to delay this. It looks like LBZS know this tower is finally done for, so they'll open up the outpost.
Claim that, get control of LBZS' jungle, and then probably start setting up around the Roche pit after that. Flyfly is kind of far forward here. You definitely don't want to walk up the high ground. A bit greedy going for that wave of CS.
I love that. I love that we dodge this, and JT's like just takes a bullet right to the dome. Like, oh, thanks, man. Cool.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's just it's funny to me. I don't know why. It's late enough. I find things funny. Oh, LG. All right, FY just gets out of the arena, says, see ya, all is. He's going to try and TP out. No chance that's going to happen, though. The stun comes through. Now PP, he's going in aggressively. The roar comes out and just gets destroyed. You take those for sure. And now the rest of LBZS on the run. Salad incredibly low. FY TP canceled. They get 2 big kills.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Salad's about to be Salad. Oh, he dodges it. He's slightly off the mark there. Salad walks away from the trees, even though he's got the scurry active. I don't think Emo was expecting that one.
Barely off
It's
the
out.
mark with that next blink, too.
Yep. They're going to walk up high ground here. Their Fortify is still on cooldown for another 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You've got Beastmaster here. You're actually going to take the tier 3. You could even take the Rax here.
Absolutely. This is what Terrorblade does, man.
Oh my. Wait, they've got no creep wave.
Yeah, you are correct. There's no creep wave anywhere.
That's disappointing.
They actually...
Unless you're an LBZS fan. LBZS fans are so happy about that.
If it got to the tier 2 tower mid, it would have...
No. That's not quite far enough.
Okay. Is it one of the tier 2 towers like is enough to break backdoor protection, which I don't know. I can't remember which one exactly. It's very weird. And it's not even for both sides, which is the other weird thing.
Maybe mid on Dire side?
Yeah, I can't remember which one it is. I'd have to look at it again.
All right, Roche is going to respawn in a minute and 50 seconds. This is going to be the next objective these teams are going for. They managed to sneak it on LBZS last time after they started falling off and IG started pulling ahead again, which is a solid move.
Yeah, IG's looking really good at 3k gold lead right now. I mean, Kagome did just finish up his Eye of Scotty here. They are going to go right onto the high ground and just destroy Ollie. Gets sniped super fast. Weaver falling low. Sonic Wave's going to finish him off. A very worthy trade for the side of IG. Detachment just going to run away here on the out.
Thankfully, this Roche respawn is long enough that the Weaver is going to be back up by the time it has respawned.
Yeah.
PB ends up finishing off this Heaven's Halberd. He got punished so quick in that last team fight for walking forward with that BKB active. It's like, I don't know what this guy's doing. He's got 0 armor items. He's got just a BKB, no real HP items. And they just like roar him and hit him a couple times with the meta. Now he's got the Heaven's Halberd.
Do you see this? He's getting slapped by another ogre, one of his kind, betraying him. Oh, nice spear comes through from LG. PP on the low ground as well with the silence, but able to make it out. He's going to be just fine.
Dude, this Ogre Frost Mage kind of putting the beat down on the... Oh, it's gone.
It's all right. It has been turned into a Thunderhide. It's been resurrected. Into a
I don't think that's how it works.
That's how it works, Steph. I can't cope with animals just being executed.
Ricky lost his dog. His parents just get a new dog. Yeah, it's Spot, just like people.
His name was Toby. Thank you.
All right, I'm happy for Toby the Thunderhide.
Thank you. LG walks in, gets a nice arena, finding only Ollie though. FY on the inside, gonna do what he can, but it's the backside of the fight you gotta be scared of here as Terrorblade, he's still ready and waiting. They will get both supports, but a buyback to come through, and there it is. PP gets caught by the roar. The arena's not there to protect him, and LG just popping the bulwark, like, please, leave me alone. Kagome tries to just Sakuchi away. He's gonna be safe, but you've lost 3 and potentially more as they're also chasing Detachment in the jungle. Emo will force him off. Not going to be able to end up finishing the kill, but this is going to be right into Roche. 2 buybacks come through, but again, supports for cores. That's been the name of the game now.
Yeah, it happens every time they try to take a fight against IG. Just turn around on them, blow up these cores incredibly quickly. He tried to activate the bulwark. It came out a little bit late, though. He realized he was just laying into this Death Prophet who has no armor. If you get a plate mail before one of these team fights, like, you might be able to come back to it. You have a Kaya queued up right now. I don't know what that's about. You definitely need an armor item on this DP. You're getting torn apart by Fly.
Maybe E-Blade is the idea, but I mean, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Demon Zeal now available as Fly is going to start putting work on this bottom lane of Barracks. There's going to be the fortification, but with 2 lanes exposed, and I mean, there's no arena for another 10 seconds. I actually don't know if you can stop this.
That's because you can't.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Eye of Scotty's now completed on the Terrorblade as well. This next fight is going to be even harder. You're playing this against... You got the Eye of Scotty completed against, like, a Weaver and a Death Prophet and Alchemist. This is rough. It always sucks playing range cores against Terrorblade, who builds up the Eye of Scotty naturally.
Dude, people forget about Demon Zeal because this spell is real good. It applies a Dispel to Terrorblade on cast, which is very good. And then on top of it, it's just a ton of movement speed and attack speed, which just pairs super well with Sidekick. So, like, this combination is pretty sick if they play it correctly with the Marcy.
Oh yeah, if Demon Zeal is so good, how long does that last, Ricky?
It's only like 8 seconds or something, isn't it?
Are you sure?
No, I don't know. I'm asking. It's not in the tooltip. Of course it's not.
I don't know either. I couldn't tell you.
God, how is this not in the tooltip? Hold on. No, go Google it. Find out for me.
It's just a bunch of things in the tooltips that, don't say how long ability lasts,
I love how it just says bonuses are stronger out of meta, but the only one that actually changes.
So I think choice is good.
I mean, is it? So you get 100% movement speed?
It lasts 7 seconds, okay?
Okay, I was close. I said 8. DP gets disposed into dead. I believe that is the correct terminology. His buyback is available, but the arena was spent for this, so you're in a lot of trouble. On the backside of the fight, Emo just takes down Salad instantly. The buyback number 1. PP just TP'd right back in, disposed into Terrorblade's hands at the dieback. Oh no, a disaster for LBZS's IG. Just gonna look to close this game out, putting the damage into where it matters. The base, LG comes in, but the BKB instantly from Fly. They get Kagome. The dispose is too much, man. FY, setting up kill after kill. 4 now dead. LG, nothing left in the tank. And that's gonna be a GG comes through as IG with a very impressive game number 1.
Yeah, despite how strong LBZS looked in the laning phase, despite what a good game this Weaver was having, went for that perseverance early on, changed his mind back for a Maelstrom, but, I think at that point it was already too late. IG made some great decisions post-laning phase, managed to recover, dodged out LBZS, who were trying to take the fight into them and go for the tier 1 tower. Their team play is just too good. IG, they fixed so many problems that we had with them in the previous seasons. They look amazing.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I don't want to stress this again about the Alk, but like, I don't know how many times I'm going to say this. His hero is not good enough to be first picking or first phasing, in my opinion. Like, I feel like people are like kind of overvaluing it, but a lot of this game, I like 100% comes down to the Alchemist in my eyes. Like, he does like a decent job in the lane, helps set up for the Weaver, but then it's just like, you don't have a 5 as the game goes on. Like, the stun takes way too long to do anything. Like, you have to channel for several seconds. And then when it finally comes out, the fight's already over, or they just have BKBs or blinks or anything to disjoint it. So it's rough, man. I'm not a big fan of this.
Well, so far we have seen many attempts at making this position 5 Alchemist work. Most of them have not panned out, but this particular one, unfortunately, will be joining the pile of L's next to the very scant few W's. But IG, they claim the W off of this one, and it was a great draw from them, but a classic IG style from them. We have JT in the offlane playing his Beastmaster, them being able to accelerate the timing of this Terrorblade. And Neff, you were talking about it, right? In the laning phase, poor Fly was getting dumpstered, right? It's not a fun lane to play, honestly. Anytime you're playing into Hoodwink in that situation, you're not going to be enjoying life. But the recovery, but not just the recovery of him, how the team were able to move together to do things elsewhere to give him the space for that recovery. You just said it perfectly at the end there. IG fixing the problems that we used to have with the squad in seasons 1 and 2 of this tour of the DPC.
Mm-hmm. It's difficult to say where this comes from as well, because we had the opportunity to ask FY in an interview whether or not he was calling the shots when he came in. He said to us, yeah, a lot of the team play pretty similar right now, so I don't need to introduce too many of my ideas. Things seem to fit pretty well, but they look completely different. It's night and day. It's not easy to make those kind of good decisions post-leaning phase when everyone's got a bad mindset. Like, you want to just run at the enemies and try to find kills and recover, but they actively chose to dodge out the enemies going mid, go to the bottom lane, and then move through the jungle and commit some big ultimates to Salad as support. But all these plays ended up working. It ended up being so good. And then LG ended up missing a couple of theirs. They commit the arena just before it gets the blink dagger completed on the Mars. That slows down, these peak timings that they needed to make work against this Fly Terrorblade, who was going to outscale them like crazy in the late game.
Yep, they needed to be able to try and keep pace with that. And I mean, Ricky, we saw at several points in this game, before the Terrorblade came online, right? It seemed like this Weaver could actually have some decent influence in these fights. The Mars was doing a phenomenal job of just ensuring that if he saw TB anywhere near the engagement, he just prevented him from being able to dish out any damage whatsoever. Obviously, as time went on, that started to change. But the one thing I want to ask you about here, and one thing that I also think might have inhibited the progression of this Weaver, this Lincoln Sphere pickup, man. Second time today I've seen the Lincolns on a safe laner that has not gone according to plan. What is it with Carry Heroes buying this item, even though it's not really enjoying much success right now?
I mean, if he doesn't go Lincolns this game, it's actually way more difficult. He like, this is 1000%. Like, he has to get a Lincolns this game. He's into a Beastmaster, which just, and not just Beastmaster, but Marcy as well. The Blink Dispose is enough to kill Weaver if there's team there. So it's like, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because a huge amount of your net worth is sunk into a defensive item, whereas Fly just gets to build, BKB and be way more useful. So yeah, he doesn't have a choice. I don't think Kagome did anything bad this game. I think he actually played quite well. I think at the end of the day, what this is like IG just basically waited for their 3 items and then was like, all right, take the fight. Like, early on, they did a really good job at dodging. Neff pointed out perfectly when they were pushing mid, and they're just like, yeah, we're gonna go bottom and try and take a T1. Like, we're not gonna bother fighting LBZS. We're not gonna give you the advantage right now. But as soon as they get the BKBs, the Blink Dagger, this game is just over for LBZS. They can't fight into them anymore.
Yeah. Absolutely cannot fight. And I mean, we're seeing from these replays the difference in how they can approach these fights. LBZS has to commit so much just to bring down any of these targets. For IG, it's a couple of spells, and then you end up losing not just a support hero, but a core suddenly in jeopardy. Just became a very, very difficult. And Neff, you were talking about how you wanted to see FY on this Marcy have a big influence in the game. And at first, it didn't seem like he was going to, but this is somewhat atypical, right? That the Marcy gets better with time. Normally, it's the opposite, that it starts to fall off. But in this game, FY showed us that this actually is a hero that can carry you through various stages of the game.
Absolutely. Ended up doing a decent chunk of damage as the game went on. The build was kind of interesting. He didn't get the Blink Dagger until, it was 19 minutes. And then the Lincoln Sphere ended up getting finished not long after that. But he continued to set up plays and play super far forward. I think part of what allowed Marcy to be able to do this as well was the Hawks scouting forward. Yep. Allows you to just run super far in and not be completely suicidal while you do it, which some Marcys often are.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were undervaluing Marcy early on. We've heard multiple teams talk about it and be like, yeah, we think the hero falls off too fast, but I've never kind of been in that that camp too much myself. I've seen this hero just
been in that camp.
Do you not
Hold on. I have never, Snare, back me up here. I've never heard the phrase "bitten that camp" before.
No, been in that camp, not bitten the camp. What? Okay. All right. Okay. I was like, what is wrong? This is a regular term.
This is definitely super.
But yeah, I've never really understood that, because I have watched this hero absolutely terrorize other scenes, and it's mostly mid game, late game that makes Marcy really, really, really strong. As long as she has any items, this hero absolutely dominates. So this is like a perfect example of like FY getting a really good timed blink dagger and just running at the enemy team. They did a phenomenal job this game.
They absolutely did. IG showing a very strong showing from themselves and definitely demonstrating that this is not a team to be underestimated. They might be in Division 2, they might have stayed here in the second tour, but they're certainly not planning to make this their home, and they're looking for that advancement out. With this one-game victory, of course, against LBZS, a team that has also recently suffered relegation to Division 2, they will not be feeling very good about this one. So Neff, you are being deputized as a coach right now. Talk to LBZS. What do you want to say to them? What would you say if you were in the coaching shoes to get them galvanized for this upcoming game?
All right, fellas, we have amazing fundamentals. We did it great in the laning phase. You know, we took some great objectives outside of that. We made a couple mistakes just before we got these core items. You know, we wanted to be able to take advantage of that blink dagger on LG. He wants to be able to hop on top of these targets as soon as he got that, finding more kills off on the fly. We want to get armor on the death prophet. Just these little things we made mistakes on. I think you ran the draft the exact same way you did before. Change up a couple of things with your playstyle. You're going to do great. Hopefully they don't get too in their own heads and try to start from the bottom and create something completely new, because they did do pretty good. It's just IG picked apart the small little mistakes that they had.
Dota is often about not necessarily just being perfect, but about punishing your opponent's mistakes, and IG did that wonderfully here. And with those wise coaching words from Neff Sensei, we're going to be taking a short break, give these teams time to configure the next game, and give our tossers a little moment to breathe. And when we return, game number 2 of IG versus LBZS here in Division 2, we will be right back.
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Chinese DPC. We are continuing this Division 2 hype. We are continuing the third and final tour in the run-up to TI. And we're also continuing the day's tradition of coming back directly into a draft. So let's get into it. We have some heroes already being mustered up right now. IG versus LBZS. And this is the second game. IG, of course, dominated the game. Rough laning phase, but they recovered in amazing fashion. And now, of course, they'll be looking to replicate that success. But for LBZS, they are looking at this game here, Ricky, and they're saying, you know what? You know what, guys? We tried something new. We played this newfangled Alchemist support. We played this Carry Weaver. But let's just open up the stat sheet, look at what's winning, pick that. And they've got Dawnbreaker and Puck. This is an amazing way to open up a draft for them, isn't it?
Yeah, this makes sense to me. Don't pick Alk, you ban Marcy, and you pick two really great heroes. This already, LB's off to a way better start.
Once again, we have to open this with making fun of Ricky and his lack of stats. Ricky, what would you say Dawnbreaker's win rate is in Division 2?
In Division 2 or like all of China?
In
Because I
Division
think it's
2.
more important that we talk about like the regions as a whole. But Dawnbreaker right now is very low, like sub 30%, if I'm not mistaken.
It is 36% in Division 2.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Sorry that I had to do you like that again.
That being said, I still think the hero is very strong.
A lot of the losses that Dawnbreaker, or at least two of them, have been suffered at the hands of playing into this Nyx Assassin. So that explains why LBZS is like, bounce it, get rid of it immediately. On the other side, though, speaking of heroes that we have been seeing more of, this Treant Protector, I am still very much of the opinion that it's should be much higher valued in drafts in general. It is emerging here. I know, Neff, you often like seeing this when there's a Nature's Prophet on the other side, but personally, I like seeing it, especially when it has like a DP, Ember, Razor, some kind of hero that takes living armor and goes and kills everybody. What do you think they're going to be pairing it with in this game here for IG?
I don't know, man. It really doesn't matter what you pair it with. It's usually just going to be a position 1 that likes farming, and you can play like defensive inside your lane. They covered the Templar Assassin, which is something that we've seen a little bit, even though that hero does have decent kill potential, just because of how busted Meld is.
Is it
I don't
busted?
think-
Tell me how you really feel now.
It's very busted. It lasts 12 seconds of minus armor. It's minus 5 armor level 1. You get 80 bonus physical damage. It is too much. But I'm going to move away from that. They could pick up something like the Medusa with it. They could go back for the Terrorblade again. I don't imagine you'll pick up a Juggernaut alongside it. One of the reasons Juggernauts come back into popularity is because not being able to drop salves on your teammates. It could be a Ember Spirit in the safe lane, but that would be
That's Emo's
unlikely.
for sure. Emo
Yeah.
loves this hero.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, gentlemen, but there we go. Ember comes
there
out.
it is. There it is. Emo. Yeah. It's got. I feel
You're
like
so
it's
smart
got.
for
other
you to
one.
do that.
This is the other one. I was mentioning that's DP Razor. This is the other hero that in China, at the very least, when paired with Tree, has like a phenomenal like 80% plus win rate. So already looking very good. Like y'all mentioned, it's super good for Emo. It's one of his like. It's just, if any of you don't know about Emo Ember Spirit, go and find out and trust us on this one. But what do we make of this matchup into the mid lane here, Ricky? The Ember Spirit into Puck, even though he's gonna have assistance with living armor at some point. What's the laning phase like for him?
You kind of just shove the lane with Flame Guard because there's not really anything you can do to stop Puck from just existing as a hero. Like Puck will just farm the lane. It's going to farm the small camp. You have 0 kill potential onto the Puck unless they like make a mistake, which I mean can happen. It's just not likely. So as the Ember Spirit, you'll probably go like 1-1-3, 1-1-4 maybe even this game, and just focus on trying to farm with that Flame Guard and just get the items at your own pace. But I do like the Skywrath as a response, though, since it does offer some really good silence at helping control the Ember Spirit. He's not a hero that likes to build for an early BKB, so it is punishable.
One of the things I like seeing when enemy teams pick these sort of Healy type of heroes, I like seeing some ability to just burst down a target almost instantly. They have some heal of their own, of course, in the Dawnbreaker, but now with this Mars Skywrath duo, they have a lot of ways to just kill these people down. Neff, we saw this the other day as well, on Friday. This hero was in and out of the meta, right? Last season, there was a point in time in the first week or so where it was picked almost every other game, the Skywrath Mage, and then it just fell off a cliff entirely. There are some other regions that are still picking it up, Eastern Europe in particular. But why do you think that this hero only makes like forays into China and never has like a mainstay kind of opinion amongst the players?
I'm going to be honest with you, now. I'm the wrong person to ask this question. I hate Skywrath Mage, always have. In fact,
All right, then drop the dime. Drop the hate on us then.
Okay, ever since I changed it around so you can't suicide to neutral creeps, well, as effectively as you used to be able to, and get your mana back and continue like to keep harass up, he has felt kind of underwhelming. He falls off as the game goes on. BKBs are more popular than ever at the moment, so and he doesn't do anything against those. I think he might be a little bit better now that you can't ferry out salves and just drop them onto your carries. He might be decent, but even then, like, you have to suicide off of the towers to be able to continue to harass these heroes because of how much mana you go through, or otherwise you have to send out clarities nonstop, and even then your mana is going to go back up way too slowly. I don't think it offers enough in the late game for what it offers in the early game anymore. That's why I really don't like it. So those are my thoughts on Skywrath Mage, and now they picked a Spectre up against it, so they have an amazing way of jumping him on the back line. He's going to be, a chicken this game.
Thank you
With
for
his
coming
stupid
to
little
Nef's
chicken wings.
Thank you for coming to Nef's TED Talk on Skywrath. Much love coming out of him, of course, but you certainly are right. When they've got in for the Spectre, gap close is going to be incredible from IG. Also, a hero that's going to be able to cover him in the lane, and the Treant Protector already picked up. Very good scaling for the game. And Ricky, Nef is right about one thing, definitely. They do not have the late game for LBZS at all. If they allow this game to just keep going, it's almost like an auto lose here. So what hero do you see at the end of the draft for the safe lane that could allow them to either force the tempo of the game and play quickly enough where the lineup is still strong, or that can at least have some late game insurance so they can challenge IG at that portion of the game?
You can always go for the Faceless Void. It's not a perfect game for him, but it's actually still pretty dang good. You have the Dawnbreaker follow-up. You have the Skywrath Mage. Those all do give you, kill threat and kill potential on the Spectre, and IG don't really have a save for that. But the problem you run into right now is IG have saved their last pick for the offlane, and there's so many heroes left in the pool that will just shut down this Faceless Void in the lane. And I don't know if you're going to be able to make this. You could potentially make the space to allow him to farm, like with Mars, Skywrath, Puck. Like, all these heroes play pretty active, but it wouldn't be easy. I just don't know what other options they have. Like, there's Luna actually can do it with the Silver Edge build, which actually is not that bad anymore. And she's generally a strong laner. I could go for that. I could say maybe Luna. Just don't pick Troll Warlord. That's the only thing I worry about.
Oh, gosh. Don't get me started on Troll. I've hated Troll for a long time. Maybe not as much as Nef hates the Skywrath Mage, but not really a fan. LBZS digging deep into the pool here. Only a few seconds of reserve time remaining, and they will go in for this Ursa. Okay, Ursa, a hero that I'm also not really a fan of right now. I think it feels very finicky in terms of the item build, but on the bright side, Nef, there are some great aspects of the Ursa in this game, right? Fury Swipe seems very good. Overpower seems amazing versus the living armor in general. You very quickly find yourself bereft of that kind of protection. Do you like it though? And what do you foresee IG going for in the offlane for JT?
Viper. What did you just say?
No, don't worry about it.
Viper. You're too quiet for me to hear you. It's creepy when you whisper to me, frankly.
Viper.
I'll be real with you. You want to say Viper? Absolutely not.
I don't know what you're saying. I didn't say that at all.
There's no way they're going for Viper here. They're going to do something boring. Hold on. Let's snipe a pick. Tidehunter?
JT's heroes are tied. He could play Centaur, Ricky. You're a very big fan of that matchup, the Centaur into Ursa.
Oh my god, Centaur into Ursa is like abysmal for Ursa. It's so bad.
And also you get the Centaur into there's a Mars on the other side here. They get Pango. All right, so this is going to be their option for dealing with the arena. Some team fight for themselves, some additional damage, and laning presence against this Ursa is decent enough. You can't actually die in that lane. All right, let's talk, boys. Let's talk. Nef, you're up first. What do you make of these drafts here? Who do you foresee having the advantage? Actually, wait, let's ask you more pointedly. IG, last pick Pango, how do they win this game with this hero?
Just by rolling onto him, man. He naturally builds things that counter the Skywrath. I imagine this game he's going to get himself a Yule Scepter. It's one of your better things for dodging out the Ursa because you have two different abilities that can kind of help you escape. I think that it's a good lane matchup. I don't know how useful it's going to be post laning phase for their fights, but they should have an easy time dodging out LBZS. And Emo, I think, has a lot of potential for solo play this game. That said, yeah, also you're not great at taking towers on LBZS either. So even if you do manage to win some big team fights, you're not going to be able to clear out buildings. Yeah, I'm with IG. I think early game is going to go LBZS's way again, but then they're going to struggle to get actual control over the game due to how elusive these heroes are and how slow you are at taking buildings.
There's a lot of elusive and heroes with lots of mobility, Ricky, on the side of IG. But LBZS, they do have some things in their favor. Some decent lanes. They've got a lot of spell damage as well. So these heroes on the side of IG need some early protection / BKBs. Tell me how they win this one out on LBZS if they want to take it to a game 3.
I mean, honestly, I think this Pango's game is going to be ruined. I actually don't think he's going to be able to contribute much this game. So I think if they're able to just control up Emo on the Ember Spirit, I think this game's pretty easy for LBZS. Like, I think that is your choice. I think Mars and Skyrath need to find Emo in every fight, and if they do that, I think LBZS win. I think that's their ticket to victory.
Oh, love it when we have a split panel. So 1-1 for either of these teams. Let us see how the game itself is going to unfold as we get into it with our Cryptic the Immortal and Neff, the sensei of mechanics. Take it away, boys, for this game number 2.
Absolutely not. Oh, okay. We're gonna transition anyway into a pause. Unfortunate. We got Roshan in the top corner for some reason as well. We can see that he's at 6,000 HP.
He also has an Aegis, if you didn't know.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he doesn't get to use that one. It just drops on the ground when he dies.
Unlucky. You know, what can you do?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Are you familiar with?
Never mind. Never mind.
Oh, all right. I was going to say, are you familiar with Roshan's lore, Ricky?
I've heard it before. I definitely have. It's very sad if I remember right.
He stole from the shopkeeper.
Yeah, that's what it is. He stole from the shopkeeper.
Yeah, so he was cursed with immortality. He always comes back.
Unlucky.
At least it's the Dota 2 lore on it.
You know, don't mess with the shopkeeper. These guys are scary.
Yeah. I think the shopkeepers in Dota are like the closest things to gods. It's like the ancients and then the shopkeepers.
Which is weird in my...
yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it weird?
It's because they're just like regular guys. I don't know. They just sell stuff. You know, it's like a merchant. And it's like, I'm a god. What do you want?
You know, it's like a hobby. You know, when they're not creating life or anything like that. You know,
unless they're the actual makers of the items. If they're the ones who actually forge and craft the items, then it's a big deal.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you see the flavor text on these things. They definitely don't craft the items.
Yeah.
Look, Demon Edge, one of the oldest weapons forged by Demon Smith Obsidian something. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not.
I have a real Demon Edge?
You do?
Yeah.
You bought one of those things?
I bought all of the collectibles way back in the day. As soon as they went on sale. My Demon Edge is like one of the first 100 made.
I have one of the Mirana statues behind me right now.
Oh, that one's good. The Vanguard, I think, is still my favorite. But I swear that Demon Edge is heavy, dude. It's like 9 pounds. It's like 9 or 10 pounds.
Does it give you what is it? The 46 damage bonus?
It's at least 5. It's at least 5 damage, I would say.
At least 5 damage when you hold it. If I was holding it, it would give me a full 40 damage.
Dude, give that thing to Black. Dude, that thing's like a double damage.
No way you would get that thing back. Black's the kind of person you'd be like, "Yo, can I see your Demon Edge for a second?" You would never see it again.
I trust Black. I feel like
with
he
your Demon
would
Edge?
do that to me. Yeah. He's a kind soul. I feel like I could trust him.
I would trust him with some things. Definitely not the Demon Edge, though.
I would trust him to give it back. I just don't trust him.
He'd become a super villain if you gave him the opportunity to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I trust him to give it back. I just don't know if it's gonna not have been used. I'm kidding.
So you had a great time with him when you were working together with him in the studio.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah. All right, the game is on pause now. By the way, we can start talking about the video game again.
you see this efficiency of this ward IG are placing? They're like, yeah, we'll just cut down every tree in the area. It'll be fine. They'll never guess.
Yeah, they'll never guess that there's a ward over here at that point. What's even the purpose of cutting this? Is it just to increase the vision
Yeah,
this thing
gives
gives?
vision of like the whole river now.
Yeah, but still not to far enough over to the boundary. I guess this gives
They have a second ward for the rune.
very cool. I mean, this is peak Dota right here.
The battle begins.
Hopefully, Salad won't start the game with 2 kills this time around.
It looks like no team's going to take the risk of fighting right now. Okay, so we could definitely talk about the lanes right now. Let's start with bottom. I think it's going to be one of the more interesting ones. We got Fly on the Spectre being joined by Ollie's Treant. He's going to be squaring up against LG's Mars and Salad's Skyrath Mage. So a lot of harassment from the Mars Skyrath, but you do have the Treant Protector. You can definitely hand off a lot of healing. And Spectre's base stats, plus like the dispersion you eventually pick up, not too bad.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to just sustain through this initial burst here from the Skyrath Mage, who's gone for the Null Talisman to start. Do you like this one? You think it's fallen off? I mean, it gives you the max mana bonus now, which I'm not crazy about. The only hero it feels that useful on is the OD. And also Tidehunter, when you get like a very early refresher orb. Owns on that.
They gave it
You
more
guys should start
mana
doing
regen though. That is the one thing. So yes, they did nerf the previous version of Null Talisman, but for heroes like Skyrath, that mana regen ends up being pretty useful because you go through a lot of mana. Ollie is just getting slapped here in this bottom lane on the Treant.
Yeah. LG from a very early point has been cutting these trees non-stop. But LG, you've stopped. Please continue cutting the trees.
No, Salad's barricaded himself in the trees for now.
I guess he wants to hug that tree line. I mean, your tree line doesn't really exist when you're playing against the Treant Protector, so we'll probably get to work on these trees on the side here pretty quick. Yeah, there it is. Actually, a little bit surprised that you didn't start with a Quelling Blade on the Skyrath Mage. Top lane.
Well, you're right. Top lane, FY falling low. JT able to slow him down, and it will be enough to keep him alive. He only has a couple tangos left, though, so he's going to be out of the lane, and JT just got a salve, so he'll be okay himself at least.
Yeah, Attachment is really going for this one. He's got himself a Mango, so he could combo his 2 spells here together. Nice dodge there with the shield crash. Getting out of the range for that
mana
smackdown.
usage, though. I think it's worth it, right?
Yeah. I mean, doing a decent job down here.
Similar to what we saw last game, though, from LBZS. Dominance in the lanes. Like, all of their lanes are... I mean, this might be first blood bottom here. No, Ollie just going to be able to survive, so it'll be okay. But they're just putting out so much damage in the lanes right now.
Yeah. Ollie's sitting on 9 stick charges and a Fairy Fire, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was just fine. I think he was trying to get Salad to commit onto him and then they could potentially turn things around on him. This might be a bit far forward, though.
Ooh, yeah, absolutely. And that, only a couple more auto attacks need to come through. He's going to be able to just walk it away, potentially. Ollie, one more. Oh my god, 15 HP. The regen bonus from Nature's guys, man.
Yep. Oh, Clarity gets interrupted on Salad there as well. So this Skyrath Mage is now very useless.
Yeah.
You have decent mana regen thanks to this Null Talisman, the buffs it ended up getting, but you are sitting a lot lower than you want to right now. And this is why I really don't like the hero. You run out of mana, and it is just not enough that you do in the laning phase for how useless you are in the late game and how hard your hero gets countered by like a single BKB.
Yeah, it's true. Top lane, though. FY needs to be careful here. Still getting hunted here by Kagome's Ursa. Does he boundless strike the wave to heal? He does. All right.
Yeah. Absolutely what he does. Only level 2 right now on the Monkey King. Think it goes for another point in... no, you got to go Tree Dance at level 3. Especially if you're playing support here. Oh, he goes for another point in Jigu Mastery. I mean, interesting. You're playing against double melee lane, so it kind of makes sense, but it makes rotating over to the mid lane a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe they're just not planning on rotating the mid lane. Like, it is just Ember versus Puck, and you don't really have a lot of kill threat on the Puck. Like, Emo would probably rather just continue to max out, like, Sleight of Fist and Flame Guard. But for now, mid lane's pretty even. 30-6, still slightly favoring the puck, which kind of just is, like we talked about, the nature of this hero. It farms so dang fast. But there we go. First blood finally going the way of the Kagome. Ursa gets traded right back by JT, though.
Is that worth it? You have a lot of XP over to the Pango. That means he's going to get his level 6 reasonably fast there. The fact that you go down first ain't amazing either. You're almost level 5 already.
He's getting a solo wave too with double range creep. He's going to hit level 6, like a full level before the Ursa now.
Yeah.
Detachment does get his salve delivered by the Ursa though, so with that he will be pretty happy. I really like that FY is now going to play some wards instead of like rejoining the lane, because like we said, JT has a full wave to farm himself and he just needs to get to that level 6 as fast as possible.
Unlike he turned himself into Tango, he's trying to turn himself into a courier in order to get back to the lane quicker. It is a lot slower when you don't have Tree Dance to work with here, which is why I was a little bit confused when he went for another point in Django Mastery at level 3 here. But you do, it's a lot more common when you're playing against 2 melee heroes to go those extra points in Django Mastery. It makes trading super easy.
It makes sense with how much they're trading in this lane, actually. I think he needs to have it.
There we go. And he's going to balance straight the creep wave to heal back up, I imagine.
I mean, if Kagome comes up and he takes a level 3 shield crash, it's a lot of damage. Yeah.
I mean, here's the issue. Like, your Boundless Strike with even 2 points of Giga Mastery, it's not doing a ton of damage to the Ursa because this man has got 5 base armor. He was underneath the tower at the time, and he's got a chainmail as well.
Yeah, well, top lane rotation from Email. It's a haste rune. He's looking for detachment on the Dawnbreaker. Ursa's already cutting around. He wants nothing to do with this Ember Spirit. Detachment will eventually just fall here. So, nice pickup there for the Ember. Good rotation.
Oh, they ends up dropping the living armor on it, so Emo doesn't take too much more damage from the tower. Salad?
Yeah, Salad's been found by FY. Yeah, Sleight of Fist has got him. Double kill by the Ember. And FY, he's just scouting for more. He's got vision of Kagome's Ursa, and he's just going to take him out of the jungle completely. He can't farm now.
He managed to get the vision off on him again. And never mind, he's healed back up with the self. This is... You are not doing well for yourself all of a sudden now on the Ursa.
I'm not a fan of the Ursa hero, to be honest. In most, I don't think you can pick Ursa unless you see the offlaner, personally.
Yeah. He's getting chased out of his jungle. He's getting forced away from the creep wave. Again, you're level 6.5 now on JT. Still only just hit level 5 on this Ursa. Your game is getting slowed down so much. Bottom lane.
Yeah, nice dive here. There's the arena onto the Spectre with PP here. It's an easy pickoff, so they do finally get themselves a kill onto the Spectre. Meanwhile, top lane, the Rolling Thunder comes through, and they're going to find themselves a value trade as they get the kill, but PP with a 2-hero coil into the double kill, finally showing up on the puck. That's a way to do it.
Yeah, that one doesn't feel great. I mean... You wanted to take advantage of the fact that they had so many heroes diving the Spectre down the bottom lane. And I think, okay, TPs are going to be expended. Heroes are occupied the time. It's time for us to go for this one. The Ursa is super tanky underneath that tier 2 tower, so puck ends up TPing up the top, and then you get the punish off onto the 2 heroes. And, you know, if you get himself a fast Witchblade, you know, he can snowball off of this one. Puck can be pretty scary here. The only issue is that I think Emo is having a pretty great game so far himself, and that's the main thing we were concerned about in the draft.
Yeah. I agree. I think PP, like, he went for this double null tally, which is going to slow his Witchblade down quite a bit. Like, sometimes what we've seen mostly is just a single null tally and try and get that Witchblade pre-10 minutes. But I don't know if he's going to hit that timing now, just because that second null tally does set him back a little bit. But they're going to smoke up once again, maybe try and bait Kagome here. So they are looking for JT on the Pango. No coil for a few seconds, but Radiant Scan does sense them, so he's going to play very safe.
Alright, once our...
I mean, the kill on mid lane Ember would be pretty big if he can connect on the coil. He gets him, snatches, gets the Flame Guard off, does have an Invis rune as well, but the detection It's there, so they
Sentry.
will be able to pick him up, and detachment will fall for this one in the process, but a super value trade.
Yeah, he did like the best thing he could.
Ooh. Nice arena from LG. Finds FY as he's heading his way up to a tree. All right, they end up getting themselves a second kill. And honestly, I like this call on Mars because just not using the arena feels super bad. So just put it on cooldown, get yourself a kill, go back to lane, right?
Yep. And he's got for the this is an incredibly aggressive Bell of the Mars as well. Double bracer, phase boot, soul ring, and magic stick.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah, it does slow down your blink dagger quite a bit, but it means you have a dominating lane presence. You're super strong in team fights. Nobody actually wants to fight into you. I really like how they've come out of the laning phase this game a lot more than the last one. But here's the issue that we have. Last game, they were able to take towers pretty quickly. This game, they're not great at it. Mars is doing the best he can down in the bottom lane, but you got 2 points in living armor. It's healing up this building. It's making the push from LG a lot slower here as well.
Now they brought JT down as well to defend the tower, and there's even 3 more heroes coming. A smoke up as well. PP gonna get seen on the puck. He has a haste. It is gonna be a coil right on top of the Pango, and there's the Dawnbreaker to join the fight. Nice boundless strike there from FY, but LG not gonna be able to make it away from them. Now Sal on the backside, getting chased down by Fly. Mystic Flare invisible. Always fan to seeing that. And boundless strike. Ooh, Fly's gonna be able to make it away. The Dawnbreaker unable to secure the kill. All right, that's huge.
Ridiculous. Yeah. The fact that the Spectre managed to survive that one. Head straight up to the top point. Okay, this isn't illegal. He digs up a healing salve right away. He dug up a healing salve there.
Yep.
As he TP'd up to the top plane. While his haunt was on cooldown, this man would have had to head back to base had he not dug that one up. That is actually huge. It saved him like a full 30, 45 seconds there of digging up the right thing.
I mean, I feel like he would have just ferried a salve out, and he has like the living armor from Trient, and no one from LBZS can get up here, right? There's no tower, so like it's a pretty safe TP. But yeah, you're right. The salve just makes it so much easier.
You've got that observer ward there. Like Puck would have probably TP'd up there the moment that he saw him, and then like forced him back into his triangle or something like that. He wouldn't be able to farm the lane. Big salve.
All right, LBZS finally might get themselves their first towers. They are pushing the objective bottom here once again. And, you know, IG unable to really stop it at this point, so.
Yep. But you've had like 4 or 5 heroes down here in the bottom lane for the last like 2 minutes of this game. You've spent a lot of time and resources on this. And this has given Emo time to continue to work towards his BKB. So again, we said name of the game is shutting down Emo, stop him from popping off this game. And they weren't going to get much control of the map with how slowly they push towers. And right now, IG is meeting all the objectives that they want to. Things seem to be going exactly into their hands.
It's such a good BKB game. He actually has to have it.
Yeah. It looks like they do plan on taking this one later, though, because Ursa is going for a Battle Fury. It's a sign that he wants to be able to farm up and try to keep up with the Spectre. Fly has gone for the Blade Mail build. It kind of makes sense.
Mid lane, blink reveal there from JT is going to allow them to find the Mars. The arena, Spear does not connect, but the Dawnbreaker does, and Emo does not have that BKB quite yet. A trade, 1 for 1, but a lot committed from IG, and you'll lose Emo.
All right.
And
that one's pretty good.
Oh, he was thinking about going for the coil there, but does not commit.
Just worried about the follow-up that they'll have. You've already expended the majority of your mana on the Skywrath Mage. Your Mars is down. Ursa, you know, have to walk up slowly to them.
No Solar Guardian either.
Yeah, doesn't look good to commit the coil. So nice restraint, holding that one. They'll be able to make a play as soon as Mars comes back up.
And with that, I mean, PP is super farmed on the puck, top of the net worth. As the Witchblade was completed a little bit ago and on the way to that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, they're working at 2 Blinks right now, both from LG and PP. So I think that they'll probably take things pretty slow the next minute and a half, 2 minutes.
South top lane gets found. Nice pick off there. Pretty easily done. I wonder when they're going to fix this Mystic Flare bug, man. It's so annoying.
What Mystic Flare bug?
It's just invisible. Like, you just don't see it. You press this
Mystic
Mystic
Flare,
Mystic, and it's just you hear it, and you're like, I know kind of where it is, but not entirely. It's very
You're
annoying.
not supposed to look directly into flares anyways, Ricky.
I don't know. I think I've seen someone do that during the eclipse recently, and it was kind of all over the news.
Wait, I didn't hear about this one. I'm interested in the story.
No,
What
I
happened?
probably shouldn't.
Okay.
It's an American thing.
All right. Well, avoid that one then. All right. Kagome getting down here to the bottom lane, runs into JT, who's got a blink dagger. Is okay. He's just forced to TP out. Might die anyway. All right. No, he survives. So I think he was expecting. Was there a camera on that one? I think he was expecting. I think he was expecting to be able to get the blink dagger off after he shield crashed, but he connected with him with that earth shock, and he's like, "Oh, okay. I guess I'm either have to TP out or I die now."
Roll up is pretty funny against the Ursa because like if he hits you, you just keep zooming away, and he actually just like can't stay on top of you. It's quite funny.
Yeah, we build up the stacks of Fury Swipes, don't you?
Oh yeah, you still do, but it's like he just zooms like a few hundred like distance every time you try and hit him.
You're such an Ursa hater, Ricky. I want you to say something positive about Ursa.
I mean, he has a cosmetic that puts a cute cub on his back.
That is quite nice, isn't it? The bear is very cute. His name's Dipper. I don't know much about cosmetics, but I made sure to memorize that one.
That's good. Do you know what Ursa's name from Dota 1 was? If you don't know this, this was the only thing. This is the best part of it.
He had many names. One of them was Fuzzy Wuzzy.
There it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kagome is going to get found. Blink Dagger to stun him up. No enrage quite yet, but there it's going to come through. Dawnbreaker as well to join him. They're going to try and turn his attention over to FY. Wukong's command does come through. It is just a support, and now with the Sky showing up as well as PP's puck, the Arena Spear catches Emo on the side. Coil going to hold him in place, but your damage is spent. Your Ursa died for this. And now, I worry they're going to continue the chase. Emo pops that regen. He's got his steering chains in one, able to follow LG up onto the high ground, hold him in place. And Mars, God's Rebuke to slow them down, but it's not going to be enough as Emo finishes him off. PP, though, coming back in here on the puck. A lot of damage being dealt out all over. The Dream Protector, the Witchblade, will not be able to finish him off. The damage isn't there to kill him. He does. He gets punished heavily. Oh, man. Not looking good for LBZS.
They were a little bit hesitant to come back in the team fight. The Monkey King ended up doing a great job of controlling the high ground there, so the supports didn't head in. Puck did a pretty quick job of cleaning the Monkey King up there, but at that point, everyone was just too far back, so it ends up being like a 3-for-1 trade by the end. End up losing the Monkey King, but they lose 3 heroes on their side. Yeah. Not great. Ends up being like a 1,500 gold swing after that last team fight. I am worried now for LBZS.
And mind you, it's support Monkey King. He is going for the Orchid build too, which is, I think, one of my favorite builds on the support Monkey King. Yeah, top lane. They're looking for JT. Ooh, he gets the blink out, but the ward still does scout him. Roll up into the Rolling Thunder. JT just going to taunt him as he TP's home. Yeah, absolutely.
I was concerned that he might be trying to head back in there, but Spectre didn't have Haunt available. Doesn't have it for another 40 seconds. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter next.
Oh, TD top lane. PP gets the coil off, but the TD gets followed by Emo. He pops the BKB. He just destroys the Skywrath Mage. Treant Protector not dead yet as he's just kiting Kagome around. Finally ends up securing the kill, but here comes the Dawnbreaker. Big ult. Is it enough? Dodged out by Emo, and again the DD doing work as JT now joining the fight. Give the man a rampage. He deserves it.
Okay. Do you see what he did there? He went in knowing full well the puck was coming. His BKB was delivered the moment that he got Dream Coiled and silenced there. It got delivered in the middle of that play. They scouted that on LBZS, no doubt in my mind. They're like, okay, this guy doesn't have a BKB. He is dead. Let's go for that one. It is completed as soon as the fight starts. Emo is a god pulling that one off.
Yeah, we talked about it in the draft, dude. This guy is a scary Ember player, and off of that, he did 5,200 damage and gets himself 1,400 gold as a result. So the BKB now turns into a significant chunk towards that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he knew full well what he was doing there. There is no way that play happens under like any other circumstance. If the BKB comes earlier, LBZS doesn't go for it. If the BKB comes later, Emo is 100% dead.
Yeah, you saw that DD rune and saw money.
Yeah, he
He's
saw the
just
DD
suckled.
rune. He saw the DD rune. He sees the BKB coming in. And, you know, he like runs the play in his head. He's like, okay, this is happening. Let's go.
Yeah, that was some good stuff.
Yeah.
And off of that,
but now
dude, you have Orchid completed on the Monkey King as well. So these heroes actually in a lot of trouble. Like PP, for instance, just dies solo to Monkey King if you don't get if you get caught in the Orchid and like Wukong's command. Slight chains onto the Dawnbreaker, Rolling Thunder. Gonna come through from JT. He's gonna scout for more on the backside, but it looks like the rest of LBZS will continue to run here. Oh, the Arena Spear. LG's caught FY and will pin him onto the backside of the wall. All right, nicely done, but Fly, he's got his eyes set on Salad, gets him with the Aghanim Scepter. And now Mars trying to TP home, no way to cancel it. He's gonna be safe, so a 2-for-1. I mean, still favoring IG. At the end of the day, 2 supports for 1 is pretty good.
I mean, decent that they could turn that one around and get the kill off on the Monkey King. I feel like at this point you need those recovery kills, but still 6k now with advantage to the side of IG, and bottom PP is dead.
Oh, you got mind gamed. Nice done. I mean, he had to. I think he jumped the gun on using the Remnant, but either way, I do really like the fact that you went the Searing or the Flame Guard DPS talents. I think this talent is super underrated on this hero. Like, a lot of people end up going for like the Searing Chains duration, but dude, the amount of DPS this Flame Guard does is ridiculous.
Yeah, he went for the damage talent at 10, and then the Flame Guard talent at 15.
Yeah, I think that's
kind of
fine.
unusual.
The absorption talent's kind of whatever with like how much it actually absorbs now. Oh, bottom lane, FY. He's found Salad. And Spectre's Aghanim Scepter will just clean up the kills. So very minimal commitment there. And FY in the trees. Like I said, I actually feel like if he has bound the strike, he can solo the puck. So PP has to be very careful.
Yeah. They're gonna go for Roshan now. How many points? They've got 3 points in the lucky shots. They've got decent disarm.
Oh, they get the scan. LG, do it. Let the arena rip, dude.
Is he?
Oh.
He's not. He doesn't want to commit the arena.
Oh, oh my god. They do get the coil though. FY? Nah, they've got the attachment coming in with the Solar Guardian. Nicely done. Space made for the Roshan though, like you were talking about.
Dude, you see this overlay we have? It says
yeah.
It has the
team
the
logo,
logo,
everything. That's super sick.
Yeah, it's like they're clearing Roshan right now. It's just the HP that says. That's so cool.
DPs coming through the bottom lane. That's going to be enough to push back LBZS. Yeah, I really like that Roshan overlay. I saw that earlier today.
Yeah.
It's sick.
I should be paying more attention. I don't look over the clean feed often enough. I'm always looking at things in game. All right, they set up down here. They're gonna go on JT.
I mean, not a bad start, honestly. Pango is down. The question is, can they get out? LG does. Yeah, they're all gonna survive. Super good pickoff. PP though does need to be a little bit careful. He is still under a ward.
Thanks for catching that production.
Oh. They caught him with the organ. Yeah, puck's dead.
Yeah. You missed a funny play happening up at top. The puck didn't matter. It was more funny to watch.
What was the funny play up top? What do you mean the puck
the chicken
didn't
was
matter?
hiding in the Skywrath was hiding in the trees, and Emo didn't know he was there. And the Skywrath lost like half his HP to Flame Guard. Was hiding in the trees. He was moments from death.
Okay.
But Emo only knew he was there.
Well, speaking of being moments from death, Mars in the mid lane is dead, and now a repeat as Salad is going to just burn down from this Ember Spirit. It's just a matter of time. There it is. That's a beyond godlike Emo Ember.
I'm not surprised.
He's got an Ags. He's level 18. This guy is going to be enormous. I'd like to see him get the Shard soon, as he's just going to continue to pop off, and that Shard does wonders. He's going to also find an Arcane Rune in the bottom lane. That's value.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, the Shard doing the damage per second inside the radius for the Fire Remnants, and then of course getting the charge replenished.
Detachment found top. Fly gonna join the fun as they're just gonna chase down the Dawnbreaker and Desolate. Quite a bit of damage when you're slowed that much. So back to the tier 2 tower. Dude, FY's had such a good game on the Monkey King, just scouting for kills.
Yeah, he has gone down a couple of times, been playing super far forward, but he's been super useful. Puck's game is difficult now as well because he has this Orchid completed. Puck is working on an Aeon disc, by the way. It is completed.
Yeah,
and then he's got the kayak queued up.
Yeah. Emo mid lane, he's got Blink. It's not easy. He gets the Arena Spirit combo. That's the only way this works. But he gets the BKB. You've got to be kidding me. How does he survive? How do you survive this?
Dude, he's going back in like this as well.
He's got remnants to play with. He's got an Ags. This Ursa, you're never gonna touch him, brother. He's just dancing on the haters.
Oh, he survives that with all the confidence in the world. He continues to run at them. LBZS, they're falling apart right now. 11k net worth advantage. And down the bottom lane, Ollie's just following PP here.
Neff, I gotta ask you something. You ever seen Talladega Nights?
No.
Oh my lord. Alright, well, I don't know what to say then. BP bottom lane,
Cars,
like you're
though.
talking about. In some trouble, you could say. Emo comes in, help to finish him off, and Detachment on the backside will maybe finish off FY. He does, so not a value trade. Anyways, back to my previous point. The reason I brought up Talladega Nights is there is a section in the movie where Ricky Bobby is doing an interview and he just holds his hands in the air and he says, I don't know what to do with my hands. And that is how I view Ursa in the game of Dota 2. He just throws his hands in the air and just kind of just doesn't know what to do.
I mean, he knows what to do. He wants to run at the heroes and hit them, but unfortunately, the damage comes out too slow to be that effective.
Dude, is this Spectre Illusion just going to solo Salad in his base? Okay, no, not quite.
Yeah. You know, he couldn't go in on that one, otherwise the Spectre, probably would die.
He's got an Aegis, man. It'd have been
It's
funny.
pretty far in with the Aegis. I don't know about that one.
It's gonna expire like 30 seconds anyway. What happens? Worst case scenario, you get speared into the enemy fountain, like dies without buyback, and then like they get a comeback. What's gonna happen?
Yeah, I'm not big on this sequence of events. Man, they are terrified right now in LBZS. They don't want to leave their base.
I think rightfully so, man.
I'm looking at their ways of getting back into this. Like, the Ursa needs to finish off this BKB. Even finding the farm for this one is a bit of an issue, though, because the enemies have so much jump. The Ember Spirit with the eggs, the Pangolier, the Spectre with both Aghanim Scepter and the Haunt. Like, you put yourself out of position for a moment, and all these IG heroes are going to be on top of you. It sucks playing from behind against this team with what you have.
Yeah, there's just not a whole lot you can do. You get choked out, you get picked off.
Hold on. They completed the Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker just now.
That's a big one. 60% evasion is no joke. The smoke did get popped, so JT's looking for something. He is going to see PP for a moment under that ward, but obviously no way to catch the puck at this point. So he's just playing around on the Pango, looking for something. Not going to find it. A little bit of breathing room there for LBZS, maybe.
PP gets get up by FY.
He's fine,
just-
Copium.
And his procs.
Do you think Emo's going to stop? Okay, he's going to stop. He had the DD room, man. He was feeling himself.
Thankfully, the man sees reason.
This man's seeing red right now, man. He's got a Sanj coming out. Is that what I saw? Into Sanj Kaya, I'm guessing eventually, or maybe just a Halberd, just to make this Ursa's life even more miserable. And then he's really doing the whole, I don't know what to do with my hands scenario.
I mean, what are you concerned about right now? Probably Mars spearing you into. I don't have a ton of chain stun.
Dude,
It is
they
just the
did
spear.
the spear into Arena to get BKB off on the Mystic Flare. The thing is, that was literally the spear nerf duration. For anyone who's wondering, what does 0.2 seconds mean? Well, it means the Emo not dying there. Emo,
he's chained up. I
caught
mean,
by
he's
a
got
clone.
BKB.
Yeah, he's not that threatened. They're kind of just baiting it. I think they realized it. And Emo, he's going to TP back instead. They find LG, and it's going to be Ollie there to help clean him up.
Yeah.
The good old shard for the Nature's Guys route, very good.
Yeah, blocking that TP. I mean, they forced a couple of heroes back. They stall out the game, but I'm pretty sure IG aren't in a hurry to end this one anyways. I mean, the later this goes, the better off I think they're going to be. Not to mention, this Aegis is still down at the moment. Rashawn, we're going to see Winnie respawns in the next 30 seconds. They're more than happy to wait for this next Aegis before pushing high ground.
I mean, one thing to keep note of is like the mobility on IG is so high, and it's dead. He's got no Aeon. There's 10 more seconds on cooldown. And that's what I was talking about. At a point in this game, FY can solo the puck until he has BKB. There is just nothing he can do. And you just don't want to build BKB on puck. What I was going to say is, even though, yeah, you force TPs back on IG, their mobility is so high, they get right back out onto the map instantly, right? They've got Pango, they have this Monkey King, they have Spectre, who's global, and you have Ember Spirit, right? Like, none of these heroes are off the map for very long.
Yeah. If you wanted to win this game, you need to start like dominating the laning phase and, you know, running over towers. But that was my issue that I had with this lineup. You don't take towers very fast. You're playing against a Treant Protector. We're 30 minutes in, and, you know, this tier 1 in the mid lane is still standing.
Well, it's going to be a long Roche respawn. 2.5 minutes total, so...
Yeah, but it looks like they're about to smoke up inside the base right now. Ghost Scepter flying out to Salad. He's holding onto a smoke.
They're going to wait for PP, I think, and then go for it. They know Roach could be up now, right, if they've been watching the timing, so they have to make the play to get off the map and find a kill. If they don't, the LBZS, it'll be a certain defeat for them, right? You can't give Roach onto IG.
Yep. And there's the Kai Assange completed now on Emo. Things were bad enough before, now even more magic damage coming out from him. And that spear, even shorter duration. They'll smoke up, but I don't see the reality in which they win this team fight. Maybe you get FY?
LG's gonna get caught by the silence. He's just dead. And now Emo, he's looking for more. He's solid up onto the high ground and will not decide to chase, but they force the buyback there on the Mars. That is something to work with. I think if you're LBZS, you got to smoke right now.
Yeah, they saw the BKB come out on the Ember Spirit. He used a lot of remnants there as well. Like, you didn't use anything on the Mars. You need to make a play happen out of this. But now they're hesitating. They don't want to leave their base. This is such a struggle.
Dude, they have to make a play, man. You cannot wait any longer. They're going to find JT, but he just gets the roll up in time, and now just going to set up a haunt from the Spectre. Salad trying to make his way back into the base. Will not be able to do so, and 3 heroes trapped mid. They will be able to take down the Treant Protector, but JT, he's here ready to go, and Emo now going to join the fray. Ursa just stunned up here on the backside. Fly catches a spear in Arena. They've taken down the Monkey King, but the Spectre's just too strong. The Moonshard doing work. And off of that, 2 heroes are dead on LBZS.
You know, I am a little bit surprised that this is going to sound very funny, but that went well for LBZS.
I mean, it did, but you also didn't have like BKB on Emo. Like he didn't.
He ran out of remnants. He ran out of remnants there. That was the issue. He would have kept going in if he had more remnants, but he wasn't beside any of these heroes when they ended up going down, so he didn't get the replenish with these egg shard. And in fact, he's got the refresher orb queued up, so this doesn't happen to him again.
Last game you were worried about Fly's Terrorblade, dude. His Spectre is even more farmed. Like this thing is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, it is still killable though. Oh. Go away. Oh yeah, not a chance.
Sometimes you really have to sneeze right when an important hero is dying. You know, what can you do?
What can you do?
But the Bash is there, controlling up the Ursa, preventing that TP home. Fly goes right back into Roshan. He's got better things to do, like getting himself an Aegis. Maybe the Shard. I don't know who else would take it. Yeah, it's definitely going to go his way. It's pretty good on Spectre, man. It's just a solid Shard.
This thing sucks.
What? It's just free daggers.
You know, it doesn't even follow the target. It just shoots off in that direction.
Dude, anyone who walks in it hits the trail, though. It's good.
Yeah, the only reason this guy picks this up is because most of his teammates already have it, and he's a position 1 player, so he's greedy.
I don't know, man. That Spectral Dagger slow is no joke.
Okay, buddy. Oh no, I had the slow-moving daggers coming towards me.
Well, they will find a pick off there onto Ollie. The question is, can they get more? And it doesn't look like it. They're going to lose detachment. FY standing around. No, they get the Arena of the Spirit. That will be a potential. But no, he gets the Ghost Scepter up. He's going to live. A Yule's there to buy him some time. They hold down BP. He dies as well. FY. Unbelievable that he survives the engagement. And there it is. The GGs are out. LBZS with that last moment of attempt there to try and salvage this game, but it doesn't quite happen.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they cleaned up their gameplay just after the laning phase this time around, but they didn't have the draft for it. They weren't able to take building fast enough. They spent so much time down in the bottom lane trying to take that tier 1 there. Trim Protector ended up becoming a massive nuisance. Then these heroes came online. Once Emo got this BKB, I think it was just game over. We were concerned about this one, and he ended up getting it at the perfect timing beside the double damage rune. And when LBZS thinks it's a free kill onto him, snowballed out of control off of that one. Super unfortunate for LBZS, but my God, was that a play to watch.
Dude, that was just you just got bodied by Emo this game. Like, there's just not much you can do. And the thing was, is like the lanes again started out okay for LBZS, but it wasn't all of the lanes. Like, Emo was still pretty much free farming. I don't know. It just wasn't enough. They just picked some heroes that I don't quite agree with. But that's just me.
I mean, Neff already started off the hate fan club by talking trash about the Skywrath mage. And of course, you very gladly continued it, because if I was in the game, I would have done the same. I hate Ursa. This bear is awful. Every time I see it in these sort of clutch do-or-die situations, it looks horrendous, honestly. But it ends up losing this game. And that unfortunately will mean that LBZS go down 2-0 here to the side of IG, who looked really, really, really clean. Yes, it wasn't a perfect beginning to the game for them, but as they started to progress throughout the game, you could just definitely see that not only were they playing clean, but they had a very clear idea of what was required for them to actually execute this one well. Neff, you were mentioning it just now at the end of the game, that BKB timing. Before that, we'll give LBZS credit and say that they also understood the assignment. They knew we have to keep using Mars Arena with the Skywrath Mage ult every single time these spells are off cooldown, and they did that until you can't do that anymore. And then it's a kind of a problem when the opposing team can literally buy one item and that undermines half your strategy, isn't it?
Yeah. When the single item BKB, I think it's an issue on Spirit Heroes as well. They're so strong with just this one item. They already have like gap close and damage built in. They don't really need anything else to scale other than just survive building these team fights. When it counters out their entire team, and the start that he got with that BKB as well, the moment he completed it, he got like best case scenario for him. I think it was just too difficult to come back in the game from that point. The man just got so incredibly lucky. Like, he played that out super well. Like, he obviously knew what he was doing. LBZS thought they knew what they were getting into there. I got to give credit where credit's due. But once this was completed, this game, I think it was just too late.
I mean, you can literally look at the graphs this game and see the moment the Emo picks up a DD rune and gets a rampage, and then look at the state of the game immediately after. It completely changed the game for LBZS.
I mean, LBZS were not running any kind of recovery heroes in this situation, right? They had Ursa, Skywrath Mage. These are heroes that play from the front foot, not necessarily from behind. And we keep just seeing in these replays how much easier it is for IG to fight. But that BKB timing, I think we still have to keep going back to that one. It was immaculate. Obviously, we mentioned we got a rampage off the back of it. But something else that we found ourselves, unfortunately, witnessing in this game as well, the limitations, or rather, limitations is the wrong word, but second game in a row where Kagome is put into a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You have to build Battle Fury, otherwise you're never going to scale in this game. But if you don't build, if you go like Diffusal to be able to fight earlier, fine, but then you don't have a chance to play late game. Just itemization feels like it's going to be a major issue in this meta, in the carries in particular. But in this game, Ursa, was there any items you could have built, Ricky, that would have actually helped him to be able to keep pace with the Spectre, but also fight earlier on in the game?
I mean, I'm just not a huge fan of the Ursa is the issue. So I don't, you definitely just go Battle Fury. Like, that is the correct item build for sure. Like, there's not really another option here. So I don't necessarily think it's a, again, I don't think Kagome played bad. It's the same scenario as last game. I think Kagome actually played a good game. Like, he farmed very well. but you're just playing like a far worse hero in the game. Like your matchups are not that good. They got the last pick Pangolier, who just gets a basher eventually, and you don't get to play Dota. So it just feels rough. Like there's just not a lot you can do.
Also, nothing much you can do into an inform emo. This here, in my mind, is where the game actually ended. If they fail to get that kill, hashtag nerf to Mars, hashtag BKB, too strong an item. But if they fail to get that kill, I don't think you can get any kind of kills anymore. And we started to see that just becoming a major issue for them. On the other side, Nef, for IG, 2 games in a row now that they've demonstrated a remarkable ability to come back even when circumstances don't seem perfect for them. They somehow in the mid game fight well enough to overcome any kind of disadvantage that they experienced in the laning phase.
Yeah, communication just seems to be good. Everyone has the same game plan, and they don't try to force fights they're bad ever. Like they just seem to understand the game better than LBZS, which isn't to not get LBZS, but this is different from the IG that we saw in previous seasons. They seem a lot more control over what they're doing all of a sudden, and it is super sick to see. Nothing but good fights. I do want to see them once again playing against these Division 1 teams. It sucks that they're stuck here in Division 2. But with how they look right now, definitely good enough to be taking games off of any team in Division 1.
Yeah, IG, of course, before that hiccup they had against CDEC, they had demonstrated the most dominance generally in Division 2, and now it seems like they are going to be back to their winning ways here with a very strong performance. Speaking of new players, Ricky, FY seems like he's pretty good at Dota. This game, he was frustrating LBZS in so many ways, providing vision for his squad, forcing them always to over-engage and over-initiate onto just a support. Then you kill this hero, and then you're like, wait a second. It's only a support, Monkey King. This is not what we were supposed to have committed Dream Coil with the Mystic Flare on. And now we have no tools left for the rest of these fights. And also in Game 1, we just saw him having a great and grand old time on that Marcy, creating a lot of havoc against LBZS. This IG squad, why didn't they get FY sooner? He looks so good.
Yeah, dude, super new to the scene, like unknown god gamer. I don't know where this guy came from. It's crazy. Jokes aside, though, like, yeah, I mean, he played phenomenal series. Like Game 1, his Marcy had massive impact. Game 2, same thing. Like he made the game so difficult for the heroes on the side of LBZS to really do what they wanted to do. So yeah, props to him. Played a great game.
Shout out to them. Shout out to IG. And the way that they are looking right now, we certainly do expect them to keep challenging for top slot in the division. Right now, they are enjoying a pretty phenomenal 4-1 record here in the division. So it's pretty much a shoe-in that they'll be in a challenging position for those top 2 slots. They're being rounded up by Team Magma and CDC on 3-1. Since Team Fusion fell to Shenzhen, that's 2-2. I mean, IG probably were ecstatic, Neff, about watching Fusion go down because it means less competition for the top of the card here.
Listen, you don't ever want to see your comrades, the other teams in these regions, fail, except for in this situation. So maybe. Right now, it's looking like a little bit of a lock, though, isn't it? For them. 4-1 at the moment, 12 points. So unless things start going horribly wrong, all of a sudden, CDEC start winning every game, end up losing next 2 here on IG. You're moving back up to Div 1. This will be next season, unfortunately, the next DPC tour after the International. However, it does affect seeding quite a bit, and this is exactly where their Orga wants to be / expects to be.
Absolutely. And that actually is a good point to bring up because at the end of the day, all these teams, yes, they're competing for Division 1 and IG certainly have set themselves up for that. But what this is really about, Ricky, it's really about TI. Unfortunately, it is still the case that the entire Dota calendar revolves around that one singular event. But since that is still the case, IG, the way they've set themselves up right now, very high seeding for the qualifiers when they begin. But more importantly, it's good to be building this kind of momentum and this happy and positive environment before those qualifiers so that you're in the best possible mental state as well as understanding the game as well as you can.
Yeah, I mean, the competition is going to be super stiff in China. Like going for these qualifiers, like you're going to be up against some monster teams. So even IG is going to be sweating that. I'm really curious to see how it's going to end up playing out. Like it's going to be a lot of fun to watch for sure. But I couldn't even say IG is a favorite going into that with the amount of teams that they're going to be playing against and the quality of the teams they're going to be playing against. I think that they are going to, have to show up big and play really, really, really well to have a shot at making it to TI this year.
I mean, Neff, you mentioned it that the form that they are displaying right now, they could potentially take games, maybe even a series here and there against some of the top contenders in China. But Ricky has reminded us of one thing. It's only LGD right now that's confirmed 100% for TI qualification. Team Asta is in the top 12, but anything can still happen between now and the actual tournament itself. So that means at a bare minimum, right? The other 6 teams in Division 1 are involved in those qualifiers, including everybody that's here in Division 2. If the qualifiers were to happen tomorrow, good sir, it's an unfair question, but where do you think that they would find themselves stacking up? How far would they go in that particular qualifier run?
All right. This region is way too good and way too close for me to even guess at that. I mean, you saw your snare. That is an unfair question. Every team has 1-1 against each other at the second week that concluded in the CNDPC. It is way too close for us to be able to predict something like that right now. I'm going to need to see more of these teams playing against each other. I need something more to draw up of here because the talent inside this region is absolutely insane. Where even this Div 2 team, it's in Div 2 now, IG, I believe is a top contender for being able to make it through into TI.
Well, that is still going to be down the line, seeing which team is going to be able to make it to TI. But you know whose opinion we can ask on that, Neff? We can ask IG themselves, as we have Emo on the line on the other side here, joined, of course, by Marshall, helping us with the translation. Good sir, Emo, congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on your win. Talk to us about how your team comes up with some of these drafts. You are drafting very aggressively to be able to fight heavily in the early mid game. Is this an idea that came up in your strategic discussions, or was it just a thing of, hey, we like these heroes and these heroes just happen to be fall into that kind of playstyle as well?
首先，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。就是想问一下这2场比赛的一些 BP 上的问题。因为感觉 IG 的话，今天拿到的阵容都是进攻性非常强的这个阵容，是赛前就有制定好这样的一些计划，还是说，选了一些比较喜欢的英雄，但是选完了之后发现这个阵容打进攻打起来会比较强势一些？
就是一般都是教练先制定好，然后就再按哪个英雄好发挥，就再看选了。
Usually, coach will set a plan before the game starts, and once the plan is set, we're gonna pick the heroes we feel is best for the draft.
All right. Another thing I've been very curious about in terms of your team, obviously, with the exception of FY, most of you have been together for a very long time at this point. Does that affect how you all perceive the game together? For example, do you have to spend less time communicating with each other because you just naturally know what everybody around you thinks and feels about the game?
然后队里的话，除了 FY 以外，4个人剩下的人是在一起打了很久了嘛？就是打了这么久之后，会不会在默契程度上也有所提升？就是有的时候可能不需要沟通太多，大概就知道对方可能接下来会在这个团战里面会去执行一些配合之类的。
对啊，我们就不太需要太多的沟通了。
We don't need too much communication on some details.
Part and parcel, of course, of being together for as long as you have been. Our cryptic, good sir, you were a fan of this Ember on emo, of course. So do you want to talk to the man now that we still have him on the line?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I have a different question. So one thing I noticed is that you guys don't really seem to favor this alchemist hero. Do you have any insight as to why, some other teams may be favoring this as much, or is it something that you guys just choose not to play? Or do you think it's overhyped right now?
就是感觉 IG 最近对炼金这个英雄不是特别感冒，然后其他人的话其他队伍都选的还挺多的。你们是觉得这个英雄，没有达到预期的强度吗？就是大家可能有点选的过多了，还是你们对这个英雄是什么样的一个看法？
我们本身就没觉得这个英雄有特别强吧。这英雄的正攻期，在他要养 A 的那段时间是比较薄弱的，然后只要限制他养 A 的那个英雄就可以了。
We don't feel Alchemist is a strong hero. It takes too much time for the Aghanim's to come online, and once he gives his teammates Aghanim Scepter, we can only focus the heroes that get the Aghanims to counter him, sort of.
That makes sense. I like that. Neff, what do you have? You have a question for your?
Absolutely. All right. I want to know what the communication on your team was like when you completed your BKB at that 18-minute mark fight, and if your team was worried at all about that play.
就是想知道，火猫那场18分钟，当你拿到 BKB 的时候，你们对接下来那个团战，当时队内是怎么样想的？就是有没有就是想过可能这波团打不过，还是当时队内的沟通是什么样的？
那我第一波 BAB 对面的阵容拿 BAB 没办法，我就感觉随便打，看到人我就上来。
I feel like their lineup can deal with a BKB hero. So once I get my BKB, I feel it's gonna be a straightforward fight. So I saw people, saw the enemy hero, I jump in.
It was really impressive. The BKB ended up getting finished in the middle. My second question would be, what do you think that LBZS did wrong in game number 1 after the laning phase, and what would you guys have done in that position?
然后再想问一下，就是第一场比赛，你们觉得来吧展示在对线期之后犯的错误是什么呢？包括你们是怎么样，就是用什么样的心态去处理那个对线期的？
就各自稳住战线发育啊，然后就再慢慢寻找机会啊。
那你觉得来吧展示就是哪方面对线打完之后没打好呢？
可能他们人死的有点多了吧，被我们杀的有点多了。
Yeah, so our communication is we need to stay in the lane and try to farm, try to get through the laning stage. And I think they probably giving us too much free kills after the laning stage. Their heroes dying here and there on the map is not good.
Well, thank you.
Before we let you go, Imo, one final question from my side. Now that y'all have won, you're sitting at the top of the division at the moment, and your 2 games remaining are against Team Magma and SHENZHEN, teams that have taken games off of some of the other teams that are also very high up in the leaderboard right now. Do you guys think that you have, what are your chances, in your opinion, of getting to Division 1? And where do you rate your team's strength overall in China? Because when you play these qualifiers for upcoming TI, you have to play against both Division 1 and 2 teams. So how do you feel about IG's strength in the region overall, not just in the division?
就是后面 A 级联赛还有2场比赛是打 Magma， 然后还有那个深圳。这个2个队伍的话，其实都在强队身上拿过一些分。然后你对 IG 剩下2场比赛之后，这个现在是积分榜第1的一个出现情况是怎么样的一个预期？包括像之后打 TI 预选赛的话，因为不仅要面对 A 级的队伍，也要去打 S 级的队伍。你对 IG 目前在中国赛区整体的一个水平，你觉得可能在这个2个赛区，就是 A 级、S 级加在一起的话，你是怎么样去评估的？
就等我把身体养好，谁来谁死啊！没人能挡住我们去 TI。
Once my body is fully recovered, anyone stood in our way gonna get destroyed.
Oh,
Nice. Nice.
Nice. That's what we like to hear. Imo, thank you so much for your time, and we're going to let you get back to practicing so that anybody in your way will get us dominated and destroyed. So thank you so much, Imo, and congratulations for the victory, and good luck further.
希望你能够早日康复，然后希望你后面的成绩也能够如你所说的一样势如破竹。感谢你接受我们的采访。Thank you.
And that, of course, is Emo joining us there from IG with Homeboy Marshall doing the translation. And Neff, we heard it from the man himself. Everybody that's in their way is about to get destroyed. And in this kind of form, this is the kind of form that Emo has displayed when he was winning tournaments, G. So it's looking not only good from the eye test, but I'm very glad that they have that much confidence in themselves, that he feels that way, right? That he didn't even name like an Asta or an XG or an RNG as potential contenders. He's like, I don't really care who I'm playing. Bring them. I'll show them what's up. How hype are you to see him actually play there?
I am hyped to see him play this well. I am hyped to see him this confident in himself. This is the kind of things that I love from Dota players, man. I'm glad Emo was like this. I miss this, man. I miss this.
I miss it a lot as well. It was very painful not having a strong IG in the world. But another thing that he mentioned there, Ricky, this Alchemist hero. This is, we see it game after game after game. This is yet another day in the DPC where it was picked quite a lot. IG, the team that's on top of the division, not favoring this hero. You already said earlier on that you don't see the strength of it being picked up in the opening 2. And he was just like, well, it takes too long to get this Aghanim Scepter. At that point, you just focus down that hero. Do you think there might be other ways of playing this Alchemist hero to at least ameliorate some of those negatives that Emo outlined for us?
Yeah, I think you pick it as a core. I don't think this hero is like first pick material, to be honest. I think sometimes you can pick it as a support, but for the most part, I think if you want to actually have success on this hero, it's got to be a core. Like he said it perfectly. Like the hero takes too long to come online, and then when it does, you just kill the hero that has the Ags, and then you're basically playing a 3v5. So it just there is a little bit of a liability. Sometimes it's going to work. I think more than often it won't, and that's why I was kind of curious. I was like, maybe I'm not seeing it. Maybe there's something I don't understand about this hero. So I wanted to ask it from one of the greatest, see what he has to say, and it makes kind of sense. I agree with him.
He told us what's up on that hero. But before we close this one out, Neff, we still have to talk about this LBZS squad who have suffered defeat here. And now it's looking like they are no longer in contention for promotion. It's only about staying in the division. What do you think the team needs to switch up and change for them to be able to get to the next level and challenge for these top spots in the division?
You know what? I don't even have to answer that question because Emo did it for me. They did an amazing job in game number 1. Their lanes ended up going super well, but they ended up giving up too many kills. The rotations didn't end up connecting. I think if they go back to what they were doing in game number 1, then things are going to be fine for them. That is exactly how they need to play. So hopefully they don't take this loss too hard. And like I mentioned at the end of game number 1, hopefully they don't change up their strategy too much because what they were doing was working up until a couple of mistakes that are pretty easy to fix.
Fixes are indeed on the horizon here for LBZS as they need to try and improve themselves to be contenders in the division. Erstwhile Invictus Gaming, now very clearly the kings of Division 2, trying to reclaim their perch in Division 1. We'll be seeing, of course, over the next few weeks whether or not they'll be able to do that, whether or not LBZS can climb out of the hole they're in right now. And of course, from the teams earlier, where the SHENZHEN can continue to show that it wasn't a fluke that they beat Fusion, and Fusion needs to demonstrate it wasn't a fluke that they dropped those games. Well, we are now done for the day, gentlemen, and we are going to be closing this one out. Our cryptic Neff Sensei, thank you so much, gentlemen, for your minds, for your voices, for your time. And please make sure everybody at home that you go ahead and give them some love in the online world at our cryptic and at Neff Sensei. Say what's up, holla at him, definitely ask Ricky where he gets these shirts, man. We're trying to jack you, my friend. And make sure that you're also following Perfect World Esports on all of these platforms and channels so that you are aware of every single game that goes live from now into the future. And with that, we are signing out. This has been the Chinese DPC. Until tomorrow, where we resume bright and early for some more Dota 2 action. We're done. Goodbye. And we'll see you then.
不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。